Good morning. I was thinking about the way that I have reacted, the way that the little things have hit me over the past, I would say, week, because the Nuggets and the Avs have not been racking up W's as of late. It's been pretty rough. And with that, I really try as much as I can in my millennial brain to not get caught up in the moment and swing too wildly from one side to the other. And that's why today I want to get just kind of a read on something. I want to know where people are at when it comes to both of these teams. And concern is the wrong word because both of these teams are going to be playoff teams. But belief in that their process could take them potentially to another championship. Because here's what kind of happens during basketball, hockey, baseball season. You ride these waves because the season lasts so long. And so you get caught up in, maybe a 5-game win streak. You think you're the best team in the league, and then they lose 4 or 5, and then they're a disaster that needs to make major changes again. But I was thinking this in the context of the Nuggets. Sometimes when you have a situation like the Avs had early in the year, you recognize a problem that is not going to get better. And that problem was goalie. So they decided they were going to go out and they were going to make whatever payments, whatever sort of trades that they had to alleviate their problem and at least give it change. That's a necessity, is what it felt like. Because you let that thing go for a couple of years and it just never got better and it never got more consistent. The Nuggets, I think, are a little bit different. The Nuggets don't have, what the deficiency is. Their perimeter defense isn't good. And what else that is doing is exposing Jokic and his lack of rim protection. So here's what typically happens. You guard on the perimeter. If you get blown by, your center's in the middle to provide an obstacle for an easy layup. The issue is Joker can't do that. He can't. He can't jump at a high enough level to really compete with some of these guys who are attacking the rim. And if he does, he doesn't want to get in foul trouble early. So typically what happens is Jokic just kind of puts his hands up, guy goes around him, and it's an easy bucket. That's a problem. Because if you can't defend on the perimeter well and you get beat, you now put the onus on Joker, who's not a good rim protection guy, who also doesn't want to take fouls early in games. And that leads to a whole bunch of points can be scored in a hurry. The question is, what do you do? The trade deadline is less than a week from now. Do you want to make a major sweeping move? Or do you trust the 12 wins in 15 games previous to this 3-game losing streak? And that's a very difficult position to be. Now, here's what the Nuggets have done in the past. The Nuggets have gone out and they have preached and practiced the idea of patience. They did that when the Nuggets struggled a little bit earlier. They did that through Jamal's knee injury. They did that through Porter's back surgeries. They did that with a couple of early playoff exits after that Western Conference Finals appearance in the bubble. And that paid off to the tune of a championship when everything was together. So what do you do? Does this feel like the time that the Nuggets finally look at the core that they've built and cultivated over the last 7-8 years and say it's time for us to make a major shakeup in that. The Avs situation was different. I don't think the Avs did that because they didn't trade Mikko because they felt like they needed a shakeup. They traded Mikko because they didn't feel like they would come together on a number, and they didn't want to lose him in the offseason for free. So they had to get players for him. Different situation. So a couple texts coming through here early. One texter says, I feel resigned. I don't think either team has the magic required to go all the way. Another text, teams feel rudderless without a major injury. Hopefully a break gives some fresh air in the sails. Another one, concerned that both are just second-round exits. I'll tell you where I'm at for each one of these teams. Just in the current moment, the Avs are struggling. I think the Avs get it figured out. I've seen too much evidence of Val Nichushkin when he's in the lineup and how much of an improvement he makes to just ignore that they're struggling right now ever since Val left the lineup. If you're an everyday listener to this show, I don't know if you get sick of me saying this or not, but it's just, I'm pointing out a truth here because we've done this forever. The Val on the ice, Val off the ice stats. You know when Val left the lineup? It was New Year's Eve, December 31st. At that time, the Avs were 23-15-1. Or I'm sorry, 23-15-0. Since then, the Avs are 29-21-2. So they are 6-8. Technically 6-6-2 since then. Like, this has been the same song and dance for 2 years now with Val. When he's in the lineup, they are a cup contender. When he's not, then they're a 500 hockey team. And so him getting back in the lineup, I think, can change a lot of things, especially because I think that the two guys that you required in place of Mikko are people that fit and that work. I'm actually more optimistic about the Avs. The problem with the Nuggets is there always used to feel like there was a switch with the Nuggets. That when the game got tough, they could bear down, play good defense, get some stops, knock down buckets in the two-man game, and slowly choke you to death. And I don't know if they have that gear anymore. I don't know if it's there. And you're at a pretty big crossroads here, it feels like, with the Nuggets. They made the decision to keep Jamal Murray around, which, again, at the time I agree with. And we'll see if that ends up being a smart move or not. I think for a max deal, you got to give it more than a few months. While fully acknowledging that, yes, the deal as of now has not worked. But when you don't have the ability to really guard around the perimeter without a rim protector underneath, it leads to a whole host of issues. And I don't know if that's just fixable. You either kind of have it or you don't, or we either would have seen it or we wouldn't. The Avs kind of scare me. Like, they feel like a team that, look, if they get hot, who knows where they could go. If they play some defense like they did in the 15 games prior to the last 3, then maybe you got some faith. But if we're just taking full sample size, what does that look like? To me, it's pretty simple. Most of the season has been poor defense. And it's been mixed in with, like, good here and there. And a texter says, Jokic is the only superstar to not have an all-star on his team still. It's been that way.
The the way I kind of feel about the Nuggets this year, Brett, sorry to cut you off. The defense being a problem kind of has to do with it, where if they give up a lead, I don't have the confidence that they can battle their way back no matter what. And we used to see that, where they would get down by 20 points, and then Jokic would hit a couple buckets, Jamal Murray made a shot, and now we're back in it. That famous Jamal Murray made a shot game, they battled back from how many points against the Lakers? It was a huge deficit.
Yeah, it was huge.
And I remember, it
was almost every game, too.
Yes.
Weird.
Yes, exactly. And, I'm a Niners fan. And I try to play that a little close to the vest because no one cares. Broncos country, let's ride. But when the Niners were really bad in the mid-2000s, like pre-Harbaugh, I remember I was watching one of those NFL shows, and they were doing a highlight recap segment, and the Niners had lost the game, and the other team scored first. They got a field goal to go up 3-0, and one of the analysts was like, yep, as soon as that team put up 3 points over the Niners, I knew San Francisco was going to have a hard time coming back and winning this game, and everyone laughed. But, that was how it was. If the other team scored first, they lost.
Yeah, there's a certain level to where the Nuggets over the last few years, deficits didn't matter. You would know that they would come back and at least make the game close and probably win it. Because late game execution, there was nobody better in the league than them. And that's changed. They don't seem to have that right now. The hope that you'd go to is that, this is, I think, the only thing you can really hope for. We won a championship, we know when to turn it on sort of thing. And now that you're nearing the All-Star break and the later portion of the year, that they can hit that go button and just take off. But I don't know if it's there. I don't know.
Actually, if you want to weigh in, I have a poll up on Twitter. Yesterday, I clipped a video of you guys having a similar discussion, and I just said, as it stands right now, which team is closer to winning a championship right now? And I put Avs and Nuggets. Right now, the Avs have the lead at about 69% and the Nuggets at 31%. So that's about 2/3 people are more comfortable in the Avs today than they are in the Nuggets.
I think that's right.
And then a couple people replied. Somebody said, frankly, neither should be an option. And then somebody said the Broncos are closer. And I was trying to think.
That's not true.
I was trying to think, when was the last time that the Broncos were closer to a championship than both the Avalanche and the Nuggets? I'm assuming it's that Super Bowl season, but the Avs were still playoff contenders back then. I think that was around the same time they had that infamous Game 7 series with Minnesota.
Maybe you would say 2016 because outside of the awful finish, 3/4 of the way through that season, they looked like a team that could have still, even with Trevor Siemian, been somewhat of an option. The Broncos are not closer than either one of these teams yet. They're getting there. They're on the path. But Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are having a hell of a time trying to get to a Super Bowl in the AFC.
Josh Allen?
You're going to need a little bit more than what you saw last year. And hopefully if they start drafting correctly and all that stuff, they can continue to climb their way up. But we've watched these cores do it. And the cores of the team, it's not like they're 35 years old. They're still primes of their careers. So it just takes a little bit of help from some others. The Avs have gotten help. Mackenzie Blackwood is an upgrade. We'll see with the Nichushkin and Drury trade. But the Avs have a roster that I think could you see all of those names on a Stanley Cup at the end of the year? Yeah, I could.
Are we positive it's Nichushkin, by the way? Is that the accepted? It's not Nichushkin.
I mean,
Jabroni. Have we all agreed collectively what it is?
I'm going to say Nichushkin. Nichushkin, I don't think is correct. I know it's not Nichushkin. Bednar said, I think he said Nekus with us, but Bednar doesn't know half his team's last names anyway.
I was going to say Necco wafers are that candy from like
Yeah.
1910. That's not the guy the Avs just got.
That always blows me away, by the way. When you talk to coaches, it's amazing the amount of coaches that don't know how to properly pronounce somebody's name.
You remember when the Avalanche used to have Francouz as their goalie?
Oh, yeah. Francouz, but according to Bedsy every week, was Francouz. That guy doesn't care. He probably says, 39, you're up, go.
I guess we'll just call him what? Nechi?
See, even that, I don't even know how to do it. How do you pronounce just the front end of the nickname?
Well, and then sometimes these players have the way that their last name is pronounced in their native tongue, and then they have the dumbed down American version.
Oh,
and
yeah.
sometimes they want the quote American pronunciation because it's easier.
Nicola, it's like Nicola. But Nicola is just what we say. I remember Vic asked him years ago at an All-Star game, how do you say your name? And he goes, just Nicola's fine. He doesn't care. But the point to this was, it feels like the Avs got better. Now, we'll see with the Mikko trade, but it's for a spot that you needed to improve, which was goalie, they got better at goalie. I don't know where the Nuggets got better. They got guys who stepped up, like Christian Brown's having a phenomenal season. So is he better than what KCP was in the starting lineup? Offensively, for sure. Defensively, he's not as good as KCP, but he's still okay. But the issue is then that takes him off the bench unit, so who's better off the bench? And then you start to get into that discussion. You know, I said at the beginning of the year with the Nuggets, after the KCP trade, I had a hard time believing that they were better this year than they were last year. Because I think he was just such a huge piece of what they wanted to do. And again, Christian Brown has played his ass off this year and has been great. But he was doing that from the bench, and now you need that from that production to come back to the bench, and who knows if you have that now. So just a lot of questions. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. So I saw this video that was going around on Twitter yesterday that kind of blew up and went everywhere. It's from a Bills fan. And it is a 5-minute compilation of spotting the ball on Bills plays shorter than what they should have. And two things kind of struck me. Like, I'm going to defend the Chiefs right now, which I hate. There's two ways to look at it. Like, either one, you think the league is in cahoots with Kansas City. That's one. Or the other is, there is a narrative that is out there that now everybody is actively looking for, which is highlighting things way more than reality would say. I do not believe that the league is doing their damnedest to make sure that the Chiefs are winning games. I do think the Chiefs get the beneficiary of are the beneficiary of calls because they've won a lot, and that's what happens in sports. Teams that are good get favorable calls. Teams that are bad don't. Story as old as time. You know, I watched, I don't know if you guys know who Theo Von is, but I saw this clip from his podcast. So he's a comedian, and he had Tony Robbins, that motivational speaker, on his show. I almost said Tim Robbins because I was just talking about Tony Robbins with Nelly the other day, and he goes, I thought you meant Tim Robbins from Shawshank. No, Tony Robbins, the motivational speaker, self-help, whatever guy, right?
Andy Dufresne was chatting with Theo Von, yes.
But I forget the context of it, but he said, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to count to 10. I want you to notice everything in this room that is red, okay? Or brown, or whatever the color was. Just look at everything in a room that's brown for the next 10 seconds. And he goes, I bet you found a whole bunch of brown stuff, didn't you? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I bet you found even things that looked beige, maybe even like reddish, and you called it brown. And he goes, yeah. Because how many things did you see that were white? And he goes, I don't know. I wasn't looking. He goes, that's the point. And that's how I feel that it is with the Chiefs. It's like, once the narrative has gone out there, it's all people are looking for now. So even the most innocuous stuff, like if you want to talk about the fourth down call where they ruled Josh Allen short, you want to talk about the catch that they gave to Xavier Worthy when he had no hand on the football, essentially. Okay, fine. Those ones are easy. But this is a 5-minute compilation of like it's 2nd and 6, and it's close to the marker, and they might have marked it a little bit short sort of thing. That I just feel like it's getting out of control. And it's certainly not good for the league. You know, and what's funny is a lot of these analysts that are out there are like as vocal as anybody. Troy Aikman was talking about if you got people putting money on these games, you have to make sure these calls are right. And he's right. But I think you can look at most Kansas City games with calls that you think turned the tide of how that game was going to go. And I think you'd notice very obvious missed opportunities for the other team against them. Like the Broncos didn't lose to the Chiefs earlier this year because of a call. They lost because you couldn't hit a chip shot. They lost because the left side of your field goal unit got ran over. And maybe it's like the Chiefs just got a horseshoe up there so far that it just doesn't matter. Maybe. But when teams are good, you start to notice things and point things out like that. And in football, it's really easy to do because calls are big. Now, the other part of this, where it's a 5-minute compilation of marking these plays shorter than what the Bills actually gained, is this. You're a multi-billion dollar company. You can't, you got to find a way to improve this somehow. As far as where to spot the football. Everybody relates it over to tennis. That's way easier in tennis. Like the ball's got a chip in it and it hits the ground. But you guys tell me, even if the ball had a chip in it and it's a quarterback sneak and there's 50 guys laying on top of each other and you have no idea where the quarterback is with the football, how is a chip going to fix that? Like that's the parts I don't know. But it's got to be like, there's got to be a little bit better way to improve it, doesn't there? I've always said one of the funniest things about the NFL is it makes billions of dollars a year, and the way that their whole point to the game is you trade violence for real estate, right? You are trading broken bones and concussions and all these different things for yards. And if you guys have ever played golf before, or you've been to a Top Golf or something, like Nelly, you've been to one of these things recently? Have you held the golf club in the last couple of years?
This is like your chewing gum question. Yes, I have been to Top Golf in the recent fossil history, but I haven't actually been golfing.
You guys ever thought about this? How insane this is? If you're 100 yards out from a pin in golf, that's a nothing shot. That's like you take whatever your club is. I hit the ball a little bit farther. Baseball swing. Now I slice it, but I hit a little bit farther. You just take like a pitching wedge and you just easily flop the ball up there. If you're like me, it's a 60 degree. Like you just do that and you're like, this is easy. 100 yards? No problem. Now think about how hard it is to get 10. Like, visualize 10 yards in front of your face right now. 30 feet. 30 feet in front of you. That is less than 5 Brett Kanes laying head to toe, back to back. Not far. And yet, it feels impossible sometimes to get. And so where you mark the ball is incredibly important, especially if it's something that would move the chains. And what we have is a 65-year-old man walking serpentine out to where he thinks he saw the ball at. It's a wild concept. Now, moving ahead on that, my hope is that nothing like that happens. Like, either one thing, it's a blowout in the Super Bowl, or it's just you don't exit that game talking about refs, because I don't think it's good for the sport. Now, what's funny about football has me so easily wrapped around their finger, I don't think there's anything they could do to get me to quit. I really don't. I've been trying to think about this. Like, what would they do that would cause so much consternation that I would just check out of the sport? And I really don't think there's a thing. If they were to light a box of kittens on fire before every single kickoff, I'd be like, you know what? Those kittens had it coming to them. Anyway, go Broncos. Like, I really think I would. That's how much they got me. But it's when you have this much on the line, and I agree with Aikman, especially in this new era of the gambling world where virtually everybody who watches your sport probably has a buck or two on the game, you got to make sure you get this stuff right, and it's got to be something they look at in the offseason.
And some of I think people always bring up tennis, like you said, and I think with sports like that, you have a bunch of different cameras that can view the ball basically unimpeded from every angle of the stadium.
Unimpeded being the key.
Yeah. Yes. And so with football, the issue is you have 22 massive Samoan dudes jumping on top of each other, and then the ball's at the bottom.
Right.
And I know not the entire roster is offensive linemen. The numbers were a bit skewed in that example, but you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of bodies covering up the football, and you can't see it. You see those angles where the ref runs out and it's just a dog pile, and then they point and they go, yep, that's the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? So the camera angle doesn't work. So somehow, yeah, like you said, you got to get a chip that I guess can GPS triangulate its exact position in space without having to touch the ground and without having to be seen by cameras. There's some extra wrinkles.
I was thinking about this. It's like refs on the field, maybe, and this is going to put more pressure on them. But I was like, how can you do that, especially on a play like what you're talking about, some quarterback sneak or something? When they think the player's down, they like hit a button, and then the chip in the ball like tells you when the button was hit, or some. I don't know. I have no idea how to even go about it. No idea. Because the texture says, "How do we not have the ability to put a chip in the ball? It's ridiculous." Like I don't think it's the impossibility of putting a chip in the ball. I think they can do it, but still, it's like, how would you use it? When what Nelly's talking about, it's if you have an impeded view, how do you know when the knee's down? How do you know when that kind of stuff? Oh, is an elbow down or not? Oh, is he on top of the pile and still not down yet? Or that's the difficult part. Again, in tennis, you see the ball hit the court, and then they say, here's where it hit. It's a lot easier. But anyway, I'm kind of over the Chiefs. The Chiefs get all the calls stuff. At some point, it's just like, okay, so now we're all aware. What are you going to do about it? Like Bills, Dalton Kincaid make the catch. You know what I mean? Broncos, don't let your field goal get blocked from 37 yards out. All that stuff is way more easily controlled by you than counting on the refs to be perfect and not give them the benefit of the doubt. 303-504-0925. So just quickly over to hockey. Ovechkin is 19 away from Wayne Gretzky as he scored again yesterday. He is at 876 for career goals. And I truly think it's one of the most remarkable things that you could imagine. Things that felt untouchable that all of a sudden became within reach. You put it up there with Cal Ripken's consecutive games played streak. You put it up there with Brett Favre's consecutive games started streak. You put it up there with consecutive hits, 56-game hitting streak. I mean, whatever you want to hone in as the most difficult record to achieve. I didn't think that this would be touchable from somebody. It's Ovechkin has the same sort of story as LeBron does in this sense. For a sport where it's just really difficult to maintain a certain level of play over the course of 20 years, both of these guys have done it. Where it's like there's never really felt as if there's a giant drop-off. Are they the same players as they were when they were 27, 28? No. But who would be? The fact that this guy has kept this consistent of a career virtually across the board. Like he's at 23 goals in 35 games this year. 23. Stayed remarkably healthy for most of his career. Had a couple of hiccups here and there, but nothing too terrible. And for 20 straight years has just been somebody that's in the lineup every day doing his job. You know exactly what you're going to get. Like, it is unbelievable. That especially in that sport. Basketball is more about, especially with LeBron, and I think it's equally as impressive to Ovechkin, honestly. There's the physical nature of hockey that does not exist in basketball, and I'm well aware of that. And you taking hits as a 39-year-old man, they hurt more, all that different stuff. But for a sport in the way that LeBron plays, which relies on a lot of athleticism, for him to be still this athletic over the course of 20 years is, I think, equally as remarkable. But you just looked at these things like, how is anybody ever going to break records like that in this era? And all of a sudden, here's Ovechkin knocking on the door. 39 years old, 23 goals in 35 games. Just crazy to think that this is even something that you would have considered possible. Even when he was sitting there, let's say in 2021, he only played 45 games that season. And you're probably thinking, all right, well, this is getting near the end. Well, he follows that up with a 50-goal season right afterwards. He's just a freak. So again, 876 goals in his career, 19 more until he ties Gretzky. And who knows? Maybe he gets that before the end of the season. Very well could. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Double dipperoo tonight. The Nuggets are going to be on AM 950 with their game starting at 5:30. The Avs and the Blues, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Double dipperoo tonight.
Thank you, Juice. I got audio yesterday from Cam Newton, who was on First Take. And he's been getting beat up for this. And it makes sense as to why. We are told from a very early age that this needs to be more about team. This can't be about the individual. You should always hold team accolades above individual accolades. Now, when it comes to your job, I don't know if that always applies. You know, if you could hit a sales number and make a big bonus off of it, or if the company could be doing healthy, I think you would mostly choose your sales number, right? But in sports, it's about the team, not the individual. So Cam Newton is one of those cases of a guy who's won an MVP and not a Super Bowl. Had the chance, and obviously the Broncos shut that down. He was asked by Stephen A. Smith if he would give up his MVP for a Super Bowl win. Here's what Cam Newton said.
I'll ask you this question, and, just to pose this thought. What's more important, impact or championships? You look at a guy like Allen Iverson, or you stood up on the table and blah, 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 blah. Everybody's not going to be Michael Jordan. Everybody's not going to be Patrick Mahomes. Everybody's not going to be these individuals who have the luxury of saying, hey, I not only dominated this sport, but I also have championships to back it. Like, let me remind you, Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Respectfully, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl.
So here's just the first part. And I think to a certain extent what Cam's talking about, now I don't know the impact over championship thing that he was saying, but in a roundabout way, it's this. It's really hard even if you're good. Even if you're really good, it's hard to win a championship. It's why most people, if they get one, kind of only get one. You know, the 2-3-time champions, they are in few and far between sort of airspace, especially if you're the star of the team. You know, am I going to look at Lamar Jackson's career if he wins another MVP this year and never gets a Super Bowl as a failure? No. I think he's really good. But then he goes on to say this.
When you look at those guys and you say, okay, what's more important? Would you have preferred to win a Super Bowl? I think that's the humble approach. But if we're being honest, the impact of you holding yourself accountable to say everybody has a responsibility to do. And you can say as an MVP award winner or an All-American, you've held yourself or you've held your end of the bargain down. And that's what it really comes down to for me. I know that's not the popular pick. I'm trying to be popularized. But my take is I'm taking individual success because I did my job. Football is not about one guy trying to do 11 jobs. It's 11 guys doing one job. And if everybody does their job best, famous words of our coach, Belichick, just do your job.
Let me say something about Cam Newton. I, first of all, give him a lot of credit for this. If you're in the media game, what's the easiest thing he could have said, Nelly? The easiest thing that Cam Newton could have said was, hey, guess what? Of course I would trade my MVP for a Super Bowl. Of course I would. And a lot of people would be lying when they said that. Now, there's plenty of people out there that would rather win the Super Bowl over an MVP. But I'll tell you this. Had the Nuggets not won a Super Bowl, had the Nuggets not won an NBA championship 2 years ago, and Jokic has 3 MVPs, and he finished his career with none, what do you say about him? on a team in which he has played with 0 All-Stars in his career. What do you say? Would you argue, kind of in the way that Cam Newton was just talking? Would you say you can't hold that against Joker? He didn't have help. Or would you say that Joker failed? Like he wasn't good enough for it. Now, to Joker's credit, because he is in this Mahomes sort of stratosphere of guy who wins MVPs who also has won a championship sort of thing, we don't need to have that discussion. But just hypothetically, to a certain extent, if you're an MVP at the quarterback position, you're probably in contention for a Super Bowl, aren't you? You probably are. Like, I don't have nearly the issue as some other people I saw when he talked about this, because the easy thing to say is I'd rather have the Super Bowl. And look, I'm not in the position. If I won an MVP in the NFL and I didn't have a Super Bowl, would I rather have the Super Bowl? I think I would. I think so. You know, I've never, it's going to sound weird to say when I have literally a show that revolves around me talking into a microphone. I've never been all that interested sports-wise in having a spotlight, okay? Didn't really care. I don't even know if I was ever the best guy on the teams I played on. It didn't matter to me. That wasn't important. I just wanted to win. But if you're winning an MVP at that position, you are doing everything in your power to bring your team a Super Bowl. You are. And I think I give him credit to where he's honest in talking about that, where a lot of guys wouldn't be. And you know there's plenty of people out there. Like, how about this? If you walked up to Joel Embiid and said, hey, would you trade that one MVP that you won? That one MVP that you got now goes to Joker, and he's now a 4-time MVP consecutively. You don't get the MVP, but you guys won a championship that year. Would he take it? I bet you his answer would be yes, but would you believe him? And that's kind of what I'm talking about. I give Cam credit for he's like, no, I wouldn't trade that. I wouldn't. Texture says, in Super Bowl 50, there was only one MVP on the field that day, and it wasn't Cam Newton. That's fine. Look, that's fine. Let's see. I get the feeling like Broncos fans hate Cam Newton. And Nelly, you've lived here longer than me. Is that the way it is? Do they hate Cam?
I think it was just a lot of people that season hated the Carolina Panthers because Cam Newton was so cocky. I think it combined cocky and Cam. Cam Newton, Uncut Joms, was so cocky, right? He would go into the end zone and he would take about 17 minutes to Superman dab on him. He popularized the dab and made it a global phenomenon in his MVP season, and then he got beaten like a redheaded stepchild in the Super Bowl by the Broncos. And I think that's why Broncos fans always hold that over him, is they stopped Cam Newton's career trajectory dead in its path, and they humbled one of the cockiest NFL players we've ever seen.
I think that's great, but why does that make you hate him? Like, you did it. You did what... Like, how about this? If somebody who's a little bit cocky, and then I beat him up in a Super Bowl and my team won, I don't think I would hate him. I think I'd just kind of laugh at him. But in this case, look, that team weren't the Panthers 15-1 that year?
They were.
15-1. And I don't care what anybody says. Think what you want about Cam personally. I have my own personal feelings about Cam. Cam, the football player, was a fun watch. Like, that, he was a different kind of animal back there. But again, I give him full credit for not doing the easy thing. Because 99% of former players that are put in that situation, if asked that question, are going to tell you they take the championship, and I bet you half of them are lying. I really do. Anyway, get back to that a little bit later. I got some stuff on Shedeur, by the way, some rumors about him, that teams that could be interested trading up for him. We could get to that. Also, Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. 303-504-0925. The Double Dipperoo tonight. Nuggets are going to be on 950. The Avs going to be on 92.5. You can always watch on the Safeway Twitch feed, order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. All right, Vic, there's an interesting way that I'm going to start the show. I'm going to say hi, welcome, and I'm going to follow my instructions that I was given. Here's the instructions I was given. You open up your microphone, you open the show, and then I was told, then you shut something that starts with an F up.
You shut the front door.
Who gave you those instructions?
Right here, dude.
Moser did.
So I've opened the show.
Nelly, do you got it? Couple things. Number one, we've got a double dipperoo tonight, so we're going to talk a lot of hockey, a lot of basketball.
Double dipperoo.
But I was totally locked into your Cam Newton conversation on the way in. I couldn't help it. I mean, I'm listening to you and everything else. The first thing that comes to mind when you start talking about the Carolina Panthers, so I got to the stoplight. I had to Google it, of course, because I had to hear it again, is this.
Oh, yeah.
Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws. We growl to win this game. We call pro football. Our offense and defense so intense. Your team will be the losers if you got a lick of sense.
Yeehaw.
You dig the NFL, my lyrics and my rhymes. You eat up what I'm saying, spit and fly hip-hop lines. Lightning fast, big black cats, Panthers kicking ass. Yo, with a TD or a field goal, gonna get that W, dominate the foe. Carolina Panthers.
So then it gets off rhythm. Okay. So that reminds me of that. The number two.
I love that beat is off of like a kid's keyboard, by the way.
Since the release of that classic, Carolina has sucked in the sport of football.
They really have, yes.
It's
got no. I mean,
you
all
can
the
kill
way.
it.
Get just gone.
I will say this: that hillbilly killed the franchise. That single hillbilly right there. Okay, number two.
Yeah.
This whole Cam Newton thing about it, and you're talking about,
that is the definition of a hillbilly. Like, if you were to look up hillbilly, that guy and that song comes to the forefront.
Offense
and defense don't make sense, or whatever. He kind of he's got a little bit of have you seen The Campaign with Will Ferrell and Zach Galifianakis?
Yes.
He's got a little bit of the Galifianakis sort of South Carolina thing, yeah.
So
I just got my pugs at home.
That's so good. Put my head in the freezer. Anyway. So anyway, I started thinking about Cam Newton, and you're right. The easiest thing.
Do you want me to set this up, or like for the people who don't know what you're talking about?
I would assume that we don't have just a billion. Listen, a lot of people are listening to this show. That more and more coming every single day to the program. But I would assume that some people carried over from your appetizer hour.
I'm sure
now,
some did, but
okay,
please set it probably
up.
Some new listeners.
Please.
All right, so here's what happened. Yesterday on First Take, Cam Newton was on with Stephen A., and he was asked about, would you give up your MVP that you won for a Super Bowl? Okay? And it's a long answer. I'll play the second part of this, though. This is what Cam Newton said.
When you look at those guys and you say, okay, what's more important? Would you have preferred to win a Super Bowl? I think that's the humble approach, but if we're being honest, the impact of you holding yourself accountable to say everybody has a responsibility to do. And you could say as an MVP award winner or an All-American, you've held yourself or you've held your end of the bargain down. And that's what it really comes down to for me. I know that's not the popular pick. I'm trying to be popularized. But my take is I'm taking individual success because I did my job. Football is not about one guy trying to do 11 jobs. It's 11 guys doing one job. And if everybody does their job best, famous words of our coach, Belichick, just do your job.
Okay.
This is what I said about Cam. Think what you want about that answer. Most people are going to disagree and say that's incredibly selfish. Here's what I tell you. I give him this credit. At least he's honest, because there's a whole bunch of guys out there that I think would say the same or would do the same thing he just said that wouldn't say that out loud.
I'm thinking differently.
Yes.
I would say this, though. Every individual circumstance is different. Is that me or you?
That's you.
Probably.
Do you understand how flawed that logic is, though?
Yeah,
Can I give
understood.
Can I give you the largest flaw?
Yeah, but let me. Yeah, go ahead real quick, because I have
the biggest
my whole
flaw
thought.
is, especially in a team sport like football, you might be doing your job to the fullest, but your job is dependent on other people doing theirs. And if they don't do theirs, if the left tackle doesn't block, you're not getting that pass off. If the receiver runs the wrong route, you're not going to get it there.
If your defense gives up 40.
Exactly.
You're not.
So
winning,
you can
you're
talk
not winning,
all you want.
You're not winning an MVP all by yourself.
Exactly.
Okay. Fine. It depends on the career. It depends on each individual guy. Okay, fine. He probably wouldn't. And you know why? Because for Cam Newton, that's the only thing in his career that he can hang his hat on. Let me show you the other side. Do you think Dan Marino would give up his MVP for a Super Bowl championship?
Yeah.
100%.
You're damn right he would. And you know why? Because his career was 17 years and he was a Hall of Famer.
100%.
Do you think Joel Embiid would give up his MVP?
No.
I don't know. He doesn't play enough.
So what I'm telling you, the career, what you're missing in your career,
Do you think
I think
Nikola
has a lot to
Jokic-
do with what you hang on to and what you don't hang on to. For Cam Newton, and my God, I loved him coming out of Auburn. I thought he's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Loved him. But his career in the National Football League and being prolific, Vic, was a very short one. So I don't blame him for hanging on to the only thing he ever did in pro football, and that's win that MVP, take his team to a Super Bowl, and then get stuffed by Von Miller.
Listen, this is just a guessing game on our part. We don't know for sure. It's ironic that Nikola Jokic, in the season he wins an NBA championship, he does not win the MVP. That was the year that Embiid won it.
Yeah.
He's won 3 MVPs. Do you believe right now, if you asked Joker, 3 MVPs for 3 championships, would you do it?
I think he would take the championships. I'm thinking about Nathan McKinnon. He won the Hart Trophy last year, and I think he likes to win. I mean, it's not like he's turning it down. But if I say, Nate, no Hart Trophies, but you're going to win 4 cups. I mean, I think that you want to be remembered as a winner. I mean, I don't know. You want to be remembered as a champion.
You know what's at the core of this?
I think most people want to be remembered as a champion. Some people were great players for a short amount of time, and that's all that he can. That's
Brett.
all that he can hang his hat on.
Brett, I'll ask you. You were in that Nuggets locker room when they won a championship. The reason why I think the championships hit home and are more valuable, and most players want those over individual awards, is pretty simple. When Nikola won those MVPs, you had to pry a smile out of his face.
Sure.
You had to physically go up there and and get. You win a championship, the entire room is bubbled over in smile. I mean, everybody is. You share it with your teammates, with your organization. You share that joy.
Now, I say this I've said this forever when it comes to Jokic and his MVPs. People say he doesn't even care. No, he cares. He definitely cares.
Absolutely.
And he's definitely appreciative that he is appreciated in that way. Now, I don't think that's his ultimate goal. But here's what I thought when I heard Cam Newton say that. Is that I think there's a whole bunch of people that would lie to you and say, of course I'd rather take the championship. And they'd be like, no, man, the MVP is pretty cool. I'd take that. To his point, though, if Jokic didn't win that championship 2 years ago, and he's got 3 MVPs, and let's say his career ends without a championship, and he's back in Serbia, and we talk about Nikola Jokic, is he considered a failure? That's the weird part to me, because I'll tell you this, you can go straight to, he won 3 MVPs and he didn't have another all-star teammate that played with him. Are you really going to put the onus of an entire championship on that man's shoulders? That seems a little unfair.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because the all-star reserves were named yesterday. It blows me away to know that the Oklahoma City Thunder got 2 all-stars on a team before the Nuggets did, even during the heyday of Nuggets basketball. Think about that for a second. Think about what Nikola, and I'm not trying to, it sounds like I'm ripping the Nuggets roster. It's just fact. He has played his entire career in Denver without a fellow all-star.
Yeah.
And in OKC, they're building now. They're starting now. They already have 2. That's crazy to me.
Who was the second? SGA and who?
One of the Williams.
Oh, gotcha. One of the
18 Williams on the roster. The one that scores and defends.
What if the league goes, and on the reserves, Jalen Williams, and like 4 guys are like, wait, me or you or you or you?
Spider-Man meme?
Exactly.
And by the way, well-deserved. That kid deserves it if you watch him play. He's a good
very,
player.
very good player, no doubt about it.
But it astonishes me to know that OKC already has built 2 all-stars into their rotation. And here we are how many seasons into Nikola's career and can't even get a second All-Star, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very odd when you think about the Nuggets and how they're built and how they won a championship. It felt like everything fit, but it's so much pressure that's on the big fella to make everything go. And you hope that sometimes can somebody just take some of that sort of work off of him? Can it not be all about him doing everything every single night? And to a certain extent, it's how they run their offense. I mean, everything is run through him, so that's why he gets, 12 assists a game and all that sort of stuff. But, I mean, you're looking at just a little bit of help from somebody. Like, do we have somebody on this roster for the Nuggets right now that you would say every night, I know that guy's going to be there?
I want to say it's Jamal. But
it hasn't been.
I know, but by the way, on any given night, it's somebody, usually. I mean, it's when he's totally healthy and right, AG or MPJ or Jamal or Russ. I mean, it'd be nice to have, a bunch of them. But typically, it has been Jamal in the past historically, but typically it's one of those guys every night.
Hey, man, don't look now. But if the Nuggets don't win tonight, they're in Philly against a team missing Embiid, Paul George. Then they've got tomorrow night in Charlotte back-to-back. If the Nuggets don't win now, their lead over Minnesota is down to 1 game.
Yeah, I'm saying this. Tonight, for both teams, I'm calling it must. Or as close to must as you can. Not if you lose, you're out of the playoffs. If you win, you're in the playoffs. Must.
Danger zone.
They need these games. Both of these teams absolutely need to win tonight. The Avs need to beat the Blues at home. The Nuggets need to go into Philadelphia and stomp those guys. Not just win, Vic. They were almost a 10-point favorite. Stomp.
Yeah. It's danger zone. And you can't mess around when you're in a danger zone. I was listening to Coach Malone.
Highway to the give me some, yeah. Come on, Nell. Highway, I gotta have it on a Friday.
No, just let Vic talk. No, just let Vic talk.
Just shut up. Now, I forgot what I was going to say. Go on.
Yeah. Woo! What a great chord.
There's one thing that I've noticed since Nelly has taken over for Marty. Moser had no allies before Nelly got here, and now he's got one.
See, Nelly's that soft substitute teacher. We had a stern teacher. We had Marty.
Yeah. As he drowns you out.
Get you some.
I mean, first of all, if you don't like this song, then why don't you just go back to Russia or China where you came from, Jack?
Friggin' communist.
Come on.
Look at you sitting there with your teeth in your mouth, you commie. Look at you.
How's the gulag taste, Jack? Come on.
Look at Vic's face. I swear to God, he's straight up gulag. Look at him.
I really don't like that Moser has an ally now. I really don't.
It sucks. It really does. And it's a musical ally, one that is a musical encyclopedia. So I can't do a damn thing. I mean, hell, I sent Steve this morning a great song that I said, hey, at some point, you got to come back from break with this song. And no point does he ever play it. But by God, Moser beckons him for some crap from the 80s, and it's on.
Vic, he will, but he's got to spend the next 2 hours bleeping it first before he...
There's no bleep. It's a clean version, dude.
It's okay. I'll just dial 281-330-8004, and then I'll play your song.
Yeah. That's in the song, by the way. That song's a really good song, Vic. Don't get me wrong.
But do you see me call for my song right when you're in the middle of making a point? That's the difference here.
I told Moser this before the show started, that last night, because there was no games, I tucked in baby Jamal Cale, said goodnight, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to try and rip off a couple movies tonight. Not new ones. I didn't want to be totally into it, stuff I've seen before. Mm-hmm. So we were just talking about Hell or High Water. I finished the night falling asleep to that movie, but the first movie I watched was Con Air, and I totally forgot the amount of cheese that's in that entire film, the music that's in it. It's all just the most It feels like it should have been made in like 1984. Actually, that
Absolutely,
movie.
no doubt. Hey, Vic,
What were we discussing? Because I was
I'll tell
about
you.
to go hard.
It was
blame myself.
76ers. It was Paul George
I
and
got it.
Embiid's out.
No, I
Michael
got it.
Malone's post-game comments about something.
Yeah, I blame myself for going danger zone, but I blame you for saying danger zone 3 times to stick it in my head. You were going to talk about Michael Malone's comments going into tonight's game.
He was on the PhD show yesterday afternoon, and you're reminded, as badly as they've played over the last 3 games, they've lost 3 in a row for the first time this season. The coach was in a chipper mood because he understands it's a long NBA season. And the point was made, and it's a good one. They're going to go, I don't know tonight what their starting lineup will look like. I'd be surprised if it didn't look like the exact lineup we saw in New York because they never got a chance to show it off. They never got a chance to, when Joker's out of the game 90 seconds in, what's the point, right?
Sure.
So I think they go back to that. And I think they go back to CB coming off the bench. And you got to give it a good stretch to see if this works. We'll see. The way Malone was talking, that game in New York, you couldn't see anything because the whole game was awkward from the get-go. What's your takeaway from that game in your starting unit? You can't get anything out of that.
Agreed. Wouldn't you say that right now, is the time to experiment a little bit?
Yeah.
For Michael Malone and try to figure some things out because I didn't anticipate Russell being in the starting lineup, but he was forced into that hand. It worked, and now you're trying to find the right elements at the right times. Is this not it?
Hang on. We'll get back to that in just a second. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Later in the show, we'll have Jeff Legwold join us at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Quick question. How old are you guys? Early to mid-30s? Maybe a little bit older? You know, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year in the early to mid-30s. If your sleep patterns are off, if you've been working out, you aren't seeing the gains, you're feeling sluggish and low energy, well, you may be suffering from low testosterone, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help. I went there for my issue, and it's been flat out awesome. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Super simple, super quick. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over everything with you with their medical team. Cost is only $99, includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, the appointment is absolutely free. It's really worked for me. You're going to get higher energy levels. I'm telling you, you're going to get better gains in the gym. You're going to sleep better, wake up feeling more refreshed, more productive at work, all that kind of stuff. And they've been serving the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. There's no need to wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Hey, do a little mixing for me, Nelly. Give me some mix. Mix it up,
Yeah.
DJ.
Take a lap.
Mix it
Who
up.
told you that?
Mix it, DJ.
No.
Yeah.
No. Come on. No. Next question. No.
Yeah, Nelly.
Next question, man. Stupid ass question. So a lot of balls on the table.
I really don't give a
Yeah, Freeland. There's a couple of different things.
So a lot of balls on the table.
want to stay on parade.
Oh!
How much more we got to lose? Yeah.
All right.
Now, would you rather have that or Danger Zone?
I feel like I'm ready to go now.
Come on, Moj.
Suds bucket.
What happened to Mike Jones,
Suds
by
bucket.
the way?
Suds bucket. Can't we do both?
Did he just make this song and they're like, that's it, guys, I'm out of here. Thank you
That's
very
all
much.
he needed, bro. That's all he needed. One and done.
All right, listen. Speaking of Nuggets and Avs, double dipperoo tonight. The Nuggets will be on AM 950.
Tonight.
The Avs will be on 92.5, taking on the Blues. Here's my question. I really, really try not to be prisoner of the moment. I think we all try to, because in long seasons, 82-game seasons, baseball 162, it's easy to get that way. You're on a 5-game win streak. Hey, we're the best team in the league. We'll never be stopped again. You lose a few games, then all of a sudden it's like we got to blow this thing up and start over. Try and keep perspective here, especially towards the Nuggets. The Nuggets won 12 of 15 games, and now they've lost 3 straight. And now we're talking about maybe they need to make a major move and trade MPJ and do this and that. The Avs, the perspective I have for them, if I want to just keep things in context, Mose, you're probably sick of me saying it, but I every time I mention this, it keeps bearing out to be true. When did Val leave the lineup?
New Year's Eve.
When did the Avs slide start?
Around then.
Right there. I mean, they beat Winnipeg that night, but yeah. But they've been win, lose.
They've been 6-6-2
Yeah.
since Val left the lineup, which is exactly on pace for every time he leaves the lineup. You're a 500 team. Are we overreacting to a little bit of a rough lull here in the last week to week and a half for these teams?
Yes and no. Yes. Well, I'd say no because he's such a valuable member of this lineup.
I'm saying for both teams, by the way.
Okay, let me specifically talk Avs, and I'll let Vic do his thing on the Nuggets. He's a very valuable member of this team. You cannot replace what he brings to the ice on both sides of the puck. And if you're going to go all the way, you're going to need Val. And that's been borne out the past couple of years, correct?
Yes.
However, even with Val out of the lineup, you are dropping games that you should be winning. I would argue that the other night in Long Island is one example.
Sure.
The Boston game is another example. The Chicago game is another example. You shouldn't come home and get blasted by Minnesota. Those things shouldn't happen even with no Val Nichushkin in the lineup because you've got good players and you know what the task at hand is. That would be my argument, and I bet there's not an Avalanche player in that room who would tell you anything different. Like, no, we should have gotten blasted in that one. No, you shouldn't have, right? And they know they played good enough to win. Actually, Chicago, maybe not. But I think Boston, they did. Certainly on the island, they did. You look back to some of these games and whatnot. It's just, you've got to play better without him. You have no choice, really. It'd be like, would you love to have him? Absolutely. You don't. And so you know what you're going to have to do? Play the Blues tonight and win.
Yeah.
Play Philly on Sunday and win.
How about from the Nuggets' perspective, Vic? Are we overreacting to a 3-game stretch when they won 12 of 15 previously?
I don't think you are.
Okay.
I think that the Denver Nuggets, it's not about winning 12 of 15 as much as it is. It's about, I'd like to see them win against really good teams because that will put me at ease.
Fair.
You beat a team that you're not supposed to beat, that will put me more at ease. Now, you're getting chased right now. 1 week ago, they were like 4 games clear of anybody for that 4th seed. Suddenly, those other teams are creeping up. I think the Lakers are a game and a half back now. They're creeping up fast. So what looked like a 4-team race in the West is no longer that. So they got some work to do. You got 2 games left against a half-staffed Sixers team tonight, missing 2 of their 3 best players. And then Charlotte tomorrow night. Hell, I think Charlotte tomorrow night might be tougher than the Sixers tonight.
Brett, if you go back to the last 15 games for the Nuggets, what's their record last 16?
16 games?
Add it up. You said there were 12. They won 12.
So 12 and 15, so 9 and 6? Because they've lost 3 straight.
Right, okay. The 12 out of 15 looks great, and you work your way all the way to 4th in the Western Conference, and you're still there. But you had to bust your hump just to get there, and then you lose 3 straight, and all of a sudden, everything else comes into view behind you, and you're like, wow.
Sure.
I mean, even just a couple 3 losses, Vic, and all of a sudden you're like, damn, where'd all these guys come from, right? They showed up on your doorstep, and you're like, yeah, I thought I left you guys down the street. Now they're sitting on your front doorstep.
Hell,
hey, what's up? Let me in.
I didn't even give it enough credit. It's closer than I thought. The Nuggets are only a half game ahead of the Lakers. And 1 game ahead of the Clippers.
Yeah.
And a game and a half ahead of the T-Wolves. It is suddenly tight.
Yeah, they need some wins.
Tight.
For sure. You know, one thing that, Vic, you and me were talking about this after the show yesterday. We know if there's one limitation that Joker has, it's just he's not a rim protector. Like he's not that. He's never going to be that. I don't think he's athletically gifted enough to be that. And here's what happens. It feels like a lot of that stuff has been masked over the last couple of years because you've had pretty good perimeter defense. But when you don't, it only emphasizes and highlights that more. Like I've seen some people who are Nuggets fans talking about, hey, can we talk about Jokic's defense, that he's lazy and there's a lot of Olay stuff, and I think that there is. But here's what I think happens, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong in this assessment. Perimeter defense isn't very good. Player gets blown by at the three-point line. Last line of defense is Joker underneath the rim. Joker not a good rim protector, doesn't want to take the foul, so he'll give up the easy layup. Is that what happens?
I think the fouls come into play for sure. If there's somebody running at the rim, the easiest way to pick up a foul is to reach out at him.
Yeah.
And so why even take that chance?
And
He's
Joker,
more valuable in the game on the offensive end. He's
Yeah.
more valuable. And we saw that the other night. I mean, you lose him and your entire identity changes.
Vic, you tell me, how grabby does he get on occasion?
Well, we haven't seen much of that the last couple of years. That's, you know what? That's the first game he's been in foul trouble in how long? When's the last? It's been over a year.
I mean, I said it yesterday, Vic, and you were right. I said I hate when he takes those early just slap fouls like a couple minutes into the game, and you said he hasn't done that in a while. He hasn't. He really hasn't. But it's still, when I see it, I'm like, don't.
But here's the issue. Here's the issue. I mean, he can't do it because they can't seem to overcome it. Right?
Well, the ironic part is they did overcome it. The unit that stayed in there when MPJ and Joker were on the bench,
They hung in.
played their asses off.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
They did overcome it. And not only did they overcome it, they led by 8 in the third quarter. This is what scares me about the Nuggets. Again, I mentioned this yesterday. This is the best over the last 2 years, the best finishing team in the NBA. They finish. I haven't seen it this year, man.
Mm-hmm. That is freaky. Like, they've pretty much held their hat, Vic, on the idea that if the game's close at the end, you're going to die. Like, whoever you are on the opposing side, we're going to put you in a chokehold, and it's going to take about 8 minutes, but you are slowly going to, like, fade to black. They don't have that right now. They really don't. That little finishing killer sort of punch just isn't there.
The two-man game, you know, the play that put so many people out of their misery, the Joker, Jamal, screen and roll, Joker lob to AG, running the baseline for the dunk. That's sort of the victory cigar play. How many times did we see that to end games?
Yeah. And how many times did we hear from opposing players like there's nothing you can do to stop it? It's either Jamal's going to score or Joker's going to score, and there's nothing you can do. Texture says the Avs are in a worse spot. They're in a wild card, and the teams behind them have 2 to 3 games in hand. If they win those, the Avs aren't in the playoff spot right now. Here's what, and maybe I'm wrong here. If I had to assess which team I think has the higher ceiling as of right now, January 31st, I think it's the Avs. I think they got a higher ceiling than the Nuggets for the moment. And part of it is relying on Val coming back to the lineup, Moj. But the other thing was, the things they were really poor at, which was goaltending, that's been fixed. I don't have an issue with goalie now. I don't think anybody does, right? When Mackenzie Blackwood or Scott Wedgwood's between the pipes, you're like, yeah, we're in good shape. We're fine. The Nuggets' problem is a lot more difficult to fix. They can score with anybody, but they can't get the stops right now. And
what are the biggest Avs wins of the year? You mentioned the Jets, they beat New Year's Eve. But what are their ones against the top teams in the league?
That is a great question. I'd have to go back and look and see some of these.
We'll just take the top teams in the league, jog your memory in those games.
Well, they won at Washington.
Okay.
They won at Florida 7-4, the defending Stanley Cup champion.
The Vegas shootout win?
Vegas shootout win was good. The New Jersey shutout win, they played their best game.
So they've got a lot of wins against top teams. See, that gives me – hockey's different, though. Hockey, you could pull those off a little easier than you could in the NBA.
They swept the season series against the defending Stanley Cup champions. But you look here since January 4th. They beat Buffalo in that crazy comeback game, the Devon Taves goal, right? Man, it's just they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got 5 wins since January 3rd.
Yeah.
Which is weird to say because this team was winning a lot. I mean, right there around Christmas time, they kicked some major butt.
Mm-hmm.
A little roadie. Seattle right before Christmas. After Christmas, they started waxing teams. Things were cooking. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Texture says you trade away a 50-goal scorer and Val is MIA. How can you say that you feel better about it? I don't know if again, let me reiterate something. I don't know if I feel better about where the Avs are at after the Mikko trade than before. Like, I guess time will tell on that. I just know what difference Val makes when he's in the lineup. And that's something that is going to be coming back, well, hopefully. Bednar told us probably after the Four Nations tournament. And if that happens, I think there's a really good shot that the Avs could take off and rattle off a whole bunch of wins.
The Nuggets are 2-8 against all teams ahead of them in the standings. And 2 of those wins, one came against Memphis when both teams were missing players. The other one was OKC early in the season at home. So, again, that's the only thing that gives me pause. I want to see you beat the elite teams.
Yeah.
At least every once in a while.
Hey, Moj, just for a couple of minutes here, I'm blown away by this. So, Ovechkin scores again yesterday. So, he's 19 away from Gretzky. Ovechkin, I made this comparison earlier. And
I thought he was hurt. Did he come back earlier than expected, Moj?
Yeah.
He was out for a while.
He was out for like a month, right?
Yeah.
With a broken leg. And then he comes back first game. Well, this was a while back now, but his first game back from that he scored. Mm-hmm. But he's 19 away from tying Gretzky.
Which I thought last year when he was struggling, I'm like, he's just not going to get there.
You know what I mean?
He's going to get there.
He's got 23 goals in 35 games this year.
He's going to get there.
Here's what's crazy. I made this comparison, and hear me out before anybody starts to scream. I know how much different hockey and basketball are. But him and LeBron are kind of the same to me in this sense. Hockey, you have to overcome an incredibly brutal physical nature, right? Hit all the time. At 39 years old, you're taking checks on the boards. Like, that takes a physical toll. The thing with LeBron, too, is LeBron has heavily relied on athleticism to be good in his career, and that has never tapered off, which I find equally as impressive. Like, they're kind of the same guy. 20-year careers where there's never been a huge drop-off for him. There obviously aren't the same players they were when they were 28 years old, but Moj, he's got 23 goals in 35 games. He's 39 years old.
Well, you probably don't remember the interview that Riker had with Ovechkin when the Caps were in town.
I saw it.
Okay.
I don't remember it, but I saw it.
Because when you look at his career to age 30 and then his career from age 30 now to 39, it's remarkably similar.
Yeah, same with LeBron.
Yeah, they've stayed pretty consistent. Now, are they the same players? No, because they've had to think the game differently and do different things. But the production is still really damn good. Gretzky tapered off. I mean, he was so prolific, from late teen to 30 years of age. And then he was still prolific from that point on. Still the best in the game, but just not as crazy as he once was. And Ovechkin's not, even with his younger years to 30, but he's pretty close. And Riker asked him, how is this possible? What are you doing? He said, well, you got to eat right, nutrition. I got to rest, got to get my rest. Because there's some other things I'm not going to tell you about. And I'm like, God, I don't know what those are.
Yeah.
But, he said it. Ovechkin came on out and said it. It was awesome.
So explain this to me. The Gretzky career goals record, what would you equivocate that to? In another type of record? What would be similar, akin?
I think this is when Ovechkin gets there. I think it's going to be unbreakable. I can't envision guys playing for that prolific for over 20 years.
Yeah, it's like LeBron's scoring record in the NBA.
It'll never be broken. I can't think of anything that will. The LeBron's record, Emmitt Smith's rushing yards in the NFL will never ever be broken.
Yeah.
Ever. These are just things. DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, that will never be broken.
I don't know, man. Rules can change. Well, unless Major League Baseball goes to slow pitch softball,
no, but
it'll never be broken.
Moser's right about this. It's the same thing with LeBron. Who's going to keep up this level of consistency over 20 years?
Nobody.
That's what's crazy. Without ever getting hurt.
Rules can change. Enter the 4-point shot. Something crazy like that.
Okay.
Baseball removes the field. No more shortstops.
You telling me we're going to have guys hucking it up from 38 feet? What are you telling me?
Why not? If
they do that though, that's not even basketball. That's a joke.
I'm just going through the channels last night. Did you see in the LA Washington game, early in the game, LeBron stops about 6 feet across half court. He's in the logo and says, I'll shoot it. Net. You saw Anthony Edwards against the Nuggets. He did the same thing.
Okay, so
that's 8 feet behind the line, dude.
It's insane.
The most
insane,
unbreakable thing that I think exists has to be Cal Ripken's streak, right? Nobody's playing that many games in a row.
Nobody will ever play that many games in a row.
And I don't think many managers will sort of look the other way when he can't play, and he still does.
Right.
What is that streak? 2,632 games. Yeah, nobody's touching 2,632 straight. That is never. I don't even know if somebody gets halfway there.
I think the only records in baseball that are just as unbreakable are any record that Cy Young holds. That guy pitched an insane amount of complete games.
Yeah, he was also pitching to Pebbly Jack.
You're talking about a legend there.
I mean, you might as well give a bat to Steve Nelson and say, go get him.
Watch your mouth.
History book.
What's his name? Jack Cocktoaston? What's his name?
Jack Glasscock.
Glasscock.
A guy who played shortstop like half his career without a glove is an impressive human being, okay? You guys go try that. Try and take a one-hopper with no glove.
The baseball was like a squash ball.
The ball was like a... I'm kidding. I know Vic's going to say, the ball was like a tennis ball. No, it wasn't, dude. It was a hard ball. Baseballs were hard. They've always been hard. Do you even know what it's like?
I'll show you a hard ball.
Should probably get that checked. I got some audio. Vic, you're going to like this. It's from your school. It's from Notre Dame. I got audio from a Notre Dame head coach that I think we need to start doing more. We'll talk about it next.
Hey, Vic. I had to call in some reinforcements during the commercial break. I don't even know why I'm telling you this, because I think you're going to be against me as we roll on here, right, Brett?
Well, go ahead. Make your case.
39 years ago today,
Yeah.
a certain movie was released to the world, and that movie was called Youngblood, starring Rob Lowe.
Yep, hockey movie.
Yeah. So the trailer's online.
Good movie.
I actually just saw a clip of that the other day of him, and it was like a shootout or something like that. I don't know what it was.
So Dean Youngblood he had awesome hands, could skate like the wind.
It was fake.
Okay, so I show him the trailer, Vic,
So
and he goes,
let me tell you something, Moj. No, Rob Lowe did not have great hands, great hockey hands.
how
He
do
didn't.
you know? Michael J. Fox did. So I show him the trailer, Vic, and he goes, it's so cheesy.
It is cheesy.
Yeah, but cheesy movies were good back in the 80s. I'll give him that.
What you guys? I just told Moser this. I said Con Air is super cheesy, but I think it's a great movie. It's super entertaining. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just really cheesy.
I mean,
And
Rob
I also
Lowe,
I can't get over Rob Lowe being the star hockey player either. That's something doesn't compute.
he looked the part. He looked the part back in the day. And then Brett goes, "What did any pretty guys ever play?" And so I had to call Riker. So
You know who Robbie Benson is? He played a couple key sports movies.
Yeah. What's the one where he filmed up at CSU?
Yeah, with Anderson.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Wow,
Anyway, so
great detail on that
So
one.
he has no idea who Robbie Benson is.
He
It's
was
fine.
in a movie. Yeah, it was with Anderson. Yeah. All right.
Bobby
great.
Anderson.
Yep.
Yeah, he was. Okay, so I call Riker, and I say, back me up on this. He goes, second greatest hockey movie behind Slapshot. I said, absolutely. So I had to get some backup in on this. And he goes, and so the Brett goes, well, Rob Lowe's too pretty to play hockey. And so Riker answers back with, oh, yeah? You tell that to Landeskog.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great retort.
You
from him.
tell that to Peter Forsberg.
Great retort. Yep.
There you go.
I got
Pretty
owned.
people can play. They're not all ugly.
There's some ugly dudes in hockey, though. I mean, there's some really ugly. But Patrick Swayze's in that movie. A very, very young Keanu Reeves plays the goaltender for the Hamilton Mustangs.
What year did that movie come out?
1986.
43. Hey, I have a question for you guys.
I mean, look at Wayne Gretzky here. I mean, come on,
That's
man.
a hockey player.
Hey,
I think
that's
he's pretty, Brett.
Hey, Vic, look at your screen. That is the greatest hockey player of all time.
It's a great sweater.
I know it looks like a commercial for Gap,
Skinny he was
1983.
back then. Oh my God.
Okay, hang on. Before we get to anything else, I got
Gangly.
to tell you, Vic, this relates to your team. I know you're more Notre Dame football than you are basketball. I don't know how much Notre Dame basketball you consume. But your head coach there, Micah Shrewsbury, they just came off a win. Now, they didn't play great against Georgia Tech yesterday. Why am I talking about this? Well, he goes to his post-game press conference. He shares a story. Story is he gets a text from somebody that's giving him advice. Here's how it sounds.
I was just walking, grabbed my phone, so I had to go back to the locker room. And I got this text at 10:15. So obviously the game was still going. Whoever sent this, I appreciate you. Thank you for being cool. WTF, am I watching? Do you have any plays written up? Because holy S, your team is unorganized as hell. What are they paying you for? I'm glad it didn't have a name attached to it. But that right there, fellas, is a lesson in humility. As good as you feel, some people think you stink.
Some random Notre Dame fan got his number, texted him mid-game, and said, why don't you drop in some plays? What the hell is this?
Sign mom.
I think that we should allow one random fan a game to be able to text the coach of your team. So he sees it when he goes in at halftime or at intermission or whatever.
And he has to read it.
And he has to read it.
Yes.
He has to read it.
You know what? At halftime when we do sidelines for Nuggets and, you do it in intermissions for hockey, you always have those ridiculous interviews we do. And I'm sorry, sometimes you get good stuff out of them. Sometimes. But a lot of times it's just a cursory, hey, how you doing?
Hockey ones are great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we got to be
tough
better
period.
in the defensive zone.
Yeah.
We got to be able to finish on the power play. She's not working the way we want.
So tell me, rather than those interviews where you really gain nothing, wouldn't you rather hear them read a mean tweet or a mean text?
Yes. Yeah.
That would be outstanding.
Do that.
Oh my
by the
God.
way,
You know what? Hey, Altitude TV execs. From now on, coaches read mean tweets.
by the way,
that's not gonna happen.
by the way, liking him
It's
before,
more entertaining.
by the way, liking him before I let you go. Got this text. 62 needs to figure it the bleep out. That's from Jam 4575.
Hey, listen, the Avs do need to figure it out this evening. That's an absolute fact. They're doing a lot of right things, but just doing a lot of right things is not going to get you wins in this league. I mean, you have to start winning games. Things are getting tight in the Western Conference. When you look overall, though, at the Central, forget about Winnipeg, because Winnipeg, you had the opportunity. You were 8 points back, and you played Winnipeg, right? And so you're like, okay, we can make this a 6-point lead for the top of the division. Well, they've checked out again. They've gone 8-2 in their last 10. They're a 15-point team. They got 15 points on the Avs. The Avs have a game in hand.
Mm-hmm.
What you're looking at now is Minnesota and Dallas.
Yeah.
In their last 10, Minnesota's 5-5-0. Dallas is 6-4-0. And they just lost Haskinen, perhaps not for the year, but he's going to have surgery, so he's going to be out for a while. And you got to start winning some games here. You're 4-5-1 in your last 10. You got to start putting it together.
Question for you guys. What would you consider the most talent-rich sector of sports in the state of Colorado? Like when I say, we are Colorado, we are the best at blank, what would it be?
I tell you what, there's a lot of...
Professionally or what?
Any sport. I'm leaving it open.
Say the winter sports like skiing.
No, like where we have the most talent. Okay, that's a great guess, but it's not the answer I have for you.
Well, I think I'm probably right,
So
though.
this is where you ask, again, a question where you already have the answer
I
in your
have the
head,
answer.
and then you berate us when I say, hey, look, youth hockey right now in the great state of Colorado, especially girls hockey, is kick butt.
Okay.
A lot of terrific
You're
players.
right.
I know what you're going to say, women's soccer.
No, close. I'm reading the Denver Post this morning, and I come across this story, and I cannot remember the last time this has ever happened. Did you know that the state of Colorado has not one but 2 McDonald's All-American girls high school basketball players?
Dang.
Do you know how hard it is to be a McDonald's All-American? Like Chauncey Billups back in the day was, an All-American. You get 1 on the boys' side, and everybody's like, whoa. 2 in girls basketball from the state of Colorado, which is freaking crazy to me.
That is awesome.
Alexandra Eschmeyer is 1. She plays for Peak to Peak. And the Betts girl, she's one of the Betts sisters. They got like 3 or 4 of them in the family that have been like All-Americans. She's the other. She plays for Grandview. That's crazy to me. Sienna Betts. I'm sorry, not Sienna Betts. Which Betts is this? Lauren Betts or Sienna Betts? One of the Betts.
Great update. That is cool, though. Like 2 McDonald's All-Americans is amazing. Texter says, we're the best at pack burro racing, obviously. If you didn't learn that yesterday, that is the official summer sport of Colorado.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, dude, do you know how hard it is to be an All-American?
Well, it's about as hard as this. Take all of the women's basketball players in high school in the country and then choose about 15 of them. That's how hard it is.
That's pretty much it.
And 2 of them reside right here in Denver. Denver, we're not exactly a hoops hotbed, okay? But in women's basketball, we are. In women's soccer, we are.
In hockey as well, dude. There
We
are
are.
some really, really good. I mean, Nicole Hensley's a prime example.
Here's what it comes down to.
Olympic gold medalist, pro.
You guys that live here, all of us guys, we're trash compared to the girls. I'm serious. Comparatively speaking, we have no talent in the male sector. We are trash. The women are carrying the load here. Trash. They're doing it all. They're doing all the work.
Step your game up, dudes. Let's go.
Like that college project where one person does all the work and everybody else just slaps their name on it, gets an A.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So that's really cool, though. I had no idea. 2 McDonald's All-Americans here in women's basketball. State of Colorado. Pretty nice. 303.
Will they stay and play in Colorado, Vic, or will they go someplace else?
The Betts girl is going to go join her sister at UCLA. And Alexandra, let's see, where's she going? I don't know where she's going right now. I should know this. But the point is, they've got so much talent here that other schools across the country are coming to Denver to recruit. Step your game up, men.
Jeff Legwold's going to join us in an hour. Stick around. This takes me back to a high school weight room. Baseball players had to share the weight room with all the football players, and it was just this on repeat. And a whole bunch of guys screaming about their maxes as baseball guys were like, I'm going to do some shoulder exercises. No, you go ahead and handle those 5 plates on the squat rack. That's not
awesome.
for me. I got a question.
I saw this dude in the gym yesterday that was pretty skinny. I mean, he looked like Marty, and he got up under the bench, and I saw 2 plates, and this guy could not have been more than 155 pounds.
Did he have a spotter?
No, he's by himself. He had 2 plates on there, and I'm like, okay, what are we doing here?
Did he do it?
Do it like 5 times.
Good for him. That's what, like, I get, like, maybe 2 of those. That's it.
Oh, big lifter boy.
I'm not, but it's like the only thing that I do. I bench.
Big lifter boy now.
I am not big lifter boy. I am the far opposite of that. But it's the only thing I do because, Vic, I don't do cardio. So I just lift things up and then I put them down. I'm like, that's a workout. Anyway.
No. When I say 2 plates, 2 plates on each side.
Yeah, no kidding.
People are assuming, big deal, 2 plates. I mean, hell, Moser can do 2 actual plates. I'm talking 2 on each side.
Yeah, what is that? 200. That's 225.
Why am I catching strays?
Because when we get to this point in the show, you always catch strays, athletically speaking. That's just the way.
Let's see. It's 8:03 a.m. on Friday. That's stray catching time. Nelly, do we have drunk takes this week?
We do.
I don't remember anything from this week that would qualify.
If I had $1 for every time you'd say that, man, I mean, every week you guys have stepped up to the plate.
By the way, guys, Texter says that's 180 pounds. It's not. It's 225. The bar is 45 pounds. Bar's 45, 90 on each side. 225. Listen.
You ever used an underweight bar and thought you were lifting more?
Yeah, I hate
happened.
that. Like, what kind of trick is that they're pulling?
I don't know.
On
I don't know why they would do that.
Like, bars should just be 45 across the board. You don't need a less weighted bar, okay? Can I ask you guys something? I know we're still a week out from Super Bowl festivities and all that different kind of stuff, and they're doing their little skills competition games in the Pro Bowl. Had those last night. Didn't watch any of it. But can I say one thing? That I'm getting pretty tired of something, and I'm going to feel gross saying this because this is going to be kind of a defense of the Chiefs. I saw this Bills fan, this tweet that went viral yesterday, put out a 5-minute video of the referees and what he said in the tweet, spotting the ball shorter than what the Bills actually gained. And here's what I go back to. I remember I saw this podcast with, you guys know who Theo Vaughn is? Comedian Theo Vaughn?
Yeah, I know who he is.
So he had Tony Robbins on his show once. And Tony Robbins did this exercise. He goes, take 10 seconds, look around the room, find everything brown that you can find. Everything. And he goes, you find everything that's brown? He goes, yeah. He goes, you probably found some things that were like beige or maybe a little more red that you probably called brown, didn't you? And he goes, yes. He goes, how many things were white? And he goes, I don't know. I wasn't looking. And that's kind of the point, I think, with the Chiefs. They are so magnified now with calls that are going their way that I'm kind of tired of it. Okay, I'm really just kind of sick of people like nitpicking every little detail in a game that might have gave them a couple of inches on a spot or something. Like, it drives me nuts now. I'm over it.
It's too late to bring it back. It's jumped the shark. You're already in that magnifying glass era when it comes to the Chiefs. The other thing, when you mentioned that scenario, television viewing and the way we've changed the way we watch football games, the yellow line has changed a lot when it comes to spotting, right? The yellow line did not exist until, 20 years ago? The yellow line on your television.
I think
whenever it
less
happened.
than that.
So when we would watch a game back in the olden days, Nelly and Brent, before you guys, hell, all you know is the yellow line. You guys probably don't even know football without the yellow line, do you?
Vic, when I see highlights from the 80s, the TV broadcast doesn't have the score bug. It doesn't have the clock.
And
it
you're
doesn't
like,
have
what
the
is
first down. I go, I'm out. I don't care.
That's insane. That's an insane concept.
So when you're watching a game without the yellow line, you don't jump to conclusions right away. Oh, that's first down. Oh, yeah. We're doing that now because the broadcast itself is placing more on a spot than ever before. We're looking at the line. Like, you know what? On the field, they're not looking at that line. They don't have it.
Hey, Vic, I get annoyed when there's some camera problem with altitude, and they have to do a camera view of the clock inside the arena as opposed to the digital one they have. I get annoyed with that.
We're spoiled as viewers because we have everything now at our control, and it's changed so much. The point I'm getting to is ultra slow-mo, all these angles, yellow lines. We see the field, we see the arena better than the people there.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys. I'm getting kind of tired of it. And Bills fans are just like, you know what? Just shut up, okay? Just shut up. Kincaid make the catch, and then maybe the game's different, but you didn't, and then you left it up to this possibility. But it's just over and over again. It's nonstop. It's either people complaining about the Chiefs getting the call or Chiefs fans complaining about the people complaining. And I'm just like, I'm tired of all of it.
I understand what you're saying, Brett, but you brought up a stat on this program, I think it was last week, maybe a week and a half ago, where you mentioned in the last since like 2019, on the plus minus of winning the penalty battle. Mm-hmm. Do you still have that stat? I'm going to try.
It was something like they have been granted more penalty yardage in 11 of their last 12 playoff games or something like that
than the opposition.
Right.
So actually, I think it was 11 times it happened. 11 times.
I think it was 11 times in 12 games.
Okay. The next closest team is a plus what?
I think it was 5.
3. You said Baltimore was a plus 3, and another team, I think Buffalo might have been a plus 1. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Where the data that's laid out in front of you supports the fact that the Chiefs get a good flag. Period. End of story.
That might be true. Now, there is one other possibility.
And by the way, Brett, when the Chiefs are playing, they may be the quote best team in football, but they're playing other really super awesome best teams in football.
I'm going to say this on the front end.
And they continue to win that battle.
I'm going to say this on the front end.
Unless they're the most disciplined football team in the history of football.
Just so everybody's aware. I fully acknowledge that the Chiefs get calls because that's what good teams get. Good teams get calls. That's just what happens. It happens in every sport. If your team has been good for a while, they're always going to get a better whistle. Now, there is another possibility that maybe they're just a little bit more disciplined. Perhaps. Like, that is possible. That part of the reason why they're good is they're a more disciplined football team in those moments.
Over again.
I'm just saying.
I'm leaning a little towards Brett's argument here. I think when you hate a team as much as everybody sort of here hates the Chiefs, you're going to paint some narratives. And I think when you take a step back, it really is not as bad as it sounds or as it looks. It isn't. If you're going to be fair,
I'm sure it's not. I'm sure also that the number of games played, you have a larger pool with which to inspect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How many games have the Broncos had?
0. Exactly.
And the games in which they play are usually big games with a bigger magnifying glass.
100%. 100%. But Vic, you can't go and look and say it's not just that you win the flag battle. It's when you win the flag battle. It's a 3rd and 16. It's a ticky-tack PI call, yet Mahomes and the Chiefs benefit, and their drive continues. So, and then the witch pulls out a witch play, and he burns you and kills you and rips your heart out.
Here's a great example of how narratives change. It's all subjective. We got a Twitch comment. Oh, my God, watch the video. They hold every play. That comment is from Bills Mafia 1963. Shocker that you would feel that way, Bills Mafia 1963. Hey, I get it. I understand why you would feel that way. But you know what? I can make the same argument, Bills Mafia 1963, when I watch a Broncos-Bills games. How many Broncos fans were saying, oh, my God, look at the way they treat Josh Allen?
I dig.
But my God, that guy was never inbounds. His foot touched out of bounds on the catch. Remember that in the end zone? I mean, every fan base is going to make an argument against or for.
You both would acknowledge that 95% of the time when the offensive line for Kansas City is lined up and ready to go, that the right tackle is in a different zip code.
100%.
Yes.
He looks completely out of place.
He's in a different zip code, and they still don't call it. They don't force him up to the line of scrimmage.
I almost wonder,
why?
Is this intentional? Do they continue to do this just like they're not calling this every single time? They aren't going to do that.
Well,
so if I just keep doing this, they're going to get tired of it.
Well, it's the old adage that they used to do this in the NBA a lot, and if you foul hard early in a game, hard, come at them hard, track the whistle early, they'll soften it up by the end of the game, and you could get away with some things.
Yep.
Jawan Taylor wears number 74. So if I'm the referee against the Kansas City Chiefs, I can pull one of these. Ready?
Yeah, that guy drives me nuts.
Here we go. We have instructed the Kansas City sideline that they can't have Jawan Taylor, number 74, in a different zip code pre-snap every single offensive series. Now, I've also warned the Chiefs sideline, if they continue to do it, I'm going to give 14 points to the Eagles before this mother trucker even kicks off. Are we clear?
You know what's funny about
What's
that?
the rule on that, by the way? Do they have to be at the 1-yard line? What if they're at the 50?
I don't know.
Can they just be like, you know what? I'm tired of it. Touchdown.
But you know what I mean? It's like, listen, the Chiefs are awesome. I mean, they're incredible, which is why
unfair.
Right.
What are the two most egregious? Like that series with the penalties was crazy. That's number one. The second most ridiculous series of penalties or penalty I've seen in the last month of playoff football came in the college football playoff. The Georgia kid standing in the white and the ref right into him.
Yeah.
He's got no shoulder pads on. He's just there.
He's just hanging.
He's just hanging. He gets run over by the referee, but it's his fault.
It'd have been funny if he was on his phone.
Yeah, so then he goes to the bench, and he's like, I'm just going to sit on – like somebody probably told him, get your blank on the bench.
Oh, the camera found him, though.
They had the camera on him the entire – it wasn't his fault, man.
That's so crude of ESPN, by the way, to focus on that even late in the game.
Dude, there were a ton of guys in the white. This guy just happened to not have pads on because he was injured.
It's just like, you're right, Vic. The play-by-play was like, all right, 3rd and 3, and it's a 4-yard gain that's going to be a first down. And there he is on the sideline, that idiot again. Look at him.
They kept going back
Look
to
at
him.
him.
Again, that's a production decision. Somebody in the production truck is saying, hey, show me the idiot again.
They were this close to putting up his social media handles.
I mean, seriously. Call 1-800 hate this kid. I felt bad for him, man. I felt awful for him by the end of that game.
It's almost like a sadistic producer. All right, that kid looks miserable. Let's go back to him on the next time. Look, oh my God, I almost see a tear. I almost see a tear. I need a tight shot. Camera 6, I need a tight shot on the teary kid on the bench.
Georgia's going to lose considerably, but we're going to pin all the blame on that kid who's got a frat party set up for next
Let's go down to Pam Oliver on the sideline. Pam, yeah, you really blew that one, son. I mean, just lean into
terrible.
it.
Hey, do you remember they did that the first season of the XFL? A quarterback would throw a pick, and then he'd be running off the field, and they'd say, like, hey, Kane, you just drop back.
That.
You drop back, you threw it to the other team. What happened there? They used to shove the camera in their face seconds after that.
So I read this this blog by Joe Pompliano, who does a lot of this business stuff, and he talked about the future of the NFL. You know how we always wonder why they can't spot the ball properly, and everybody says, why can't they do what tennis does and use Hawkeye technology with the ball? Can't.
No. I know it's an easy reason why they can't, but go ahead.
Yeah, easy reason they can't is because when you're playing tennis, the ball is in full sight, and they require cameras, right? Multiple angles. When you're playing football, somebody's carrying the ball. It's not in full sight. It's not in plain sight. So that Hawkeye technology is useless.
Also,
however,
it's when the tennis ball hits the ground, not when a knee or an elbow or something hits the ground.
Exactly. In football, though, Pompliano said that the NFL is in the middle of they're working on something. They got something, chip technology that they're going to unveil soon, and it can't come soon enough. Because watching these old dudes, present company included, I'm one of them, trot out there with these chains. By the way, they never measured that. Did you notice that on the Allen first down?
Yeah.
They never trotted out the chains.
Yeah, explain that, Kane.
I have no idea.
You get some guy. You remember Blue from
I still love this. Hang on. Here's my impression of a 65-year-old ref marking a spot. You ready?
He's stumbling around.
It's like he's walking serpentine up to the ball. It's like, walk straight.
Whoa. You remember the movie Old School? Remember Blue?
Yeah.
My boy
Blue.
Every chain gang is like Blue, right?
Yes.
Like they're out there like,
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Moj, the reality is those guys are our age. You realize that, or younger. I mean, look at what an affront to us. These guys are calling these the olds. They're pretty much our age.
But excuse me. Your own comrade over here just said it was like Blue from old school, who I think was 140 years old.
But if you looked at go ahead, look up referee officials' age, average age of officials. I guarantee they're younger than me and Moj. And you guys are casting these dudes as Blue from old school?
Yeah, but I look good.
The
Dude,
average
if you were out there, you pop an Achilles trying to get a measure.
Probably so.
The average age of an NFL referee is 51 years old.
Yes, younger than both of us. There is, come on, man.
That's a problem. Hey, when we roll on here, I know you do.
I'm sorry, Sonny. I don't think you got the first down on this play. It's Moser.
How about when we come back? How about win one for the average guy? Get some of that money, Brett, and put it in your pocket because something happened in December that hasn't happened in a long, long time.
Chop back, threw it to the other team.
What if I told you about a 75,000-mile warranty on a pre-owned car? You got them right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Certified pre-owned Volvos, Fords, Lincolns, and Mazdas. Pretty awesome. You can get up to 75,000 miles in that warranty, plus a 5-day exchange policy. They've got so many rides there on the lot that are ready to go for you. You can't even believe it. They've been in business and family-owned for 65 years. That means something. Greg Larson, TJ, everybody up there does an unbelievably good job. So do yourself a favor. Do what I did. Get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield at Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online at sthmotors.com. sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, hand up. Bad host moment. What the hell are we talking about? What were we going to come back with?
Moser said something about December and something that doesn't happen often.
Win one for the little guy.
Yep, go ahead.
I don't sports bet. But dig this. Ready for this, Vic?
Oh, you don't call the number 222 a guaranteed winner? You don't got the guaranteed winner for tonight?
Call 1-900. Give us a call right now.
I would put my kid's life on the line with his pick.
Only if you want to consider it a business, though. Only if it's an investment.
2222.
If you want to make this a business investment, call the number.
My house, my mother's house, and my child's will on the line tonight.
Cool. Right now.
All right, now let me throw some knowledge on you. It's hard to win at sports betting. Some people think they have it licked, right? Oh, I've got this. I know what I'm doing. I can make a living at this. For the first time in 12 years, over a decade, football bettors in Nevada beat the sports books.
I saw that.
For what?
A net of $2.1 million overall.
For what dates? What time period?
I just said the month of December.
Oh, December. Wow.
It's only the 13th losing month on football bets during the regular season in the state's history.
Wow. They're getting smart.
And largest net loss in football since November 2012, when sportsbooks lost 5.3 on bets on the NFL and college football. So
they must be calling Big Lou.
Hang on a second. You know what's amazing
he's
about
just
that
like
number?
you, except he's only on number 2. All right, anyway.
I told you over the month of December, I'm red hot. Can't lose. Call the number.
All right, listen. Stop that.
I'm surprised he doesn't say please. Call the number, please.
Okay, stop.
Please call the number.
Okay. Okay.
Who the hell called?
It's a recorded voice line. You only got to listen to me talk. Okay? It's not even a conversation. Just call the number.
Anyway, the point is that for just the first time in forever, football folks actually came out on top.
Okay, but hang on, Moj. Here's
the
problem.
crazy.
$2 million is nothing.
That's nothing.
Nothing.
I know it isn't.
Like, think about this.
By the time they take their VIG, that's break even.
Well, and beyond that, Vic, it's like, all right, $2 million spread across all these different sports books, spread across the people that actually go to the casino to put down bets and probably spend $100 on food and booze while they're doing it. Like they're probably like, yeah, I'm still on top like a ton.
Apparently, overall in the month of December, sportsbooks won $15 million, mostly through basketball. So there you go.
Hey, did you see this Terry Rozier investigation in the NBA from 2023? They're investigating whether or not he was involved in some gambling scam.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Irregular betting habits during some of his games.
If you're a guy like Rozier, Rozier was never like top of the food chain type of money, but I'm curious, how much money did Terry Rozier make in his career?
I would guess. I don't even.
Well,
have
he's still in the league.
I would guess $65 million in total career earnings so far. Take a look. I have no idea.
He's playing for Miami. Guess. He's still in the league.
I mean, he plays in the NBA. You're going to make $50 million.
Dude, he's made $133.8 million in his career. Terry Rozier.
Jeez.
What the hell are you doing messing around with gambling sites like this? What are you doing? Made 133. What, you going to make an extra $5K on your under on 3-pointers? Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, maybe if you're one of these, if you're Facu Campazzo, and you're like, I got 1 year in the league, maybe I can scratch a little extra cash out of. Maybe you'd consider. I wouldn't.
Dude,
obviously,
Facu's made a lot of money in his career too. They
you know
pay pretty well where he plays.
But you know what I mean, like. $133 million, dude. What the hell are you messing around with this stuff for?
I mean, some of those guys get in and over their heads. Some of their friends get involved. Who knows, man? But if there's one or two that bubble to the top, there's more.
Absolutely. We're going to talk to Jeff Legwold, by the way, at the top of the hour.
Do you know how much hang on. Do you know how much Terry Rozier is making this year?
Yeah.
$25 million.
Yeah.
25.
When we talk about the gambling, I always forget. I always wonder, like, after games, I'm always hurt if my team loses. But I always wonder why these fans, especially on Twitter, get so upset. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I forgot about that. It's the gambling.
Hey,
You know what I was? I forgot all about it. Sometimes I wonder why the irrational thought here. What is going on? Oh.
Let me share a story with you guys. My buddy, when we were in high school, he had a part-time job at one of those places in the mall that has shoes. Not like a Foot Locker, but like a Champs, I think is what it's called.
they sell hats.
Well, they sell a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay,
There's shoes,
okay,
hats,
okay.
shirts.
All right.
It's a sports store, right?
All right, yeah.
And this guy walks in with a little girl, couldn't be like 2 or 3. And it's on a Saturday, middle of the day. And he's holding his daughter's hand. He walks into my buddy's like, yeah, can I help you find something? He just says, hey, I'm just wondering, it's a sports place. You know the score of the Notre Dame game by chance? He goes, yeah, Notre Dame. They lost by like 20 points today. And he goes, oh. Well, honey, time to go home and pack your clothes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord.
He didn't call Big Lou, obviously.
Hey, real quick, on the flip side of things, I just saw this story. Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter, remember he got busted by the feds for allegedly stealing from Shohei. How much did he steal? Do you remember the exact number, Brett?
Tens of millions. I don't remember the exact.
And then why did he say that he did it?
Well, one reason would be he did. The other reason, conspiratorially, would be that he's covering up for Shohei and some
but
stuff.
Yeah, why did he say that he had to pay off what?
Some sort of gambling debt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the federal prosecutors just came out and said, you know what? We've looked into this thing. This guy does not have a gambling addiction.
And Rob Manfred said,
guy,
yes, he does.
Yes,
he does.
You better make sure he does.
Hold on.
Somebody go place bets and use his name now.
There's no evidence that this guy, what's his name? Mizuhara, had any sort of gambling addiction. No massive gambling debts.
Wow.
Now, he said, look, I got a long-standing addiction to gambling. I frequented casinos 4 to 5 times a week. Man, I just blew all the money on that, blah, 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 blah. The feds say that all we can find is he spent $200 at the Mirage in 2008.
Maybe they had
What
a
the hell is
chocolate addiction.
What is going on here, dude?
Hey, listen. Everyone listening to this show, every one of us, you have some sort of addiction. It may be good or bad. It may, some addictions are awful. But everybody has an addiction of some sort. Brett, what's your addiction?
How many do you want?
I mean, what? Give me your top addictions.
Nicotine pouches all day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moser, what's your addiction?
Coke pouches, yeah.
I have an addiction for running shoes. I can't buy enough. My wife kills me for it. I have closets of I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Running shoes.
Including ones made of cardboard.
Yes. I can't stop buying them.
We call that the Imelda Marcos disease.
Yes. I don't know why. If I'm in a store and I see running shoes, I go straight to the running shoes.
Don't you remember Imelda Marcos?
Nelly,
you have no idea what I'm talking about,
no,
right?
They're too young.
No,
Nelly, what's your addiction?
Let's see. Addiction, indulging Moser's music tangents is my addiction, evidently.
Thanks, Nelly.
Also, telephone right here.
Yeah.
Unhealthy addiction.
I'm here to tell you something right now, by the way. Ladies, if your man does not have some sort of vice, some sort of thing that Vic is talking about,
don't trust him.
That guy has bodies buried under your basement,
100%.
okay? There's something wrong with that guy.
You're so right. In fact, on these dates, these first dates that people do now, that some of them are done online, that's the first question you should ask. What's your addiction?
Yeah.
You got to get that out in the open.
Now, I don't know if that same thing applies to women. I'm not the expert at that thing. All I'm telling you is a man, if he doesn't have something that he
100%.
does that you don't like, whether it's he gambles on games or he drinks a little too much or he smokes or whatever, that guy is killing people. Okay?
Someone said my addiction is catalytic converters. Explains all the thefts here in Colorado.
God. Oh, my Lord Almighty.
Hang on, we got a lot of female listeners to the show. Does that apply to women too? Does there have to be like a shopping
Hold
habit?
on.
Does there have to be?
Let me ask my wife. I'm going to ask her.
Yeah, go ask her.
Give me a second.
Go ask her. All right, we'll filibuster until Vic comes back because I'm genuinely curious. I was trying to think with my wife. Hey, turn his mic off in case Terry gets foul.
Vic, I don't have time for your blank.
Like, Does the bear got something? Like, her things seem productive. She likes to cook. Well,
she likes painting Vic naked. Painting. Is that an addiction?
Yeah, if you paint Vic naked more than once, that's an addiction.
Turn Vic back on. What's the verdict?
Oh, that was quick out of her mouth. I said, Terry, what's your addiction? Shopping for home decor.
Yeah. Everybody's got to have something.
That's true.
I think it's everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
I get these boxes at our house every day. You know, it's not even going out and shopping anymore. It's shopping from the computer. And everything's some random object. What is this?
Oh, dude, I can't wait. I just ordered something online yesterday. It's the first time I've ordered something online in like 2 years, where like a package is showing up to my door.
Like your own order?
I want to see my wife's face.
Isn't that crazy when you order your own and you're looking like, oh my God, it's got my name on it?
Yeah.
You're so right. So often I go to the porch, I'm like, yeah, Terry.
I can't wait for her.
Oh my God, this one's got my name on it.
Bring in that box and be like, what did you get? Like, just to see her reaction.
How dare you?
Yeah.
What did you order?
It was free shipping. Anyway, so where were we at? Sorry, what happened?
We went through all the sports. We started with the sports book in December and digressed from there.
Oh, gotcha.
All the way to Shohei's guy, and now here we are.
Oh, here you go. This from, I don't know if it's a woman or not on the text line. Women's addiction, shopping, makeup, and skincare products. I will say the amount of things that my wife applies to her face every single day. Like I said, guys, I live like I'm in the 1600s. Nothing on here except for a little water from the shower.
Well,
okay?
It shows. Hey,
fine.
Trust me, it shows.
I'm not going through her routine. I'm not doing that. Okay, every day where I'm doing like 30 minutes worth of, here's this lotion for this stuff, and then I have to put this on, and then there's a cleanser, and then there's, I can't stand it.
You want to see something disgusting?
Oh, yeah, I've always wanted to see something disgusting. Please show me.
Especially when you look down below the camera like that. Yeah, that's great.
Did you guys see, I posted this, my kids got me a new razor, like the state-of-the-art razor for Christmas.
Yeah, I saw your neck. I saw your neck.
Did you see what it did to me?
What happened?
You didn't see what it did to me, did you?
I did, yeah.
Powder?
No.
Let me show you what this razor did to my neck after one shave.
Goodness gracious. It's like a puncture.
Puncture? I lost 7 liters of blood.
Look at all that.
Yes.
What is... Okay, you don't have to say the brand of it unless, I guess, if you want to.
I'm not going to say the brand of it, but they sold it to me like, yeah, this is the best razor you can buy.
Is it one of those like...
Blah, blah, blah. No. This is a...
Like a razor.
The razor.
Okay.
And like, yeah, you change a razor every week. And I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, let me put this to work. I went like just one time, and I'm like popping veins, bleeding everywhere.
Did you put shaving cream on it?
Yes.
Okay. It looked like a dry. I don't know. Told you I don't do the razors. I do the buzzers.
Hey, some guy for UPS on the text line. I know about your wife's penchant for packages, Vic. I deliver for UPS. I deliver your stuff all the time.
It's got you figured out already. Got you figured out.
Hey, do me a favor, UPS guy. Change the name to my name just on a couple occasions, just to make me feel wanted.
See, me and my wife, like every Friday, we just like Uber Eats something to the house. And it's like the same order every Friday, just because we live in a place where nobody delivers. Because there's nothing out there yet. So there's only like a couple of different restaurants that'll deliver their food.
Everybody's too afraid to go to your neighborhood, or what?
No, it's just like it's not built up enough. I told you, I live by the airport. There's nothing over there. And so there's only a couple of places.
What terminal do you live in?
The food court, but they don't deliver. But there's only a couple of places. There's these Uber drivers that make the trip out to our house have to be like, are these guys addicted to this food? I'm like, no, it's just the only thing we can get out here. It's the same thing every single time. All right, so Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Get to a little football. Double dipperoo tonight. The Nuggets are going to be on AM 950. The Avs are going to be on 92.5. Nuggets at 5:30 against the Sixers. In the
double
Avs
dipperoo
at 7 against the Blues.
You may not look at these games as like big games. I mean, not marquee matchups, although if Embiid was in, it probably would have been. Again, that stat where he's made like $120 million on games he's never played in, that just blows my mind. Whatever it was, Nelly, that you sent us, it just blew my mind. But I would argue to you that both of them are incredibly important games at this point in the season.
As we get to these two games, I got a question about that. And Nelly, if you could cue up the stat about Embiid when we return, because it's about games played versus games missed, and the way that people discuss it, I think is really interesting. We'll get to it next. Just over a week from the big game, and nobody is going to do that better than Circus Sports, including their Circus Squares contest. We all know what squares are. You pick your numbers, and usually they're handed to you. In the case of this, you get to choose your own. Each one has a different set of odds, and with a minimum $1 bet, you have a chance to win up to $100,000 by picking your own. And if you jump on the Circus Sportsbook right now, download the app, you can start making those choices immediately, along with all the prop bets and all the things that we love about the big game. So download the Circus Sports app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Jeff Legwold's going to join us in 15 minutes. So here's the number. Joel Embiid, 446 games played in his career, 400 games missed. So he's missed about 47% of the games since he's been drafted. Now, if you remember, he missed the first 2 seasons of his career, which is a large total mixed in the middle of that. But he misses a lot of games. Here's my question regarding him specifically. Because the Nuggets are playing against the Sixers tonight. They will not have Joel Embiid. Vic, no Paul George as well, correct?
Correct.
Why is Embiid viewed differently than some other people that have dealt with a whole bunch of injuries throughout their career? For
Like
example,
Greg Oden?
like Greg Oden is not viewed as like a bum. It's like, oh, what a tragic story of a guy who
because he
couldn't
never
stay
even
healthy.
got a chance. I mean, a lot of these players never got a chance to even show their wares.
Okay, how about Derrick Rose? Derrick Rose hurt a lot in his career.
Sure.
He is seen as a sympathetic figure and not somebody to make fun of.
Well, I'll give you another reason why. Derrick Rose had a couple obvious injuries with the ACLs that you saw it happen. He played a lot before that. Embiid's had a series of injuries. Back, shoulder, this, that. It's been one thing after another. Knee. It's not like one huge career-altering injury like Derrick Rose.
Mm-hmm. Is it also just that he has done the load management thing too? Like when he is healthy, he just won't play games purposely? You know what I mean? Is that a bigger factor?
He has that reputation. Now, whether it's justified or not, it may be completely unfair. I'm not in his body.
He's too big.
He's
Hey,
a
guys,
huge man.
Guys, look at the players in NBA history that are too big. Look at Zion. Zion's too big.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid's too big. Yao Ming, his career was cut short, too big. When Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, if you look at old video of those dudes, they were tall. They were svelte, bro. Svelte. They were big, but very, very toned.
Shaq, you know, for all the stuff Shaq gets about getting bigger when he got later in his career, and he did, Shaq had a long career.
He did. But early in his career, he too was svelte.
Yeah. No, he was cut.
Yeah, when he came out of LSU, he was a
Orlando
lot
Magic
thinner.
Shaq was cut.
Yeah, he was. And yeah, Wilt was thin, but cut. Same with Bill Russell. Yeah, these guys are, I mean, again, the bodies can get bigger, but the connective tissue only holds so much before it gives. I mean, when Zion was bursting through shoes in college, he would dunk a Didn't he break the floor? Where did he break the floor?
No, he didn't break it, but you saw the floor like
indent, the indention.
Yeah.
Well, imagine what kind of wear and tear is going on his connective tissue. I mean, that's heavy duty, man. So look, Vic, I don't want to sit here and rail on Embiid. It's just that, man, you do half the work and you still get, the $50 million per.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could go back in time. If Philadelphia could go back in time, what would they do? Because he won an MVP.
Time to what?
Yeah. Well, to the very beginning. Listen, the guy when he's on, Joel Embiid is a great player. Great player.
It sort of sucks, to be honest with you, because as much as Nikola struggled against Joel Embiid in Philly, and he struggled in Philly, owned him here at home when Joel decided to play, I really love that matchup. You look forward to seeing it. I mean, everybody did, and it sucks that we don't have it. But this is the number that, if you want the difference between Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid, it comes down to this. Since they entered the league together, right, since they got in the league, Joel Embiid has played in 52% of possible games. Half. Nikola Jokic has played in 94%.
94, forget the comparison between him and Embiid. That's got to be one of the tops
That's
in the
one of
entire
the top
league.
in the NBA. Yeah. 94% of possible games.
And some of that is due to suspension.
Yeah.
Some of the games, what I mean? That kind of thing. And
baby making. I mean, he's missed games.
I don't know.
Legit misses.
I don't know if he missed the game to make the baby.
So hold on a sec. Yeah, you had a couple kids. What does it say on the score sheet?
Sorry.
DNP
Coach,
getting it
Coach.
on. I mean, what are you doing?
Wifey said, don't leave the house tonight. I can't make it. Sorry.
Hey, did you see your boy? Did you see the latest rumor? The drive-in theater, the big back, baby got back, Yabusele, that the Sixers are up for auction, that if anybody's in, and the Nuggets are one of the teams, according to some
Bring
reports.
that dump truck here.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it here.
Dude, how good would that look coming off the bench?
Nelly, if he gets here, you send a text immediately, like a minute after we find the news to O'Hare, and you say, I want that dump truck on this show. That's what you tell him.
You speak
word
French?
for word.
I'll learn it.
Oh, I do a little bit. Monsieur.
I know you do, Moj.
A little bit.
All right, so give me a quick back and forth with Yabusele if you joined us.
I don't know how to say you have a really awesome large caboose in French. Yeah. Yabusele. Yabusele. Here we go now. Hey, you know who had an unbelievably good butt? Wayman Tisdale.
He did. The late
great Wayman Tisdale, great musician too, in addition to being a basketball player. Dude, if his butt hit you, Brett, you would be in Pueblo by now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these guys, I'm all for the Yabusele rear end. Yeah, I'm in. Count me in.
You want him to join the show on Zoom, and you would say, "Show us les dents pétroques."
Yeah. You know, that guy can shoot too. I'm not. This all joking aside, I would love to have him here. Love it.
If you were to rank top Frenchmen of all time, my number one Frenchman of all time is Pepe Le Pew. Just a ladies' man.
I thought you didn't do cartoons.
All right, hang on a second.
That's it.
That's it?
It's the
Just
only
Pepe.
one.
Okay.
Pepe was a predator, if we're being honest.
Yeah,
Pepe. What are you talking about?
He was a
Pepe
predator.
got canceled
He had
for
to
not
overcome an awful odor, and he did.
I'll tell you what, Vic. Go do your best impression of Pepe Le Pew at a bar tonight in Denver and see how quickly you get arrested. Okay? Let's just do that.
He didn't respect women's boundaries, and I think he has been canceled.
Dude had to paint the white portion of his tail.
No, I don't.
Just like, all right.
Oh, my God.
I would have gone with, is Wemby? Is he at the tops of the
Wait,
list
are
now?
we talking just sports? We talking like Charles Eiffel was pretty good.
Oh, don't get all scholastic on us. We're talking about sports, Moj.
How about Yannick Noah, tennis player, total stud?
Yeah.
No, it's Wemby.
No, who's the French? No. The French
15.
cyclist. The French cyclist of the
Bernardino.
Bernardino. That guy was a stud.
Yeah, well, you know what? Put him on Wemby and have him post up, see what happens. Wemby could take 5 steps, and it would be 18 pedals before that guy got to where Wemby was, okay? Wemby is the most impressive specimen that's ever left that country.
You're right about this. Wemby can transform a sport. He really could. I've never seen anybody that size that is that mobile, that's got handles, can shoot from distance.
Hey, all you soccer geeks, how about Zinedine Zidane?
Yeah.
That guy
the Italians got the best of him.
Yeah. Oh, they did. They caused him to do the
headbutt.
Headbutt,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yep.
When I saw Wemby his rookie year miss a 3, take 1 step, and tip dunk it in, I was like, all right.
I know. He
what
can
is
transform the sport, I'm telling you. Yeah, there's a bunch of those French auto racers. Isn't Leclerc French?
Yeah.
this? Lemieux?
No, auto racers, automobiles.
Oh.
Yeah. The skier, Jean-Claude Killy. Remember him?
Yeah.
That guy was way before my
Thierry
time.
Henry?
Thierry Henry was an unbelievably good soccer player.
Whatever. I don't like the French.
Except for dump truck, if you got it.
Except for dump truck. Yeah, dump truck's fine with me. You guys remember this, don't you?
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
It's Liam Cohen, the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He is not letting this thing go, by the way. He did another one of these just yesterday.
Duval. Here we go.
What's he doing?
0-17. I want this guy to never win a game in his life. Don't want it to happen. I hate it. And it's almost like, when have catchphrases ever failed players?
Why is he why is he doing this?
I guess it's something to be said when you do something really awkward to just lean into it and try and own it. Like, I guess that's one thing. But, when has a catchphrase ever backfired on somebody?
Yeah.
Like, let's ride.
Yeah.
Wait. I actually want to see this. If the Jags win their first game, does he step up to his post-game press conference, first win as head coach, shout out to Duval? But does it take the Russell Wilson approach where it just slowly, like a curling rock, just disappears and it's just never mentioned again if things start to go poorly? Remember that with Russell? Do you guys remember when we were looking in post-game interviews from Russell Wilson at the end of his press conferences saying, is he going to do the thing
Yeah.
after a loss or is he not? And then the first time he didn't, we were like, uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Yep.
What was, and excuse my lack of memory here, what was the thing? What did he say after every game?
Broncos country.
Let's ride.
That's right.
And then he didn't ride anymore.
He would say it no matter what, right? After every.
But
press
then,
conference.
but what he's talking about is the day it stopped.
There was a slow
stopped.
dissipation of it. Like, do you guys remember they had a miserable loss? I can't remember who it was to, but he was about to walk off the podium. Do you guys remember this? And he almost like whispered it as he walked off. He was like, yeah, Broncos country, let's ride. And then like walked off, and then like 2 weeks later was gone, never to be mentioned again. I'm like, this Duval thing has potential to have that same thing happen.
Would he ask it in a question? Broncos country, let's ride.
Do you think there's?
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When he walked off, Broncos country, let's ride.
Do you think there's any chance that Jeff Legwold is listening right now? I'd say 0.
Isn't he at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah. So but he could be on the app or something. But let's do this when he comes on. Jeff Legwold, Duval. Let's all do it together. I want to see his reaction.
I don't understand the.
Yeah, why would we do that to him?
No, because he's going to freak out.
I don't think so.
You get weird?
You know what's
You
really
get all sideways and weird.
What's really fun to watch over the last couple of years is this. You guys have like a rivalry with one another now.
Who?
You and Leggy like to push each other's buttons. It's kind of fun to watch. Leggy doesn't handle any of your nonsense.
I don't handle his bubble.
When
we're at training camp, what do? He's got his 3-foot bubble. I pierce it every time.
Hey,
every time.
Double Dipperoo tonight. Let's get some keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, we'll start with the early game tonight. 5:30 tip for the Nuggets. Going to be on AM 950. Go ahead.
I know you've heard this before, especially against a bad team, a losing team. Beware of the Sixers. Even without Joel Embiid and Paul George, they have won 4 in a row, and they've beaten pretty good teams in those 4 games. Tonight, the key for me is MPJ has got to reacclimate himself. I know they've switched up starting lineups, but I got to see him show me something tonight. If MPJ scores 20 points, give me 20. If you give me 20 points out of Michael Porter Jr., I'll guarantee you a Nuggets dub.
Mo, 7
like
o'clock,
that.
right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Avs and Blues.
It's remarkable because the last 10 games, these two teams have been about the exact same team. In terms of goals per game, goals given up per game, penalty minutes per game. Brett, it's not really a key. You got to win the game, period, end of story. You're at home for 2 before you go on the road for 3 before the Four Nations. You need points desperately. First game at home for the new guys. Come on out like gangbusters in period number 1. Put 2 on them and don't look back.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Hold on a second, man. I went out of my way to give you a specific key. Moser's key for the Avs was to, quote, win the game? That's your key?
It's a bad key.
Moser's key tonight, everybody. Win the game.
Well, the St. Louis Blues, in terms of goals scored per game or not.
Nope. You don't get to redo it. No, it's done. That was your key.
Dude, I beat you in keys this week.
My keys have done nothing but kick major butt every single day.
Brett, whose key won?
Today?
That competition.
Well, you actually had a key. Vic said, or Moser said win. It's not a key. That's a goal. Jeff Legwold joins us next.
Win, Rocky. Win.
Thank you, guys. Broncos country. That's right.
Heading out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And fresh off a trip from Mobile, Alabama, everybody's favorite destination in the month of January is Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Leggy, how we doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Hey, man, stop.
Stop what?
Okay.
I like Mobile, Alabama.
Well, then, you know what, Moj? How
I
about
took a tour of the USS Alabama in Mobile, Alabama. It was rad.
Oh, you're going on a vacation soon. Where are you going?
France.
Oh, why not Mobile?
Well, I've already been to Mobile.
Oh, you've never been to France before. I
Not
forgot
once.
about that. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, Jeff, you were there for the senior.
Well, nobody's invaded Orange Beach, so he's not going to go
Yeah,
there.
pretty much.
Of
There you
course,
go.
yes. Jeff, you were there for the Senior Bowl, and I remember just off the top, there was a drill between defensive lineman and offensive lineman. Some kid from Marshall absolutely obliterated somebody. Was there like that was all over ESPN anyway. What was your overall takeaway of just the Senior Bowl from a Broncos perspective? What do you think they're looking at in this Senior Bowl?
Well, I mean, at this point, you know, if you're the Broncos, you're obviously looking for some offensive pop on offense. And, you know, a lot of times at the Senior Bowl, you're really kind of looking, you know, okay, where's somebody down the board? You know, second day, third day, where could we sneak an athlete, you know, into the draft class? And, you know, there is a lot of that. And then some of it is, you know, some developmental guys. Like you'll see, you know, that the guy might not be a finished product or, you know, have a little, you know, rough around the edges, but maybe 2 years from now, especially among the linemen, you know, with a little work or, you know, whatever. I think that's a lot of the Senior Bowl now is kind of looking at those middle round guys and really thinking, can we find some impact there? And sometimes, you know, guys will shock you just by how good they look in person. And I think one thing I always see is who's really prepared for the week, like who really put in the time after their season, after a long season, who did the work. And I'll tell you, one guy that impressed me, and if I'm the Broncos, I certainly look, is Oregon linebacker named Bassa, Jeffrey Bassa. Now, that guy looked like he was still in season when he showed up. I mean, you could tell he had done the work to get ready to be at the Senior Bowl. So I think guys like that are people they look at.
One name just specifically real quick that I know some Broncos fans have been talking about, hey, maybe a mid-round guy that you could take that could help in that skill position spot. Somebody who ran all over CU this year was Devin Neal out of Kansas. What'd you think of him?
You know, he had just an okay 2 days when I was there. But again, you know, that format's tough. You're playing with quarterbacks you haven't been around. Sometimes you haven't caught a pass from the guy or taken a handoff from the guy until practice, you know. So I think he can do everything they want. It's just going to be a matter of, you know, how much athleticism he shows if he works out at the combine. But he had an okay week, not a great week, but an okay week.
Jeffrey, is there a tight end that you saw at the Senior Bowl that could emerge on the Broncos' radar?
Yeah, I mean, Vic, there were a couple who had good weight. I looked down at my I think the guy who really popped for people was Arroyo from Miami. He had a really good week. So that's sort of a down the board guy. Now Fannin was there from Bowling Green, and he had just an okay week. I think the environment can be tough for some guys. Suddenly you're thrown in with the SEC and the Big Ten. You're just in the big pond. And he showed his athleticism. You can see there's a lot there. But I think Arroyo, for me, had the best week the best days I was there among the tight ends.
Jeff, back in the day, I guess the Senior Bowl and I'll even say the East-West Shrine Game, right? These were pretty big deals and full of scouts and all that kind of thing. I'm sure they still are. But how has it changed in terms of scouting, in terms of preparation over the last, let's say, 20, 30 years, from what it once was to where it is right now?
I think a lot more guys will sit out now, the top guys. The Senior Bowl, the top guys used to all go there.
Right.
Because there wasn't so much contact between teams and the players between the season and the draft as there is now. I mean, teams are far more willing to fly around all over the place for private workouts than they were in the past. Teams just simply spend more money than they used to on scouting because in the salary cap world, the good teams, that's how you stay good, is spend your money in scouting. So there's just a lot more of that going on. And a lot of teams prefer to have their own sort of bubble when they're working a guy out rather than the swirl that is the Senior Bowl or the Shrine Game or any of those. But what you can do in an all-star game is still get up close, interview guys, talk to them, and do all of that. So that's a lot of what happens off the field is sometimes even as important as on the field.
See, that's the important part, right? Because I guess back in the day, it was probably harder to get film on guys too. And some guys popped at these things. You're going, well, who the hell is this kid out of Western Michigan? That kind of thing, right? Because the scouts can't get everywhere. Now you've got film on, no matter where the guy plays, you probably got a ton, but is it not that interpersonal thing that maybe gives you a leg up?
Yeah, and that's what they're looking for now. I mean, I can, 30 years ago when I was going to my first Senior Bowls, a guy would have a good week and scouts would literally tell you, man, I'm going to have to go back and do a lot more work on that guy because they didn't have the information on him. But now scouting staffs are so much bigger. The technology is so much better. People show up at the Senior Bowl with long, vast reports on all of these guys. And I find it amusing every year, people talking about sleepers at the Senior Bowl. I got news for you. If you're at the Senior Bowl, you're not a sleeper, and you're never going to be a sleeper. So it's like sleepers at the Combine. You're not a sleeper if you're at the Combine. You've already been discovered, and you're at the Combine. So just because you played at a small school doesn't make you a sleeper. Anyway.
Been seeing some reports. Jackson Dart could be sliding up to the second best quarterback on the board or third best. What did you see from him?
It'd be hard for me to believe he makes it into the top two, but he didn't have particularly good days when I was there. So especially the first day. Now the first day for quarterbacks is always brutal. Even last year when Nix and Penix were there, the Hartman from Notre Dame. They all had a terrible first day. People were like, do these guys even play quarterback? And it was the same this year. Those guys really struggled on the opening day. And Dart in particular, but what happens is they put all these guys under center right away. So they are practicing under center, and you can tell very few of them have been under center very often.
Fumbles galore, I imagine.
There's fumbles, it's just, one poor kid, that kid from Canada fumbled his first snap of the first practice because they put you under center right away. And that's the hardest thing for the quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl. Everyone else is sort of put in a position to perform well. They put the quarterbacks in the position to just struggle as much as possible. So those guys always have a tough week down there. But, you could tell Dart he's got plenty of arm. He's got some athleticism. The question will always be, how will you work your progressions in an offense that isn't one read and throw, and that'll be what he has to address moving forward.
Jeffrey, I look at the Kansas City juggernaut that is, okay? And Mahomes isn't going anywhere. They've got a lot of talent.
He's 29. I like to remind everybody. He's 29 years old.
He's Joker's age. But the other piece of that team that is dominant, and it's proven dominant, is their defense. And Spags, the way he runs that defense, the way he pushes buttons on that defense. And my question has always been, why is Spags still there? How has no one decided to give him another coaching chance as a head coach?
Defensive guys, Spagnuolo, Vance Joseph, those guys have all done enough to earn another chance when you look at who's getting hired around the league. They just have. But you know how fan bases are. How do people react when you hire a defensive coach? How does an owner react when you hire a defensive coach? it's just it's not that we don't care about defense now. It just doesn't ring the bell, and that's those guys face such a tough road to get their second chances, especially as head coaches. It's just much harder for them to do. And I like to point out to people, Kansas City's last Super Bowl winner last year, 16 starters were draft picks. They have Mahomes, yes, but 16 of their starters in the game were draft picks, 17 if you count the punter. So we can talk about Mahomes and should, but they built a Super Bowl competing team by building in April. We love March because we know all the names, we know all the players, and we know what they've done, and we know their resumes, but the real teams build in April.
Does every introductory news conference nowadays have to be a freak show?
Yeah, no, you got to win I love the win the press conference thing. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, who cares? Yeah, I mean, how about you win games and are horrible in press conferences? Let's do that.
That'd be good. I mean, but there's we went through it.
The two weirdos from
and everybody says, I feel bad for the guys because there's only so many ways you can describe what you're going to do.
Yeah. We're
going to play fast and smart and tough and okay. I mean, I just don't know what people want them to say. I don't know if I'm ready for this. We might really be horrible.
I want them to recite Merchant of Venice from Shakespeare.
Yes.
I want an entire scene. That's what I want.
Or just speak in Latin or something cool.
Yeah, but Jeff,
that's what I want.
That Liam Cohen seems like a weirdie. No offense. I mean, he
Jacksonville. The community.
Yeah.
Duval.
Weirdo. Adam Gase. Big eyeballs.
That's what I mean. I don't even try that stuff. Just say, I'm just, I'm here. I'm ready for this job, and I'll leave the cheers to the fans, and we'll give them something to cheer about. Just deflect and move on. Don't try to do it.
I mean, Eric Lemon crazy, and then
Campbell and Sirianni a few years ago, they were weirdos, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, but Campbell was being himself. I think.
Yeah.
That's that was Dan Campbell being Dan Campbell. To me, that's authentic. Anyone who knew him as a player or as assistant coach, I think a lot of guys are they've been drilled. You've got to win the press conference, so they try to do it. And I just have never. I'm going to decide if a guy can coach or not by the first 18 minutes of his answering questions of his career.
That's kind of what a job interview is. I know it's not the press conference, but that's what you're doing in the interviews with the owners and GMs and people like that. I mean, it's kind of part of it.
I mean, obviously you did enough to get the job,
right?
But, to decide you're suddenly going to be good because he won the press conference. I mean, I don't know, man. I'd say wait and see what it looks like in training camp, but we don't want to do that these days.
One quick question for you before we let you go about free agency. The Broncos got a little bit of cash they can spend, and it's not like they're using a whole bunch of it on I think, re-signing some guys. So with that extra cash, would they think about going after a veteran wideout? Would they look at a Chris Godwin? Would they look at if Cooper Kupp doesn't return to the Rams, like an option like that?
Well, I think certainly they'd be in on anything that would add to what they could give Bo Nix around him. I think that's certainly the case. And wideout, it's a weak free agency class top to bottom, if you're talking all positions, but wideout is one place where you could get immediate veteran help that could have impact immediately. And so I think that is one spot they will look at. If T. Higgins is out there, I would certainly think he fits. Sean Payton has a pretty narrow view of what he likes in a wide receiver, and a lot of the guys don't fit it. So you got to have some size, and you got to be able to play multiple spots, and you got to be willing to stick your face in and block in the run game. I mean, he's got a really specific set of guidelines for receivers, and of the free agent guys or guys who could be out there, I think T. Higgins fits it the best, but that will be the most expensive as well, and probably would take most of the cap room in many ways. And they are carrying $38 million or so dead money already. So some of that space is not really space.
Yeah, T. Higgins, big, tall, and fast. Very rare
Yeah,
quality.
he wants big wideouts. I kind of chuckle when I see people pairing all of these sort of nickel slot receivers to Sean Payton, and every time I talk to him about wide receivers, he's talking about guys who are 6'2", and
boy, little Jordan Humphrey stuck around so long. He's huge.
He makes no secret. He wants big guys out there. He doesn't think little guys can get open unless they're very, very, very special players.
But it's just so funny.
I'll give you a name from the Senior Bowl people should look at under the radar. That SMU running back, Rashard Smith, that's a joker. That is a joker player in waiting.
How big is he?
I don't even care.
Huh.
No, I mean he's about 210, but he's a converted wide receiver, and he rushed for 1,300 yards this year. His first year at running back. That's a ball player, and whoever gets him is getting a ball player.
Yeah,
What's his last name again?
Listed Brashard Smith. He's listed 5'10", 200.
Yeah, I think he actually weighed in at like 208 or something. But you talk about catching the ball, vision, and the whole. Made the first guy miss every single time, which is my really benchmark for a running back. Because if you're a running back who's going to succeed in the NFL, you have to get the one guy they can't block. That's your responsibility. But anyway, that's a little under the radar middle round guy.
I like it. I like it.
I'll make you a deal. Because my brother does a cabinet renovation. If the Broncos draft Brashard Smith, we will renovate those cabinets for free.
Look at that. Don't mess with my cabinets.
He likes them. Yeah.
You know, my kids are grown up now, so it's just me here. Some of those cabinets never get opened.
I could tell.
They're spectacular. They're just beautifully finished because they never get used.
I love it. Jeff Legwold joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thanks for the time.
See ya.
Jeff Legwold, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. So, break down the Double Dipperoo tonight in just a moment. Drunk takes to round out the show. Stick around. On the Nuggets side of things, if there's a night to get right, it's this one. Philly is going to be without two of their key players.
Yeah, they've won 4 in a row without those players.
Yeah, but what are you supposed to be?
I'm just telling you. They beat Cleveland.
I understand, but you're off a 3-game losing streak right now. You want to be a contender in this league. You want to be a team that's good. You got to win.
100%.
Yeah.
Do not doubt that whatsoever. You've lost 3 in a row. Enough said. If you can't win, if you can't win this game, what can you win?
Exactly. There has to be still an expectation for this basketball team, even as they try and figure things out. Now, talk amongst yourselves for a moment, because I want to look something up real quick.
Are the Nuggets, I'm going to parallel these 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Nuggets a good basketball team?
Yes.
Are the Nuggets full of total pros?
Yes, and they're healthy. Relatively, outside of Holmes, the rookie.
I'll do the question asking. Are the Nuggets healthy?
Yes.
You go and you win this game.
Yeah.
End of story.
100%.
Period. Are the Colorado Avalanche, is that a good hockey club?
Yeah.
Are they at home?
Yeah.
Are they almost relatively healthy outside?
Getting there.
Okay. The Blues, have they lost 3 games in a row?
Yep.
You go home and you win this game tonight. End of story. You get right.
In fact, it is a double dipperoo. If it's not a double winneroo, I'll be disappointed. It's got to be a double winneroo tonight.
I was just trying to look something up over the last 4 years. So this year, the last 3 years. This year, last year, the year previous to that, how many 3-game losing streaks have the Nuggets had? They had 2 last season. And they had a couple the year before that, but that was the end of the year where they stopped really caring until the playoffs.
They had a 4-game losing streak going into the playoffs before they won the NBA championship, where they had a huge lead in the West, huge, and they sort of took their foot off the pedal, if you remember. Yeah. And everybody's like, oh, yo, whoa, what are we doing here? And then they got it together for the playoffs.
Right.
What did the Colorado Avalanche do the year they won the Cup?
Same thing.
Same
thing.
And they lost 6 or 7 or 7 or 8.
Rested a bunch of dudes, bumble, flumble, bumble, gumble, lumble, lumble, bubble.
But what did they both have? We were kind of freaking because we're like, dude, you don't want to be playing poorly heading into the playoffs. And they're like, it's okay.
We got this.
See this switch right here?
Yep.
We're on.
But these teams are not those teams anymore.
Exactly.
So you must, if you're both clubs tonight, you must take it incredibly seriously, incredibly focused, and the pros need to come play and lead the way. Yeah. Pros. These should be 2 professional wins tonight, Vic.
Double winneroo. Anything less will be disappointing, honestly.
I like this better. A texter says double dubberoo. How about double dub?
We'll go with that.
Double dub?
Yep. Double dub. Double dub.
Just a point of focus. You were talking about the keys. You said you want to get Porter going. Porter's a very interesting animal. Remember just like a few weeks ago when Porter was putting up like 22, 23 a night?
Yeah.
And then
the Nuggets were winning.
And then it just disappeared. I don't know how to figure that out. I don't know what you attribute that to. Is that just inconsistency on his part? Is it not finding him? I don't know what it is. Because we all know this. Porter on defense is somewhat of a liability. But if he's knocking down shots, it cancels things out and it becomes a net positive. When he's not doing that, you're sort of dragging.
You look at the game the other night against the Knicks. It's a 3 for 8, 1 for 5 kind of night for MPJ.
Like 8 doesn't feel like enough. You know what I mean? So is that him just not being aggressive? Is that them not finding him? What is it?
I'm not going to play this not finding him game because at some point – his shooting, right? He's always lived and died by his 3-point shooting. That's not been as good this year, but he's finding different ways to score and contribute. There's other things he can do. I forgot what game it was.
He can rebound.
Yeah, he's got to rebound. He's got to do the other little things to do the big things.
Let me ask something to you, because I agreed with you when you said it. His 3-point shooting hasn't been as good this year. His career average is 41%. He's shooting 41% this year.
But he's not. The volume isn't there. Check the volume. What's he averaging?
Half
shots a game?
Half a 3 down. He's at 6.3 a game. He's at 6.8 last year.
I think the entire team, listen, Jamal Murray he shot 25 times the other night, and his percentage wasn't great. But I don't know about you guys. I want him to shoot more.
Jamal?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want him to dribble more. I want him to shoot more.
Right.
I want Michael Porter. Who do you want? You look at the Nuggets personnel. Let me ask you a question. Who do you want to shoot the ball on this team?
Joker, Jamal, Porter.
MPJ.
And,
shoot it.
And Strother in minutes off the
I
bench.
have no problem if those guys you just mentioned. Shoot it. Shoot it. Don't dribble it. Shoot it.
Yeah. Now, I think that, look, Jamal's capable of dribbling for a bit and creating his own shot and finding some space, stuff like that. But the main thrust has to be coming off of running your offense and then getting an open look. I think that a little bit of him playing off ball with Russell has helped in that department of just kind of sort of catch and shoot stuff.
But if you play off ball, here's where you and I may disagree. It's one thing to play off ball. You gotta act like an off ball guard then.
You gotta run.
Catch and shoot. Catch
you gotta sprint off a screen.
It can't be catch, dribble.
Right.
It's catch and shoot.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree. To the Avs side of things, Moj, we talked about Nard just a couple days ago. And one thing to keep in mind here, after 12 straight games since being acquired from the trade, Mackenzie Blackwood gave up 2 or less goals. He has given up at least 3 in his last 5. Is that a defensive thing? Is that a Blackwood thing? What do you attribute that to?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, maybe I'm not saying he's not making the saves he should because he's making every save he should. But he was making saves perhaps that he shouldn't, right? I mean, that's how the saves above expected. He was really good for a month in an Avs sweater.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's still pretty damn good. But it's costing you because you're not doing enough in other areas and you're having massive breakdowns in front of him, okay? Yeah. So he's been saving your bacon and you're not giving him enough goal support on a nightly basis. You're putting in 1, 2 here, there, then 5, and then back to 1. You've got to offer him goal support and play well in front of him. Incidentally, on the other side of the ice tonight, who are you going to see?
Our boy.
Vic hasn't even brought it up yet. I can't even believe you haven't brought it up yet today.
Yeah.
No, Brett's got more of a problem with him than I do.
Oh, really?
I didn't even think. Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you don't have a problem with him?
No, it's not as.
It's not as pronounced.
It's not as inflamed as Brett's problem with him.
Just that horse face, that general attitude. That Bennington.
Come on, man.
What?
Come on, man.
He swung a stick and throws water bottles at people. What am I supposed to think? And he looks goofy. Did anything I say, was that incorrect? Or was that all factual things?
I'll tell you what's weird. This is an in-division opponent for the Colorado Avalanche, Central Division. Do you realize, both of you, you don't right now because I can see by the look on your faces, you have no idea what I'm going to say.
Tell me what I don't realize, Moj.
This is...
No. Get out of here. Go on now. Get. Go. Get.
For those who can't see, they're putting the Blues goalie's face up on the screen.
Yuck.
Do you realize?
Now throw up Tybal's, or throw up our boy's dump truck up there. See how he reacts.
Yeah. This is the first matchup of the year between these two teams. And here we are, game 50.
I was going to say.
It's game 50, whatever it is. Game 53 for the Avalanche. This is the first matchup of the year between these two clubs.
That's crazy.
I know. Isn't that weird?
That is
the
weird.
Avs are already done with other teams.
Right.
But this is the first matchup of the year. So, listen, we know, would you rather live in St. Louis or live in Denver?
Have you ever been in St. Louis in August?
Yeah, it's hot as hell.
Just the thought of that is making me sweat.
I bought a car in St. Louis one time in August. Drove it home. Hot. Anyway, it's the first matchup of the year. A lot of Blues fans are going to be there tonight. You're going to see plenty of Blues sweaters. Hey, Avs fans, you do your thing. Do your jobs. Support your club. And if you want to get on those guys on the other side, by the way, go ahead and get on them. They're still trying to find their footing a little bit. The St. Louis Blues are. Oh, Jesus, Lord, no.
Another
This
one?
one brings...
Another one?
Yeah, but
oh, wait a minute.
yeah.
It's the dump truck. Let's go.
Yeah.
Bring that to Denver. Let's go. See, it sounds ominous. It's not ominous. Yeah.
I love it.
It makes
so
me
good.
happy.
So anyway, that's it. The Blues, look, they give up, on average, they give up more goals than they score. You just got to, if you're the Avalanche, you got to come on out. You got to get them early. You've had a couple of days to chill out a little bit. The new guys are playing their first game in front of the hometown fans in Nichushkin and Drury. Come on out in period number 1 and lay it on them.
Yeah, here's the thing. I want the Avs, when they get the opportunity to bury somebody, just bury somebody. You know what I mean? Just break the will of your opponent. It feels like it's been a while since that's happened. Now, you've won. You've made late plays like the McCarr play against New York. But I want a game where it's 3-0 after 2 periods and it's done and over with.
Well, the last time you really did it, remember you beat up on the Stars 6-3?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that game?
It was a while ago.
Yeah, that was back on the 18th. What's today?
31st.
Today's the 31st?
Yeah.
It's the last day of the month. In fact, the Nuggets play their 17th game of the month, tied for most in the NBA.
No. Is your wife vacuuming?
Yeah, I can hear that too. Hold on a second. Terry! Hey!
Doesn't she know you're working here? What's she doing?
Ridiculous. My humble apologies.
I heard that too. I was like, what is that?
I don't want to bring anybody down. Okay? I don't want to make anybody feel melancholy. But today is my dead mother's birthday.
What are you doing?
I'll see you guys in the. I gotta go take care of this vacuum. You guys go ahead and take it from here.
My dead mother would have been 76 years old today. That's hard to believe, isn't it?
No, they turn his microphone off before something bad happens.
Well, I mean, when you said it's the 31st, it just dawned on me. So it's been 2 weeks since they had a decisive dub. They've only had two dubs in that time. And that was decisive over Dallas 6-3. That was a good game.
What am I supposed to do with that? I can't say happy birthday. I can't say anything else.
That did not go well.
What, telling her to turn off the vacuum?
Yeah,
that's why I had your mic off. What happened?
Her response was, blankety blank, can I live my blankety blank life?
Dude, you know what's funny, though? Can I side with Terry for a second? Because my wife has a job that's fully remote now. She works from home. And she has an office in there. She has the office. It's on the main level, but it's got doors. You can close, all that different stuff. And I want to go eat in the middle of the day. And here's what happens.
Clang, clang, clang.
Either that happens, and she's like, I'm on a phone call stop, so I need to wait an extra 30 minutes when I'm, like, really hungry to eat. Or I'm eating, and usually I've got my phone on something, or I'm watching TV. And she goes, I'm taking a break. I'm taking over now. And then I have to, like, eat in silence.
Yeah. You're frozen.
And I'm just
paralyzed.
like, I don't have anywhere I can go. I can go to the basement. But it's just, I sometimes want to eat in the kitchen.
Okay. At least, I've got a studio set up here. I'm in a room, and you do hear on occasion some things that when Moser used to do the show from his house, he would do it in the middle of his living room.
That's a wild decision.
It was an unbelievable decision with activity everywhere. Like, why would you do that?
It's the busiest part of your house. That is wild.
I did it from my basement before I moved. I did it from my basement.
No. You did the portion. Most of your shows you did from the middle of your living room.
From COVID, you did from the living room.
Why would you do it there?
Well, it's before I married the bear. I lived alone. I only had a couple dogs. Remember Jeff? What a good dog he was.
Juice box, yeah.
Juice box was awesome. And then you remember Henry too, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm a good boy. So I just had the two dudes. That's it.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Got drunk takes coming up in just a second. Keep this in mind. If you just go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters, you got a chance to win a Hooters prize pack for you and 4 of your friends with the party hosted by DMac. You just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins, and a tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry. It's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
Boy, are you people lucky that I can't win.
Amato, I'm not going to read your text on the show, but my God. My goodness.
5 big booms. See, now look at Moser's face. Moser's so quick to come up with the 5 big booms take. Not in this instance,
Not
though.
now.
Huh? Not this one.
It's because my mom's gone.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, that's 5 big boobs for Kathy with a K. Boom.
That's it. Love you, Mom.
Drunk takes Look, you guys know this about me. I'm a big Bruno guy. I don't know what he did in that song with Sexy Red. Never do that again. Whatever choice that you just made, I don't know if you're like in deep in Vegas with some gambling debt, Bruno. Never do that again.
Which song?
It's horrible.
Is that the one that he comboed with, what's her name?
Sexy Red?
No. Who's the famous lady that did, he did a song recently.
You're thinking of the one he did with Lady Gaga. That's Die With a Smile.
Yeah. I was like, all right. Sorry.
Dude, Vic, this song that he just came out with this rapper, I don't know who she is. Her name's Sexy Red. Remember that very
you should
vulgar,
like any Sexy Red.
Remember that vulgar song that Cardi B made that started with a W?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a version of that. It's terrible.
That anti-Italian song?
Yes,
WAP?
exactly. Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. Bruno, I'm disappointed in you. Do better. Get together with Anderson .Paak again and do some Silk Sonic stuff. That stuff's amazing. Anyway, few minutes left here. As we have the double dipperoo tonight. Nuggets going to be on AM 950 at 5:30. The Avs and Blues, 7 o'clock,
But this is, I want to emphasize this. I'm not being hyperbolic, but I think this is a very big weekend for both of these teams. I mean, the Avs have two very winnable games, the Blues tonight and Philly coming up on Sunday. It's not going to be easy, but you got to play your butts off.
Yeah.
I think you're the better team in both, clearly.
Can I ask
and
you?
And the Nuggets are the better team as well, not only today, but also tomorrow, Vic. You've got to win these games, Vic.
Well, Vic said it.
This is a big
this
weekend.
Needs to be a double-dub tonight.
Yes.
Double-dub.
How about double-dub weekend?
Sure.
Double-dub for the double-dub.
Let me ask you something before we get to drunk takes regarding Shedeur. So I just saw some audio from Shedeur Sanders where he said that he can't wait. It was something along, I don't have it in front of me, but it was something along the lines of, I can't wait to play the Cowboys next year. Basically insinuating that he's being drafted by the Giants.
He said that publicly?
Yeah, let me try and find it again. Because the other teams that are looking for quarterbacks at the top end of the draft are not teams that have the Cowboys on their schedule next year.
Okay.
So dropping a hint like that.
Sure.
There's always a pride that you have with your college.
So you're saying Tennessee, no. Cleveland, no.
Correct. I'll try and find it again.
All right.
But there's always like a pride that you take in your college if they have somebody who's drafted high, right? You kind of follow that guy around.
Sure.
And the Buffs are going to have two. It's going to be Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Is it going to feel that way? Like, do you take full ownership in the Shedeur stuff and what happens, in his NFL career? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Where, like, Moj, if somebody from Sac State is in the league, like, you're probably, like, just keeping tabs on the guy. You know what I mean?
Well, I did it with, listen to me. The Broncos linebacker, Todd Davis.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, if a guy from Sac State makes it, yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
I guess what I'm getting at here is it feels like the Buffs are a Venn diagram. There's Buffs, there's Prime, and then there's that middle portion too, right? Is Shedeur more in the middle or is he more on the Prime side? Because I don't think he's on the Buffs
So what are you telling
side.
me? If he goes to the New York Giants, nobody out here who's a Buff fan is really going to follow him, pay attention?
Not so much that. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm explaining this poorly.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, we can just move. It made sense in my head, and I'm trying to articulate it, and I can't, I suppose. I'm being a poor communicator, which is a bad thing to have at this job.
Hey, also, Vic, why is your wife vacuum? She knows you're on the air.
She gets things done.
He's not going to do it. I mean,
well,
it's got to happen at some point during the day.
I vacuum a lot. What are you talking about? I like vacuuming.
I vacuum
really
some,
do.
too. I do.
Hey, it's like my thing. In fact, I'm upset that she's doing it because I usually do that portion.
We got the high-end vinyl floors and all the main level, right? That's we got rid of all the hardwood and all that old.
That's the way
carpet.
to go.
Mm-hmm. When that carpet came up, dude.
That EVP?
When that carpet came up, dude, there were animals in there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I got my old robot vacuum, Colonel Steve Austin. Steve, remember my old robot? Dude is on his last legs, bro. What do I do? Like, is there a remedy to? I mean, I let him loose, and he's like, you know what?
Don't talk about this in front of me because
What?
We had one of those. One of those off-brand Roomba things.
Mine
right?
was off-brand. Yeah, but he's lasted about 7 years. But he's right now, dude. He's like hurting. Like he's.
Hang on.
How do you have one of those with dogs? My dogs would go crazy.
Hang on. That is currently out of service right now.
Okay.
Because it's on a schedule, so it runs when we're out of the house, or when my wife's in her office on a phone call. And we walk outside to our living room, where most of our main area is hardwood floors, and then we have a little bit of carpet where, like, the couch is and the TV and stuff. Tiny dog, who I'm just counting the days with this one.
I told you I'd handle it.
Decides to take a dump. Mm-hmm. And that sucker ran right over the top of it, and I have no idea what to do now.
You just throw it away now.
But it's expensive. I don't want to throw it away.
What are you going to do? What on earth
and
do you
it
think
drug
you're going
across
to
the
do?
floor, and part of me just wants to, like, give her a treat with a razor blade. Like, I don't.
Okay.
I'm telling you, but I'm at my wit's end with this thing. I'm at my wit's end. And I do love the dog. I love the dog, but that.
Well, the number one thing is you don't buy one of those robot vacuums. You do it yourself.
Oh, but it's
like
so much better.
Yeah, dude,
it's so much better.
Listen, I can unleash Steve. He doesn't get everything.
Just do it like a man.
Well, the problem is Steve is becoming like, I don't know, how do I say it? He works for a little bit, then he says, you know what? I'm just going to rest here. And then he stops. And then I put him on his charger, and he makes a weird noise. I'm like, dude, what is going on with this guy? He's done a good job for so many years, but he's on his last leg. Never abused him. I've never thrown him. I haven't bounced him or anything. He's just like, I don't know what to say about it.
Your dogs are not bothered by the robot vacuum? They don't.
Not in the slightest.
Don't care. Really?
Nope.
No, they're just dumb dogs.
Initially, like the first couple of runs, it was a little bit squirreliness, a little bit nervous energy.
Could not care less.
No, it doesn't matter. All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Shout out to our friends over at Lariat Lodge. Great food, great beers. Go check them out. 2 of those scenic, beautiful locations. Drunk Takes, clips from throughout the week. We're slowing down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
What was that gum where you chewed it and there was a centerpiece that exploded?
Yeah, freshen up gum, the gum that goes squirt. Freshen up gum, the gum that goes squirt.
Yeah, you bit on it and then it was like
a big squirted. And
big squirt.
Squirted at you. Squirted you.
No.
It existed.
It had a gooey center that when you bit the gum, it came
disgusting.
out.
Sometimes it would squirt right out of your mouth.
Gross. I'm glad that gum is no longer here. Ew. Next.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
We're off to a great start.
Yeah, we are. What's next?
Number 1 on my list to be Frabroni.
Frabroni. That is hard to say.
I want to say Fabroni, but it's Frabroni.
Yeah, the long snapper. Just say the long snapper.
Hey, if I want to say Fraboni, I'm going to say Fraboni. Don't give me any baloney when I say Fraboni.
The R does feel like it's in the
to the wrong spot.
The wrong spot. Yeah. What's next?
You ever see a really guy in a really good spot kind of whining and moaning about another guy in a really good spot and everybody else is not in a really good spot?
No idea what that meant.
Good. I'll explain that.
That sentence started. You ever seen a really guy?
Yeah, a really guy. What's next?
A little soft They've gotten soft on my end. And you know, I'll throw those Hubba Bubbas in just to remember the old days. Now, watermelon Hubba Bubba for sure, but the regular Hubba Bubba, little soft.
It's like, you know what? That's as far into detail as Vic has ever dove.
On anything.
On anything.
Yeah.
All right, one last one. Go ahead, Nelly.
And I want people to stop texting me with this, oh, dude, perfect, did it in 9 shots. I don't care about those people. They do this for a living. They get paid to do this crap. I'm an old man without a prostate who sat in the gym with my brother rebounding. I don't care about those Stop it.
Really defensive about the dude perfect
I did get
voice.
a little so good,
Yeah.
dude. Crazy over that.
All right, guys. iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcast. You just type Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and we'll pop up. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your double dipperoo.
Skate. Off to skate.
Love you. Have a great weekend. Bye.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint with Alex Ryan Emmy. And what time does the 10 a.m. show start, Coach Mike Sanford?
Starts at 10:02, baby. Happy Friday, man. I was out in the parking lot putting out some fires, man. Life's good. Everything's good at the Sanford household. You love ball? You love football? You love double dipperoos? Because it's that kind of Friday today, man.
I was in the break room. I was going, you remember when Coach Sanford would be in here 30 minutes before a show, just yucking it up with everyone, and chatting about what we were going to talk about for the next 2 hours? KG goes, yeah, I remember that. I go, well, he got comfy.
I don't think that's it, Raj. I think it's actually that my life's about to get a little bit uncomfy.
I have a feeling that there's going to be some news coming down the pike from one Coach Mike Sanford. But yes, we do have a double dipperoo today on Altitude Sports Radio. On the AM side, you'll have the Nuggets and the 76ers. Joel Embiid expected to not play again.
Shut up. So this is like his, 479th missed game since he's been a 76er?
He's expected to,
how many is
miss
it?
Tonight's game.
Is it over? It's over 400.
I
know that. KJ, do you know how many missed Embiid games there have been?
400. 400 games? It's insane.
Yeah,
insane.
I actually recently just saw this. It was incredible.
All right, so 5:30 p.m. tip, 5 p.m. pregame show on AM 950. Birdo is going to have that pregame show on 950.
Please, if I may.
Yes.
Joel Embiid has played in his career 446 games. He has missed 400 games in his contractual agreement.
Holy smokes.
So about 47% of all of his games since being drafted. Now, the more important stat here is Embiid now has earned $125,695,000 of his total earnings while sitting on the bench, not suited up. Elite use of company PTO if I've ever heard of it.
Smarter, not harder.
No question, man.
They can't fire you for going to the bathroom.
No, and you were calling me out for arriving to the studio at 9:52 and being in the parking lot. How about Joel Embiid has made $125.6 million for not doing his job?
For the amount of time that Joel Embiid would have spent in the car like you did this morning, he would have walked away with $62K.
Probably more than that. You know, my commute's pretty long, man. That's probably a 6-figure commute for old Joel.
Could you imagine? He's got someone to drive him.
No doubt.
5:30 tip on AM 950. We'll have the Avs tonight as they return back home.
Gotta win.
You got to have 2 wins.
We got to win.
It has to be a double.
We're winning.
Double dipperoo, double winneroo tonight.
No doubt. No excuses. No it's just
No, you got to win hockey games and basketball.
Let's go. We got to go. Got to do it. You're at home against the St. Louis Blues. Got to get it done.
There are 2 games that you, on the schedule, you go, yeah, that should be a green W.
You're kind of
right of it.
In the Avs and Nuggets seasons, late January. We're turning the page into February, my birth month. Pretty cool. Not really. We're in.
You a big birthday guy?
No, not at all.
Neither am I.
Yeah.
Wife's a big birthday girl.
Yep, my wife's big birthday girl and a big anniversary girl and a big. She hates Valentine's Day. That's a win.
That is a huge win.
That's the worst. Valentine's Day is ridiculous, by the way.
It is.
Anyway, but
listen, I was not going to pigeonhole this in, but since you went there, you guys know what today is?
January 31st?
It sure is.
What's January 31st?
It's my birthday.
KJ! What? Oh my gosh!
I had no idea.
We're huge birthday guys on this show. We love birthdays.
Nelly, go get him a cake.
Gosh, man. I'll tell you what.
Nelly's in the 950 studio to our right. I say, hey, go get a cake. He stands up and he moons me.
He showed us some cakes. he showed us the Nelly cakes. But anyway,
KJ Granderson, happy birthday.
All right,
thank you guys.
So January 31st, the year of our Lord, KJ Granderson Day. And it's also Moser's birthday. Oh, no, check that. Connor McGahee and Mark Moser also are February birthdays.
Okay.
Today is reserved for one KJ Granderson.
One guy.
That's it, period. And it's also reserved for 2 teams in the Denver Metro that need to, I think, apply the logic of S or get off the pot. We're getting close. We're getting close to when it really matters, Raj. You've got to S, H, dot.
I got you.
Or get off the pot. Who are you? Are you a contender? Are you just going to survive and just get into the postseason? Or are you going to start showing your form?
Hold on. Just surviving and getting into the postseason, that was a very, very large part of the off-season talk around both the Avalanche and the Nuggets. There was a large portion of what we were talking about, how they petered out last year. Obviously, the Avs situation was way different than the Nuggets because of the Val Nichushkin absence. But a large portion of what we talked about going into the season was, well, both of those teams kind of looked like they ran out of gas. They did too much during the regular season. So I don't know if just staying alive and getting into the postseason is such a bad thing. Because that was talked about as a positive this year, where it's like, you know what, let's not, don't step on the gas too much. Don't kill yourself in the middle of the season. Peak at the right time. Are you really there right now? For me, it feels like a month away. The true time where it feels like both these teams really need to start their ascent is March. End of February, early March. I'm a little far away, but coming off of, it's been a mediocre / crappy week for both of these teams. The Nuggets have lost 3 games in a row for the first time this season. The Avs go out and they only get 2 out of a possible 6 points on a road trip where they looked inconsistent. Do I need to see 2 wins tonight? Yes, because you have to put a stop on the bleeding. But I don't know if just getting into the playoffs, getting into the bracket, and not being like a top seed is such a negative thing. We looked at that as a positive last year, or at least going into this season.
In light of recent performances from the Avs and Nuggets, who is in more dire need of a victory tonight? The Avs or the Nuggets?
Tonight. Nuggets. You've lost 3 straight.
Avs. Because you went and you did the win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1. And then what have you done since that win 1, lose 1?
Lose 4 out of 5 and 3
Correct.
Straight.
Yes, sir.
Well, not 3 straight now, but
and
you lost 3 straight.
The win 1, lose
the
1
20th
started.
to the 25th.
It started at the beginning of the month of January.
Yeah, the Avs had rattled off a really good end to September.
What did the Nuggets do?
6 straight.
What
Then
did the Nuggets do during that period of time? Raj?
The Nuggets were rolling too at the same time. But they were both teams were playing mediocre opponents for the most part.
You're right about that.
For the most part. There's a few good wins sprinkled in there for the Avs. Like you got wins against Winnipeg, you have a win against Nashville. I know that they're not playing well this year, but that's a good win against Nashville where you hammer them. The Nuggets were also playing mediocre teams when they were rattling off big time or a big winning streak when they 8 of 9, I think. But like wins against Orlando and Miami and a win against Philadelphia. How much does that matter? I like the win against Sacramento. That's a good team win. I like the back-to-back against Dallas on the road. Those are 2 good wins. So I don't know if I learned all that much about both the Nuggets or the Avalanche in those recent winning streaks. 3 straight losses on a 5-game road trip screams to me that's the more important game. Beating Philly. Am I going to learn anything about beating the Philadelphia 76ers, likely without Joel Embiid? No. But it will put a tourniquet on the wound.
You know what I heard about last night? My guy, Yabusele.
Yabusele.
Is that how you pronounce it?
I have no idea.
I like that.
But
Yabusele the Kabuzela. Because he's got the biggest rear end in professional sports today. He's got a bigger rear end than the greatest nose tackle to ever play the game. The guy's got a caboose, man.
Who's your favorite nose tackle to ever play the game?
I would go with I liked Tony Siragusa from the Baltimore Ravens. Just an old school refrigerator, just plugged right there.
Tony Siragusa feels like he. I always looked at him and I went, he should be the overweight guy in The Sopranos. He should be the one that's just going and mopping up all the problems. He's Big Tony.
Yes. Did he pass away?
I have no idea. Yes, he's dead. 2 years ago.
That's sad.
55.
Wow.
That's young.
Dude. I mean, it's the price of playing poker.
Why do you bring up your Yabusele Kabuzela?
Because he is allegedly going to be on the waiver wire here soon. And one of the teams that is associated with him is the Denver Nuggets. And he would be the perfect backup big. I fell in love with this player. I was sitting at Nuggets Sixers. How long ago would that have been? A week ago? 10 days ago?
Nuggets Sixers was
in Ball Arena.
The 21st.
Yeah, 10 days ago. Sitting there with my my 8-year-old son, and Nate Kreckman was there with his lovely daughter, his youngster. And we were watching, and there wasn't much to watch. It was a bit of a dominant performance by the Nuggets.
Yeah, they won by almost 40.
And I got into coach mode of evaluating talent. Like I was at the Senior Bowl, and there was a dude that I'm like, man, I want that guy on my team. And his name was
That's a different type of
Yabusele.
talent evaluation is what you're talking about.
No, Yabusele.
The caboose talent is different from basketball talent.
But dude, Yabusele in that game, the game that I watched him, does certain things with the basketball, physicality, very active, that you get nothing. I mean, nothing from Dario Saric or Zeke Naji. Those guys are zero-sum physical
physicality
presence.
to it.
There is a stir the pot and also some really good ball handling, some good verticality. I would love to see some Yabusele and somehow shed Zeke Naji, Dario Saric.
Well, I brought it up yesterday. You kind of shot it down. The Nuggets, and they got to start going. Like you can't wait to make these trades if you want to get a player like that in return in a later trade, right? So Mike Scotto of USA Today was the one who floated this rumor, and this is the quote: several teams have expressed interest in trading for Yabusele, including the Boston Celtics. I really want it to be Yabusele. The Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks.
Do we know yet
Nuggets.
for sure?
I don't know.
First name is Gershon.
Kabusele also works. Kabusele. See, it doesn't flow off the tongue.
Yeah.
Kabusele is way better.
I would be really excited if you got Yabusele here in Denver. I'd go out and get a number 28 jersey.
So the way to do that is if
there it is. Yes.
That is a donk, man.
Dude, that is.
Talk about some cake.
I'll tell you what, man. That is more impressive than Steve Nelson's birthday cake that he revealed in honor of KJ's birthday.
Yeah, it's way better than what you were about to put on the table there, Nelly. That cake.
Nelly didn't even get me any candles to go with his.
Tell you what, right?
Where are you going to put the candle? Jesus.
Well,
we know exactly where it goes.
I had a buddy in college light a Roman candle out of that.
The very top of the crack. You know what I'm saying? Like you're standing upright, top of the crack. And right there, it would
clear it. There's no danger there. It would clear your head by 12 inches.
Oh, he could fire off a Roman candle and be completely safe.
Unscathed.
The fire marshal would be, I approve. I approve of this launching of fireworks. Yabusele, if you're not driving, so if you're listening on an app or you're at a red light, go ahead and KJ, how did you look up this unbelievable derriere?
Well, listen, I started off being professional. I just typed in his name on Google, but I wasn't finding what I really wanted to look for. So then I went to Twitter, where things get a little raunchy when you really need to get down to business. And I typed in Yabusele butt. And here we go. I mean, listen, this is tier 1 butt right here, man. This is tier 1 lower half, and we appreciate him for looking like a freaking linebacker.
I hope they find a way to trade for this guy. It would help. It would certainly help your rotation. It would certainly help at the 4 and 5 position, where it just completely falls off the face of the planet. You likely are going to have to. You're going to have to be a money launderer. Like if someone can't fit the money and either needs to add salary or shed salary, Saric or Naji likely has to be moved before that deal can go.
Because both of their cheeks combined don't equal the left butt cheek of Gershon Yabusele. Get rid of both of them. I want cheeks, cakes. Bring them in.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. Happy birthday to our very own KJ Granderson. It's the morning sprint. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I have an interesting stat about Nikola Jokic that I want to share with you guys today, which is why I think he's going to have a nice bounce back game later this evening against the Sixers. Also, NHL Hot Lap coming up at 10:45. NFL Notes coming up at 11:15. But on the other side, before we get to all of that, did you hear what Patrick Surtain II had to say to the Denver Westward? If you didn't, we'll talk about it next. Altitude Sports Radio and our friends at Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends and a Hooters prize pack hosted by our very own DMac. And all you got to do is answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers will win, and a tie will go to the entry that is received first. So if you haven't done it yet, get on it. Hurry. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That is altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Coach, did you see what Patrick Surtain II had to say to the Denver Westward?
Westworld?
Westward?
Is it
Westworld? I thought it was West. It's the Westward, isn't it? I'm almost positive it's the Westward. I've been here for years.
It's Westward.
Westward. Yeah, Westward. Westworld is a show on HBO.
Oh, it is Westward. I thought it was the Denver Westworld.
Don't you sit here and gaslight me. You don't get to do that. Not today. Not on Kamaje's birthday. You don't get to do that to me.
Not on a day that started out themed on cakes and booties and what we learned is Gershon, his last name pronounced as Yabusele. Right, correct, right?
Yabusele.
As in Cabusele.
As in the Cabusele. It has to happen now.
Yeah. So PS2.
PS2
is... Go ahead. Let us hear the news.
He goes to the Westward and he has an interview about this past year. And here's the quote. When asked whether or not he could play 2 ways like Travis Hunter, why not? Put me at receiver. Let me make a couple of plays here and there. I could do it. I think it's a sneaky great play. Get the ball in the hands of your best athletes, your best football players, as often as you can. It doesn't matter if you are a defensive player or an offensive player. We see offensive linemen line up at tight end and catch passes every now and again on certain packages like that. You see big-time defensive ends line up in the backfield sometimes and tote the rock on like 3rd and 1 situations. It doesn't happen all that often, but it has in the history of the league. Why not have certain packages, let's call it 8 to 10 snaps a game, where Pat Surtain is lined up as a wideout?
Let me ask you this.
He's 6'2". Why not?
Okay. What does Pat Surtain II give you offensively at wide receiver that currently Troy Franklin does not give you?
I could argue he's got better hands.
How do you know that? Hey, they're never tested. Nobody ever throws his direction. How many interceptions does this guy have over the last 3 seasons?
It's a good point.
Gosh. Do you have 1 this year?
Why not? Tell me why not. Right? Like the whole point
of... Well, you just said he's 6'2".
It's still big enough.
I mean, Troy Franklin's 6'3". And we want to say that Troy Franklin doesn't have good hands?
He's lanky. I never said he has good hands. He had a couple of drops this year.
No,
he got
Troy
better
Franklin
as the season
struggled.
went on.
But you know what he works on every single day?
4 picks this year in a pick 6.
That's pretty good. Was that a recent career high?
His career high
5?
in interception is 4. He did it this year and in his rookie season.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he got 4.
And his only 2 pick 6s
4.
were rookie year and this past season.
I can only name the only game that I can name an interception in for me.
The pick 6 against the Raiders.
Raiders, yeah. I don't know why I can't remember another interception. Did he have? Oh no, did he have one against the Browns to kind of? I think he had one to.
What about Atlanta? Did he have one against Atlanta?
Probably. I mean, it was Kirk Cousins serving it up.
That's when Kirk was launching the football,
just serving him.
I dare you to sit me, and then they went, okay, we will. See ya later.
I would love to see it, man. I think it'd be great. The one thing we would say about Pat Surtain II is that he does fit the receiver body type of a Sean Payton. In terms of he's a bigger corner. It wouldn't be like a tiny corner coming over and being a little bit like a gadget player. So yeah, he's thick. I mean, he's a big, physical, imposing specimen at corner.
Like at the very least, if number 2 is on the field, and let's say how would you utilize that player? Let's say you have a package of between 4 to 6 plays in any given game. Where would you utilize that player? Is that a red zone player that you would try and get in?
For me, it would be in
between the
20s.
Field. Okay, in between the 20s.
Yeah, so I would say ITF, in the field.
Okay.
So in the field is kind of 20 to 20 to your point. And what I would first like to see, there are certain players that just have a knack for running go routes, which are 9 balls, tap the hamstring, roll, baby. And I know that a lot of that's predicated on speed, but some of it also is predicated on how quickly can you get on a cornerback's toes as you're eating up that cushion of grass between where you start and that corner is starting to backpedal. Can you eat up that cushion quickly? Because if that is something that is dynamic above what you currently have in your receiver room, and frankly, I think there's only 2 guys in the receiver room right now that really can eat up the cushion like that. And it would be Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. I don't think Devon Vele and certainly the little Jordan Humphrey, even Cortland Sutton are guys that freak out a corner when they're sitting there pedaling like, oh my gosh, this dude is on my toes so fast, and I better transition from back pedal to baseball turn to get in your hip pocket so quickly that, my goodness.
Baseball turn.
Think about like a outfielder when a ball's hit over their head.
Okay.
Yep. So you start out pedaling, like you're tracking the ball, pedal. Oh God, I got to go.
Yep.
Right. That's a baseball turn. So if Pat Surtain could run a go ball, I would isolate him, bring him in single receiver, and you know what you get to see? If you're like, say, Bo Nix and Sean Payton designing it, put Pat Surtain to the big side of the field by himself. So the ball's on the right hash, and the NFL hash is smaller. They're narrower, so you don't get a huge field like in high school or college. But just say right hash, put Pat Surtain as the X wide receiver, which is the split end, the single receiver. And put a bunch set or a 3 receiver set to the right side of the formation away from it and see what they do. Which corner is going to run out there with him? Are they going to have a corner and then also utilize the entirety of that side of the field with a corner and a safety over the top in a 2-high look? And if they do that, let's run the rock, baby. Or let's give Bo Nix all of his favorite zone answers. So, yeah, I think that's something that where you could get a very clear picture of what you do. Now, the key to it is Pat Surtain natural running a go ball? Both the speed of getting on somebody's toes and then the ability to go high point of football and come down with the rock. The next thing that I would see
Surtain's 40 is a 4.41.
Which is, I mean, Troy Franklin-esque, right? I think I was at the Combine. I think Troy Franklin was a 4.44, 4.46 right there.
Surtain's unofficial 40 at the Alabama Pro Day was 4.46.
That's Surtain?
Surtain.
Okay, let's check up Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims isn't big like Surtain, though. Like, he's slightly smaller than. Okay, so Marvin Mims 40 time, 4.38. That's juice.
We're talking about 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, but
0.03 of a second.
When you're in the 4.3s, relative to other NFL players, that are there's 4.4s are a bit of a.
There's not much separation between anyone at the skill position until
you get into the 4.3 range.
So any separation is by definition big separation.
Correct.
Okay.
So Marvin Mims ran a 4.38 at the actual combine, which is a crazy number because pro days, mind you, are not electronic laser times. Pro days are stopwatches, and they're always sometimes like a tenth of a second or sometimes like even 1.15
You're telling
seconds.
me the Alabama Pro Day isn't a lasered 40?
Pro days, they don't have because it's just an industry standard that the combine is the real 40 time. And then
that sounds that's stupid.
It is stupid.
That's dumb.
It is dumb. It's a scouting tradition like no other, like the Masters.
Well, speaking of the Masters, I'm so excited. I'm starting to get that golf itch because it's been nice weather the past few days. Did you see? So they're playing and we'll just put a pin in the Pat Surtain thing. We'll come back to it in a second. But you got me off on this squirrel tangent. They're playing the Pebble Beach Pro-Am this week, where they play a couple different courses in that Pebble area.
I saw Condi's kind of ripping. She's ripping the stick.
Condi can play, man.
She's having a heck of a day. Oh, go ahead.
Shane Lowry aced.
Can you give me a little bit more Jim Nance type of energy here?
I'm not Shane.
Is Jim Nance a Syracuse guy?
Is Nance a Syracuse guy?
Tirico's covered the Masters.
I think Nance is a Syracuse guy. I have no idea. I don't know.
I should probably know that. Can you just slow down your pace a little bit for this beautiful music?
No, he went to Houston.
Okay.
Shane Lowry yesterday at the famed 7th par 3 at Pebble Beach overlooking the gorgeous Pacific Ocean.
Waves crashing
on the rocks. Seagulls chirping in the background. Disgusting elephant seals wading onto the beach and pooping everywhere. Sent a sand wedge high into the Pacific air over the marine layer. Landed on the green, zipped it back into the hole for a hole-in-one.
No.
His third of his career. Shane Lowry, major champion Shane Lowry, who can drink anyone in the game under the table. Do you know his other 2 places where Shane Lowry has an ace on the PGA Tour?
No.
The 16th at Augusta. One of the most famous par 3s in the game.
Don't tell me 17 at TPC Sawgrass.
And the 17th at TPC Sawgrass, the floating green.
And he needs to get up to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Oh, the actual floating green.
To actually take a boat.
This is a great way for me to slow down. Right? Because we are very sprinty here on the show. We move.
I sprinted in this morning because I was a little late to the microphone. Actually, you know what? I was right on time.
This music's making it move a little bit, KJ. I got to be honest. I am ready for Augusta. I am ready for the Masters, baby.
You're noon to at least 10:30 p.m. Here you go. Hey. Hear that? Hold on. What's that sound right there?
Is that supposed to be a golf clap?
It's a golf clap. Does it not sound like that?
Sounds a little fleshy to me.
Oh, yeah.
Name a better threesome of hole-in-ones. Name a better threesome of hole-in-ones. 16th at Augusta, 17th at Sauger. All right, we get it. Jesus.
Children.
Gonna get fined at some point. And the 7th at Pebble? You can't get a better 3. You can't get a better 3-pack. That was
We'll call it a trinity.
A trinity, the holy trinity of hole-in-ones.
Mm-hmm.
The holy trinity. I don't have any. I've got 0.
You ever been to Holy Moly in downtown Denver?
No.
It's a fun little indoor putt-putt kind of bar vibe.
Oh, I've done an indoor putt-putt thing.
It's a really good place in downtown Denver. Good place to even take the friends, family.
What's your favorite indoor / like entertainment, food, drink paired with sporting? What's your favorite thing? So like you have the putt shack thing that you just talked about. Yeah. You got Top Golf. They've got some basketball ones that you can do. There's one in Houston where they slow pitch a softball at you.
The one I'm getting really excited for is chicken and pickle.
What is it? Oh, fried chicken and pickleball.
Yes, and that's going up I-25 north around Thornton, Westminster.
The old slap and pickle.
Yep, that'd be fun. I don't know how eating copious amounts of fried chicken, stuffing my face, and then go play in a very competitive game of pickleball will sit. But
could you make a version for football where it's just a bunch of stalls and it's just the Oklahoma drill?
Oh, that'd be
and
so
fun. The whole point is we have pizza, we have beer, we have wings.
We're gonna run into each other full speed.
You gotta bury a half rack of wings and a pint of Coors Light, and then just run at each other full speed.
I think we should do that.
First one to throw up loses.
That's a great investment opportunity. Most people would love to spend their Friday evenings doing that. I want to get a conch and throw up.
Okay, so
what a great Friday night.
So you guys help us with our business plan here. Text us 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. If you were to create a football-themed entertainment and food experience, much like Topgolf, what would you call it? Because now we need a name. We've been on fire in the names. We have the Holy Trinity. Yep. We have the Caboosele.
Yep.
We're 2 for 2, and I don't think I can go 3 for 3. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead.
The Pro Bowl.
The Pro Bowl? That's funny. That is funny. It is fake football. Did you watch any of the Pro Bowl games last night? Boy, that's
good.
Night?
That's so good right there, KJ.
The Pro Bowl.
I mean, I had no idea the Pro Bowl was on last night. Did you?
No.
And then I found out it was on. Found out it was on, so I tuned to it. And they're doing multiple choice questions with Drake May and some random defender from the Patriots. I'm like, well, first of all, why is Drake May? Didn't they win 4 games? 5? Why is he a Pro Bowler? I know we've discussed it. He's an alternate. Russell Wilson, did he get booed out of his own stadium multiple times? Why? He's on the, okay. Why are they in a weird building? And they're doing, are you smarter than a fourth grader? And they're
fifth grader.
It's even worse. And then they have Justin Jefferson putting on fake massive hands to catch a football. And this is the Pro Bowl? My goodness, what have we done? I understand that the game of football is trying hard to pull every revenue stream that you possibly can while not putting players in danger of getting the C word, the concussion. This is absurd. Don't have it anymore. Just name a all-pro team and let it eat. We don't need it. Senior Bowl's fine. I'm entertained by the Senior Bowl. Shrine Bowl's fine. I'm entertained by the Shrine Bowl. Did you hear Shedeur Sanders interviewed talking about his dad?
No, but we'll get into that on the other
Really
side.
good.
That's Coach
Really
Mike
good.
Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
Ooh.
Got some good names for our business plan coach coming in. Ball and beer. Ball and beer.
Love it.
The Brew Bowl.
Okay. Chris Bianchi came with the Water Bowl.
I could do the Water Bowl.
Okay.
Hail Marys. Gridiron. Griddle iron, I suppose. Gridiron. I like that. I don't hate it. Gridiron's not bad.
Thirst and 10?
Thirst and 10 is that might be the best one. Thirst and 10 is excellent.
I actually liked yours the best.
Okay, I got one in the break. And KJ, you haven't heard this one. Tell me if I'm spot on or not.
So this is for our take on football, a football-themed restaurant where there would be high-speed collisions and copious amounts of consumption of fried food and cold beverages.
Yes. So it's Top Golf for football.
Correct.
And if the Broncos are going to give the youth players of the state 15,000 helmets, you better hope that they give us a bunch of helmets too.
Yep. Although it might be too late for some of us.
So here's my name. Cuisine, touchdowns, entertainment.
Let that breathe a minute. What do you think about that? You like that? Is that a really creative name there, KJ?
Touchdowns, entertainment. And for short, because it's too long of a name, you just call it CTE.
Oh.
Marketing
genius. Gotcha.
Golly, you know what? Never mind.
Sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Yeah, it sure does.
This show is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Coach, you mentioned something from the East-West Bowl where Shedeur is talking about his dad and NFL moves. KJ, do you have the audio?
I thought this was an awesome interview. It ended up being about four minutes during the Shrine Bowl, and I thought Shedeur did a really good job of answering a ton of questions. It was a really well done interview there from the Shrine Bowl on the sideline. And this particular line was awesome. And you got to think about it. The relationship of father and son, and some people could throw negative shade at it and call it daddy ball. And is that necessarily what I would want? No, it's not. But does that mean it's inherently wrong or evil or unjust? No, it doesn't at all. I think it's been a really cool story. And to hear Shedeur talk about what has been an incredible journey that started in prep football before high school football, right? These academies that they were playing at in Dallas, Texas, to prime prep, and then ultimately to Jackson State, to CU. It's been a really cool journey for Coach Prime and Shedeur and Shiloh, even Deion Jr., Bucky, as he's called. But it's time, Raj. And Shedeur even verbalized it. It's time.
Time to leave the nest.
It's time to leave the nest. And I think that was a really cool moment. It's a cool moment for, I think, everybody to hear that Shedeur's not only, he's loved his experience with his dad in the game of football. It's been amazing.
And it has gotten him to this point, right? It got him into, is he the best quarterback in the country? Is he the number one overall pick if someone falls in love with him prior to this year's draft? It got him into the conversation at some points of like, is this a Heisman Trophy candidate type of player? And the incubation of Shedeur Sanders that is directly Deion's design.
Correct.
It's gotten him into the best possible position that he could have asked for. I wonder, that answer, do you think he sees what's happening with LeBron and Bronny and going, I don't want that.
What are you talking about?
I don't want that.
Bronny just had a career day yesterday. He went off on the road. Did you hear about the chants for Bronny James? He was playing in the fourth quarter, had an incredible and one. Gets to the free throw line. Gets to the free throw line. And where was he playing at yesterday?
Washington.
He was playing at the Washington Wizards. And guess what the chant was? as he stepped up to the free throw line. Bronny James. MVP.
Oh, my God.
MVP.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you think Shedeur looks at that situation and goes, and Shedeur as compared to Bronny in terms of professional prospect is they're not even in the same galaxy. Not even in the same galaxy. Do you think he looks at that what happened last night in Washington and what's been happening this season and going, cool story. It's awesome that he's playing with dad, but he's set up for failure, and I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be directly tied at the hip of my dad so that any of my success is, well, it's because Dion cultivated it for you. But if you fail, then it goes, well, you clearly couldn't have played in the NFL. Making that clean break right now, I think is the best thing for him as a professional football player.
It's called marketing and PR genius, right? Because you've gotten to this point. The ending of it all with your father as your coach was not a bad ending. I mean, the game was, in terms of the Alamo Bowl, which we all know was not really that impactful either way. It's these bowl games that aren't a playoff game are just not real games anymore. But the entirety of what happened at CU with Shedeur and Coach Prime was a positive, a wildly successful positive. But Shedeur Sanders absolutely has to, for the National Football League to feel good about drafting him and bringing about a good nurturing process for his growth and development as a first-round draft pick quarterback, he's got to sever ties. The biblical terms are he's got to leave and cleave.
Chris goes, the Mannings made their own way. When will Shedeur make his own? The Mannings didn't really make their own way. Like, Peyton was the can't-miss guy, right? He was the one dude that was can't-miss, generational prospect, and then Eli comes out, and Archie helps him move his way from San Diego in that draft to New York. That wasn't all Eli and his agent. A lot of that was Archie coming out and going, he's not playing there. And then the hard break was made after the draft. And then both of those players, Eli and Peyton, go on to win Super Bowls, and they made their own name. But don't mistake it, that the Mannings had help from dad. A lot of help from dad. They're just breaking at the same time now. The Manning and Shedeur in Sanders story, it's really similar. The only thing that didn't happen is that Archie wasn't coaching Eli and Peyton in college.
Pretty significant difference, though, Raj. It is. And they all went to a different...
The Archie influence in the draft for Eli was huge. Huge in getting him to New York. It's not... The stories really are not that dissimilar.
One thing that is interesting is both Eli and Peyton ended up having the same play caller and quarterback coach essentially in college, David Cutcliffe. Both at Tennessee first and then as the head coach at Ole Miss. So yes, there is something
that's similar.
Similar, yeah.
That's incubation.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's not dad being head coach, but it's pretty similar. And while the Mannings made their hard break, Eli, I'm focusing in on Eli now. Eli makes his hard break at the draft and then goes on to have his own career and be fine and win Super Bowls. Shedeur's doing the same thing right now. They're making their clean break before the draft. And Shedeur gets to go prove that he can be his own man and he can be his own player without the help and without the protective bubble of Prime. It's going to be a really, really interesting year for him. It's an interesting case study for both of them. What are you without the other? Because we don't know them without each other. Dion going back to Colorado, losing all of that talent, a much younger team now. Who's going to be his quarterback? Is he really going to start Juju Lewis? And then Shedeur, depending on where he goes, whether it's Vegas or it goes to the Giants or the Titans, can you resurrect a franchise?
Starting to feel Giants and Shedeur, and I didn't think that.
It's because during that interview last night, he goes, I'm going to be playing the Cowboys pretty soon here.
Yep.
Maybe twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy on the other side to get you guys caught up what's happening in the National Hockey League. A double dip on Altitude Sports Radio tonight. 5:30 tip on AM 950. You'll have the Nuggets and the 76ers. Again, Joel Embiid not expected to play tonight at home against Nikola Jokic. And the Nuggets as they look to snap a 3-game losing streak. The Avs back at home for a quick 2-game set at Ball Arena. And it starts tonight against a division rival, 7 p.m. Puck Drop on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No big game celebration is complete without a game of squares. Circa Sports now offers Circa Squares bets. I was checking it out last night, and everyone who has played squares, whether it's at your Super Bowl party, wherever you've been, you know the pain of pulling terrible numbers. But with Circa Squares, instead of randomly pulling numbers, you get to choose your square and choose which numbers you get. Each square has its own odds. Whether it's a minimum bet of just $1, and you get the opportunity to get a maximum win of $100,000, it's easier than ever. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app to place your Circa Squares bet. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Double dip on Altitude Sports Radio later today. You're listening to the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. Happy birthday to our very own KJ Granderson. I feel bad. I didn't know that today.
I'm just glad he didn't bury the lead, the biggest story here on Morning Sprint.
That it's KJ's birthday?
Yep, that's a big one.
Or that the Kabusele is going to be playing against the Nuggets tonight?
Also a big one.
That is a big story.
Gershon Kabusele. Yabusele Kabusele.
So Nikola is coming off of a long stretch of triple-doubles, but now he's gone no triple-double, triple-double, no triple-double in back-to-back games.
Oh, no.
Through 40,
he's really fallen off, isn't he?
Through 47 games this year, there have been just 6 times where Nikola Jokic has gone back-to-back games without a triple-double. In 2 of those 6 times, it's been a 3-game stretch, but that's it. 6 times. In nearly 3/4 of the season is done. It is amazing how consistent that guy is at one of the most difficult things to do in the game.
Just think if you're in my show was as consistent as Nikola Jokic, you imagine what these national guys would be dealing with. Like Colin Cowherd. Colin Cowherd he'd be shaking in his boots. Like, oh, this Alex Rajaniemi, he's coming after me.
Put an H in there?
I don't know. So probably Colin Cowherd probably pronounces it that way.
You asked me earlier today what the more important game was between the Nuggets or the Avalanche tonight. The Avs coming off of a stretch where you've now lost 4 of 5, but you do have 3 points in that stretch. You got the overtime loss against Winnipeg. You got the win against New York, but the dueling losses at Boston and at the Islanders leave a really gross taste in your mouth. These are 2 games against St. Louis and Philly that you, on paper, are the better team. You got to have both of these. It just doesn't feel as pressing as, like, we looked at this 5-game stretch for the Nuggets, Coach, before they started off against Minnesota. And Minnesota wasn't playing great basketball going into that game.
Going into it pretty close to a 500 club. And
you went, you should probably go 4-1 on this 5-game road trip.
Right now?
Right now, you're 0-3. 0-4 starts to ring some alarm bells, right? Because going into the New York game, Denver hadn't lost 3 straight at all this season. You have to find a way to put that bandage on the wound.
If you lose 4 in a row, and this being to a Joel Embiid-less Philadelphia 76ers.
Paul George is questionable as well.
You start questioning what I always used to talk about with the gas meter, as in G-A-S.
The give a darn meter?
Yep. We'll call it the GAD meter here. You start questioning a little bit the gas meter of the roster. And that is a very slippery, it's a scary and very slippery slope that you do not want to be walking for the remainder of this season. You can't just wait to March, Raj, to just turn it on. Don't love it. Because how you do anything is how you do everything. I believe that. And if you show the signs that you just aren't that invested in committing to the details and playing with all the different levels of focus that you need to, night in and night out, then I think you're in danger of another, and I keep saying it, I hate to be the guy, but another wasted year in a Nikola Jokic championship window in his prime.
That's the first part of our double dip. You can get the Nuggets on 9:50 a.m. this evening. 5 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. The Avs will take on the St. Louis Blues tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop, 6:30 pregame on 92.5 with yours truly. We haven't done it yet, so it's time for an NHL Hot Lap.
Let's go.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Go, go, go!
the hottest headlines on 200 feet of ice.
Driving! Play fast!
Let's take a lap around the NHL with Raj.
Why not? Let's do it. All right, Avs and Blues tonight. We'll get into that in just a little bit, but we'll take you around the NHL before we come back to the local hockey team. Alexander Ovechkin last night buries goal number 876 on the power play. He sits just 19 goals away from breaking Gretzky's all-time mark of 894. The Capitals have 31 games remaining for him to score 18 to tie, 19 to win. And if he were to do it in the final game of the season, do you know who it would come against?
The Colorado Avalanche.
Not quite. Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins on the road.
Or the Pittsburgh Penguins with no Sidney Crosby because he has been dealt to the Colorado Avalanche.
Just going to talk it into existence, aren't you, Coach? Big goal for him on the power play. The Capitals they're the real deal somehow. I don't know how they did it, turned it around as Ovi is getting into his gray beard years, but that's a team in the East that you don't want to see right now. 19 goals shy. Also last night, Marc-Andre Fleury, who is likely in his last season in the National Hockey League.
This was really cool.
Another former top pick, obviously by those Pittsburgh Penguins. He won multiple cups with Sid and Letang and Phil Kessel and all those guys. His final start in his native Montreal happened last night against the Habs. And what did he do? He pitched a shutout to become the first goaltender in National Hockey League history to have a shutout as a teenager and then have one when he's 40 years of age or older. Marc-Andre Fleury is one of my favorite players of all time. And if you guys haven't seen it yet, hop on Twitter and go search for the final 10 seconds at the Bell Center last night. Standing ovation for an opposing goaltender, knowing that it's one of the greatest guys of all time, shutting out their team in their own building. It was amazing to watch last night. And then what do the Habs do, Coach?
The entire team goes out on the ice and shakes his hand and pays respect after they had just been shut out, in the midst of a playoff race for them.
There's things about hockey that always get me and kind of tug at my heartstrings. That was one of them. Also last night, Mikko Rantanen scores his first goal as a Carolina Hurricane in his first game in front of the Raleigh crowd in a Hurricanes 3-2 victory over the lowly Chicago Blackhawks. So that was his home debut last night in Carolina.
What's the night?
Marty Necas and Jack Drury. Drury already has scored for the Avs, but Necas hasn't. He's been very good, maybe one of the most dangerous players on the ice since the trade. Marty Necas makes his Denver debut tonight against division rival St. Louis. Will it happen? Back-to-back nights. Both of these two players whose careers will now be intertwined over who gets the best out of who for each of these franchises. Does Net just get it done tonight?
I'm going to say let's have a great game. I want to see great skating tonight from the Avalanche hockey squad. No, we're not going to predict anything. We're not going to put anything into the universe. We're just going to have a good night of Avalanche hockey, Raj. You good with that, bud?
I'm good with that.
Okay, good, man.
I won't
good.
Give
Let's
you
just
a
have a
prediction,
good night,
promise,
man. Friday, it's Double Dipperoo. Let's just have fun, man.
The other big news coming out this morning, salary cap projections from the National Hockey League over the next 3 seasons are in. Next year's cap is scheduled to be at $95.5 million. The year after that, $104 million. And that's a big year because Cale Makar is a free agent that offseason.
Wow.
$104 million is what is anticipated to be the NHL salary cap 2 years from right now. And 3 years, the cap is projected to make a $9 million jump up to 113 to 113.
I like you this.
That's good. Now it does bring up the question. Knowing those numbers now, was moving on from Mikko the right idea?
I believe so. Yeah, I think so.
Because now you have the space.
He was. I mean, I just
think, or at least the projections say you might have the space.
So with the information that number was going to be increasing, would the Octagon, who represents Mikko Rantanen, would they have gone through with increasing even their bottom line?
I've looked at a couple of like inflation type things, and they were looking at the Leon Draisaitl contract, which is a $14 million contract, and that is like.
It's a 14er, Raj.
They look, the Octagon group looks at Mikko Rantanen and goes, well, if Draisaitl got 14 and it doesn't kick in until next year, we should have the market value around 14. And Dom Lichushkin of The Athletic, based on current market value, Draisaitl might be worth $18.7 million. And part of that jump is also how unbelievable Draisaitl's been this year. He's got like 37 goals or something like that with 30 games remaining. But if you inflate by 5%, his previous value would still be at $17 million. So if you do take into account, all right, well, the salary cap's going up. Yeah, it's going up for the team, but it's also, as you say, it's going up for the agent. Mm-hmm. So does his market value go from 14 to, or perceived market value? Does it go from 14 to 15 and a half? And then you're kind of having the same conversation. I still believe it was the right move for the team to go, we're too top heavy. We have to worry about keeping Kale here long term, and we want to make sure that we can go make a big time deal for a middle pairing defenseman so that we're not relying upon these 3 players to drag us through the playoffs. I still think it's the right decision. It still hurts. In the long term, if they make a deal by the time March 7 rolls around to shore up the defense, they will be a team in a better position to win a cup now than they would have been had they kept Rantanen and just hoped and prayed that you got a team-friendly deal.
Raj, speaking of Cale Makar, interestingly enough, in the Four Nations Cup, did you see that Cale Makar was named as an assistant?
I did.
Is it an assistant or an alternate captain?
It's kind of the same thing.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's kind of the same.
Okay.
Kind of the same.
Is it ever called a vice captain?
No.
Yep.
You're just having a little V on your chest.
Instead of it's kind of a little bit like Coach Prime had the different acronyms.
The dog and the leaders.
Yeah,
which I always thought was kind of lame, man.
Yep.
You know, the Russians back when they're the Soviet Union and they're the CCCP jerseys.
Yep.
The K for captain on the jersey.
I don't know how to spell, man. You guys don't know how to spell.
It's backwards too. What are we doing?
My goodness, when you strike out looking.
My favorite letter in terms of actual like font for an assistant captain and a captaincy, the Calgary Flames. Do you know where they moved from before they were Calgary?
No.
They were the Atlanta Flames. And the logo was basically the same thing. So,
So the Calgary Flames are not an OG.
They are not an OG. I think they're 1967.
That's a
something like that. I don't exactly know when they came in,
I
but
just
they
think
moved
of them
from
as
Atlanta.
such a historical franchise.
It's because it's Canada that's poisoning your mind.
No, because I don't feel that way with Vancouver.
No?
I don't feel that way with Ottawa.
Okay.
I do feel that way with Toronto and Edmonton and Montreal.
Toronto and Edmonton Toronto and Montreal are original 6 franchises.
Edmonton is not.
Edmonton is an old WHA franchise.
Interesting.
So, fun fact, Wayne Gretzky.
The
Waha? Wayne Gretzky was not drafted into the National Hockey League. He was drafted into the WHA as a member of the Oilers, and then they came in the following season.
So when you're talking about the Four Nations captains for Team Canada, no Nathan McKinnon as an assistant captain.
Doesn't shock me.
Connor McPickles is an assistant captain. Connor McDavid.
And Crosby's wearing the C as he should.
Perfect.
Until Sid decides to hang him up, he's Canada's captain.
And he will be, I think you should slide right over and wear the C here if Landy can't go.
Kale? You give it to Kale or you give it to Nate?
No, I'm saying you bring Sydney over and slide him in with the C.
You
for
can be
the
the
Stanley
captain.
Cup run.
You're the
Yes.
captain now. Everyone on that team would go, yeah, I get it. I get it. It makes sense.
Yep. That's
Nate and you imagine Nate and Kale, who are 2 guys that like grew up idolizing Sidney Crosby, as they should have.
The kid.
You imagine both of them going, yeah, no, I'm more fit to lead this team. There's no way that either one of them would do that. He's one of the greatest players of all time. You sidetracked me. The Calgary story. They moved from Atlanta to Calgary.
Mm-hmm.
You know the flaming C that they have.
Oh, yeah. Great logo.
Used to be
one of my faves.
It used to be a flaming A.
Ooh.
Do you know what for years Calgary had their assistant captains wear on their sweater? The old Atlanta Flames jersey as the A on the chest. So instead of just like a normal fonted A, you would have the flaming A as an assistant captain.
Speaking of flaming A's, you're going to get a great look at one tonight when Kabusele, Gershon Yabusele.
Is he having a pregame meal of
he's got
Indian?
He's got a flaming A.
He's
flaming hot A, baby.
He's just crushing some. What's that? What's the Indian cuisine that's like super red? It's like a lamb. Oh, lamb vindaloo. He's just crushing vindaloo before a basketball game. So he's got a flaming A. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Was that my sound effect from the other day?
It sure was.
There was someone texted in the other day. They were in the car with their 2-year-old, and you made that sound effect, that little.
I did it a couple times.
And the 2-year-old just lost it in the car.
I really built that entire segment for anybody driving a small child in their car to really entertain them.
Avs on 92.5 tonight. Nuggets on 950. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get to that, some news from morning skate today. Although it was an optional skate, the expectation is that Mackenzie Blackwood gets the start tonight against St. Louis. Cale Makar, who missed the last skate, was on today, but left very quickly. This according to Evan Rowell of the Gazette. Left very quickly with the Avs head trainer. So that's a question mark about this evening. If Cale's injured, man,
not good.
I wouldn't say, obviously it's not good, but if he is any sort of injured, I want to give him the Nichushkin treatment right now, which is
shut him down.
Shut you down. We'll see you on the 22nd. And you look at Team Canada and you go, you don't get to play that guy.
Sorry.
Bummer.
Pass the assistant captaincy to your teammate.
See you later.
Nathan McKinnon. Because Nate's playing.
We did talk about that with McFarland. And he goes, yeah, if we have some input, we let the GMs know if this guy's on a minutes restriction, it means it's a minutes restriction. KJ, biggest stories around the NFL. What's up?
The Denver Broncos will have some tough decisions, as we detailed, to make regarding how they want to improve offensively, knowing that they are going into the second year of the dead cap hit from the Russell Wilson contract. Pro Football Focus believes that the Broncos will draft their offensive weapons, which will leave them with money to bring in San Francisco 49ers safety Talanoa Hufanga in free agency. Do you guys believe that behind PS2 and Moss that they had a good enough season to return next year? Or should the Broncos kind of continue to shake things up with the safeties this offseason?
Man, I think that the safety position for the Denver Broncos is one that wasn't a major deficiency. But if there's one thing that I do look at, just the optics of being out there on the field at training camp and looking across their defensive backfield, they had one safety that gives you a physical presence, and that was a backup, a reserve player who played very well in special teams, and that's J.L. Skinner. He's got size, he's got length, he's got presence. When you look at P.J. Locke and Brandon Jones, good football players, good, instincts, toughness, I just don't feel the physical presence of a guy like Talanoa Hufanga. So I could see the Broncos addressing their safety position, especially when you play as much single high coverage as you do. You'd love for your cover one, your single high safety, to be a guy that has a lot of range and length and athleticism. And right now you don't necessarily have that.
For this draft class not wowing anyone in terms of top quarterback talent, necessarily all that much running back talent outside of Genty, certainly in the first round, there's a handful of corners that you might like. And there's a handful of defensive backs that you could probably find a young guy in the third round at safety to try and get cheaper there and get deeper there rather than spending it on free agency. I want to save that. I'm kind of falling, and I know it's like the shiny toy. I'm really in love with the T. Higgins idea, and I want all of the money to go to that guy.
I like it too.
I don't know why, and maybe it's just because
you have lacked star power at the receiver position forever here in Denver. When's the last one that you would say is that is a dude?
Demaryius Thomas.
Yep. It's a while ago.
Sutton's first year at SMU was pretty electric too.
Good player, man.
When Sutton came out of SMU, that rookie season, you went, oh, that's DT 2.0.
Yeah. And he's been good.
But he hasn't turned into what DT was, which is Ring of Famer and rest in peace. But they haven't had that guy. They haven't. KJ, what's next?
The new one.
That is the new one. Yes, there you go. Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists in the Baltimore area, according to an investigation launched by the Baltimore Banner. Tucker's conduct which was posted in the article, was caused by some therapists' refusal to work with him due to his results of being inappropriate in 2 spas, and it banned him from returning ever again. All of these allegations came during the years of 2012 to 2016, which were Tucker's first 5 seasons in the NFL. Tucker goes on to call the allegations unequivocally false and, quote, in a lengthy response to the article on social media. Guys, I'll ask you this. After seeing Tucker's, worst season, take place in 2024, is this the time for the Ravens to look at potentially pivoting from Tucker and just moving on to another kicker and probably, moving on to something else? I mean, we understand Tucker's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but is it time to kind of pivot?
I don't think you ever want to eat dead cat money on a kicker. Also, their allegations, you don't want to run the guy out before either. I don't know if there's going to be any investigations, but before an investigation takes place, you don't want to run the guy out. Like, at the very least, if you see something that's seedy, throw him on, an administrative leave or a suspension. I don't think you take this and you go, hey, you're moving on. He's under contract for this year and next year. It looks as though the anomaly was this season. But I think jumping the gun based off of allegations is a slippery slope.
I agree with that, but I will say that, man,
although we did say that about Deshaun a few years ago, man. A lot of people said that about Deshaun, and it was gross.
And it just continues it just festers, and it carries on, and I don't know what's happening. Frankly, none of us are the judicial process, so I never want to be somebody who says Justin Tucker guilty or Justin Tucker not guilty. That's not my role.
So I'll take it from a dollar standpoint.
Yep.
Coach, could you imagine eating dead cat money on a place kicker?
It's not great.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. You would take dead money on a quarterback, on a wide receiver, on a running back, on a contract that honestly matters. They're not going to do anything. KJ, what's next?
Dennis Allen had his opening presser as the Bears' new DC on yesterday. Dennis Allen spoke about his connections to Ben Johnson and when did Ben reach out to him about taking the DC job. Dennis, in so many words, confirmed that Ben was leaving this offseason regardless of how the season ended for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Allen, good defensive coordinator, has not worked out well. I guess it was okay in New Orleans. It wasn't terrible, but overall, the combination of what he did in the Oakland Raiders franchise as a head football coach hasn't been great. One thing I will say that the Lions have done is they've gone out, and we'll get to that in a second, but Ben Johnson now going to the Chicago Bears, first-time head coach, seemed very, very green as a head coach. It is a great thing when you are a first-timer going through it to hire somebody that has also been through the head coach woes. And it's a different world, Raj. There are a lot of different things that come on your plate that you don't necessarily expect when you take that job.
Better chance for this coaching tree to have Super Bowl success, either this current one that's coming from New Orleans and A&M and all that stuff, and all these guys getting their first cracks at head coaching jobs. Better chance for them to have Super Bowl success, or the Shanahan-McVay tree, where only one guy has done it.
Just McVay, right?
Just McVay.
Man, that's a really good question. Man, gosh, it's kind of just Andy Reid is the only tree right now. Like everything else is just an outlier, right?
It's just the one large oak that has roots everywhere in the league. I wonder if you could, it's going to be a fun one, and we're going to have time to do this in the offseason. I want to do the Pete Carroll, Andy Reid. Harbaugh doesn't really have that much time in the league, so I can't really make him one of these like old standing oak trees that has their roots going throughout the league. But Sean Payton certainly has been there where he's got some guys. Do you think like the percentage of DCs, OCs, and head coaches that have direct ties to AFC West head coaches is like above 75%?
It's pretty high, brother. Yeah,
it's got to be a lot. There's so many years.
I know.
I'm gonna venture to do that in the offseason. We're gonna go through that whole ecosystem.
When is the offseason for you, Raj?
It's very long. The offseason is actively happening for me right now.
No, but you got hockey, man. This is go time for hockey Raj.
Well,
Raj.
I mean, the cup final.
The cup overfloweth.
Early June. Yeah, so I guess the offseason is June for me. Late June, early July. You guys can look for that at that time. KJ, what's next?
Duval. Cam Newton has been full of hot takes lately, and his latest is revolved around the Dallas Cowboys. As we all detail here in Denver, the Cowboys failed to get Coach Prime and Shedeur to Dallas this offseason as a combo. Cam believes Dallas is using 2025 to set themselves up for another big-time coach QB hire from the college ranks in 2026.
Hear me out, DMac. Hear me out. I think they tanking for Arch. Make it make sense. Okay, Cam.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
Coach Schottenheimer has one and done written all over him.
I think they have to tank.
He got one and done written all over him. Okay, why do you want it done? You get the first pick of the draft. Okay, not only that, I'm going to go back into my Godfather bag and say, okay, Jerry Jones is a businessman, and he's going to get in this Don Corleone, mentality, and he's going to give him a deal that he can't refuse. Who? Nick Saban. Go get Nick Saban as your head coach. Go draft Arch Manning as the number one pick. Man, that's...
So Nick Saban's going to be 75 then, and he's going to go into a league that chewed him up and spat him back out at 75 years of age with a rookie quarterback?
That's
what we're going to do. Also with an owner that might not survive the length of whatever that contract is.
Yeah, you might actually have in-season endings, we'll call it, for both head coach and owner.
That's not going to happen, Cam.
And then also a Arch Manning. You're tanking for a guy that hasn't really played meaningful football and really hasn't shown the full skill set of a draftable quarterback yet.
We don't know yet.
Not even close.
We don't know yet.
I love him. Like, he's a great athlete, but we don't know.
The coaches that are going to come out of college, like Saban ain't the guy. The ones that you're going to be looking at are, like, do you look to grab Kirby Smart? Do you look to grab Ryan Day? Is that the next time that we see Dion's name thrown around the Dallas Cowboys? That's probably one of those ones out there. You'd look at those guys. Could you pry Lincoln Riley, right? If you want to have like a quote-unquote quarterback whisperer alongside a rookie quarterback, do you pry Lincoln Riley out of USC? Those are the names. Nick Saban's going to be 75 by the time that happens. And that's not the dumbest thing that came out of Cam Newton's mouth yesterday. The dumbest thing that he said was that I did my job. When we played the audio yesterday, KJ, when you weren't here. Cam was asked about whether or not he would trade his MVP for a Super Bowl championship. And he said, no, I wouldn't, because I did my job. And I went, you got strip sacked twice. One of them got recovered for a touchdown, and the other one should have gotten recovered for a touchdown if TJ Ward hadn't tripped on his way to the end zone. And then you also threw a pick that took 3 points off the board. So you were directly responsible if you're 17 points against or negative 17 points in a 14-point loss in the Super Bowl. You did your job. You said dumb things all day yesterday, Cam Newton.
Well,
your hat looked like it was, dipped into something a little sketchy.
Cam Newton is doing his job right now as a hot take artist, because you and I we've spent 2 days in a row talking for at least 3 minutes about what Cam Newton said that was ridiculous. So ESPN's winning again, I guess.
KJ,
is that who he's with, ESPN?
Yeah.
Cool.
KJ, what's next?
Duval. So yesterday, Tez Johnson was speaking at the Senior Bowl, and Tez Johnson, for those who don't know, is the Oregon wide receiver, but most importantly, he's Bo Nix's adopted brother. And he talked about the potential of playing with Bo Nix here in Denver and what would that be like for him. The real question is, did Troy Franklin ruin it for future Oregon receivers here in Denver. Here's Tez Johnson talking about that.
What would it mean for you if the Denver Broncos went ahead and selected you so that way you can be paired up with Bo Nixon?
I mean, playing alongside my brother again would be very, very, that's another dream come true. You can play in the NFL with your brother, that's pretty amazing. Like I said before, like if any of these 32 teams draft me, they by far gonna have one of the best receivers in the draft. So I'll be honored and thankful that any team draft me, but playing alongside my brother would be really cool.
I love it. I love Tez Johnson. He's been putting on a show, creating separation. He's the footwork king. He's got great feet. He's got high top end speed. He's certainly undersized, 156 pounds. I believe this is a player that you could get somewhere between the 5th and 7th round. Wouldn't surprise me because of the lack of size. I think he's a better – I believe he is a better overall wide receiver, player, dependable hand catcher than Troy Franklin is.
Is he going to be available to you? Where does he get drafted?
5th to 7th.
So available.
Oh, he'll be available. He's little, man. A lot of people don't like drafting little.
I mean, Sean Payton doesn't. Sean Payton has an archetype for wide receivers, and that is
draft late,
6'3", 215 pounds.
Bring some juice. Get some juice into the building.
Type of scat back, but at wide receiver.
I mean, it's a bit Marvin Mims-ish, to be honest. I mean, but Marvin's thicker.
But you're also not that guy. You've talked about a lot of these wide receiver prospects this year being twitchy players.
I like touchdown makers, Raj. Guys that you throw the ball 4 to 8 yards past the line of scrimmage and they take it for 60 to 80.
So what makes
whatever reason, I don't know that Sean Payton loves that guy right now.
What makes Tez Johnson different than the twitchy players at Colorado that you don't think are going to get drafted?
Production, overall production. I mean, twitchy, let's be very clear. Will Shepard is a big wide receiver. He had a hard time catching the football. His film's gonna allow him to drop. He had a good Shrine Bowl practice from what I heard. LeJontay Wester, man, I love the player. I really do. I just don't know that LeJontay Wester ends up being a high draft pick. He's not as small as Tez, to be candid. Jimmy Horn's he's a little guy. I think Jimmy Horn didn't have a chance to stay on. He didn't stay on the field enough this year. It's hurt a bunch. I personally think the best wide receiver, not named Travis Hunter, on the CU group of insanely talented receivers for the National Football League that will end up making production is LeJontay Wester.
That's NFL Notes. We do it every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. It's brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up with a party for you and 4 friends and a Hooters prize pack that gets hosted by DMac. All you got to do, answer 10 questions about the game, like prop bets, without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers will win. Any tie goes to the entry that was entered first, so do not delay. Hurry up. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That is altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Coach. Speaking of coaches.
A lot of coaches. A lot of coaches have been omitted or are leaving the Denver Broncos coaching staff.
So you end up losing Banjo. He's gone. Now you've got a big-time opening on special teams, which needs to be addressed over the next couple of weeks.
So let's go through all of the coaching turnover and even personnel turnover with the Denver Broncos since the end of the season. Of course, the first thing that happened was Mike Westhoff stepped down towards the tail end of the season after the Kansas City Chiefs. He had a legitimate health issue. He's obviously getting a little longer in the tooth. He's an older coach, but his partner in crime, also special teams coordinator Ben Kotwika, no longer with the team, was fired within a week, I believe, after the season ended, roughly. Just this week, another firing, inside linebacker coach Greg Minuski. You've lost your assistant general manager, a John Elway original hire, and a part of certainly George Payton's tree is assistant general manager Darren Muji. And the Muj piece, as I call him, know the guy, played quarterback. I coached against him at San Diego State. He is on to the New York Jets. Tight end coach Declan Doyle is now the offensive coordinator by title, not play caller, for the Chicago Bears. Hardly knew you, right? You lost your pass game coordinator, who was famous, and this is Johnny Moe, is his nickname. John Morton was famous from training camp this year for being very deep in the ears.
Very vocal.
Of Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. Very vocal, good ball coach. And he goes to be the offensive coordinator, actual play caller, because I'm pretty sure that the big fella, Dan Campbell at the Lions, didn't call him a whole lot of ball plays. So he's going to be the play caller at the Detroit Lions and brings one of his former lieutenants that worked together, Johnny Moe and David Shaw, the former Stanford head coach, my former boss, who was a scouting and coaching and personnel assistant this year, kind of a walk-around guy, observed, watched the NFL, watched trends. But Johnny Moe and David Shaw worked together at the University of San Diego, and they are going together. Now David Shaw is the pass game coordinator of the Detroit Lions. So that's a lot of turnover. Not to mention your potential next man up for the special teams coordinator job was Chris Banjo. Chris Banjo is now the New York Jets' new special teams coordinator. It's a lot. It's a lot of movement.
Does losing David Shaw really mean all that much?
I don't know. What it tells me, because here's what I thought would have happened. I thought with Johnny Moe leaving to go to the Detroit Lions, I thought that David Shaw would then be thrust right into that pass game coordinator title. Now, the one thing for David Shaw, he's been a head coach. He's been a play caller. He's also coached in the National Football League. He coached with the Ravens. He coached with the Raiders under John Gruden. I think he has enough experience where he doesn't want to necessarily be maybe the third or fourth guy in line, which with Sean Payton as the play calling head coach, and then Lombardi. And there is a lot of layers of guys that have titles of offensive coordinator or pass game coordinator, but you don't really do much on game day because, frankly, Sean Payton's calling the whole thing. So I think it gives David Shaw, he's one step away from being a play caller and more influential in the play design and game plan design. So I don't think it's a huge deal. It just means that, there's some spots to fill for Sean Payton for sure.
We were talking about Arch Manning, and Cam Newton was saying, hey, the Cowboys are going to tank to grab Arch, and then they're going to pair him with an up-and-coming college head coach, whether he thinks it's going to be Nick Saban, but I think Saban doesn't want anything to do with the NFL right now. Manning has opened as the favorite to win the 2025 Heisman Trophy, according to ESPN Bet Sportsbook, sitting atop the dashboard at plus 750. He has the lowest odds to win this year. LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier is second at plus 800. Nico Yamalevea from Tennessee, plus 1,100. Cade Klubnik at Clemson.
I worked really hard on his pronunciation of his last name this
Is it
year.
Yamalevea?
No, so that's what I wanted to do it. It's Nico Iamaleava. Try that.
Wow.
Nico Iamaleava.
Iamaleava.
You got it.
Oh, I butchered that.
It's just really hard to, it doesn't, like you have to think about it. Pass
I
attempt
was
by
Samsonite,
Iamaleava.
man. I was way off.
That's what I used to call him, Yamalevea. It's Iamaleava.
Klubnik at plus 1,200.
How'd I do? Do
Pretty
it one
good.
more time. Hold on.
Pretty good.
Iamaleava. Go ahead, hit it. Mm-hmm.
Pretty solid, Coach.
I worked on it this year. It's a tough one.
Your last guy is Penn State's Drew Aller at plus 1,200. The next closest non-quarterback is the wideout from Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, at plus 1,500. That guy would look good in a Broncos uniform.
I wub him.
that guy would.
I wub.
And who's
Jeremiah
the kid? Who's the
Smith.
kid out of
Alabama?
Out of Williams, Jameson Williams. Is that his name?
Jameson Williams
He's a lion. He was a lion. I don't know who he is now.
He's a
Williams. That's all I know.
William.
The 18-year-old who is just a freak.
Fred.
Johnny.
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams.
Yeah, a lot of people are naming their sons Jim in the last 20 years. Hey, how you doing, Jim?
Well, I know it's not Jackson with an X and a Y. I'll tell you that. I think that's a pretty safe guess for me to go on. Double dip today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You got the Nuggets on 950.
Are you a little thirsty?
Thirsty?
Is it Friday?
It is Friday. It's time to pop some tops,
Let's
baby.
pop them, baby.
All right, Coach. What are you watching this coming weekend? Because I am watching some hockey. I told you guys that Cale Makar got off the ice at morning skate. Optional morning skate, but he got off the ice quickly and went off with the Avs trainers. According to Evan Rowell of the Gazette, Makar is good to go tonight, according to head coach Jared Bednar. So I'm watching two games this weekend. The Avs taking on not only the St. Louis Blues tonight, but the Philadelphia Flyers, who have kind of committed to a rebuild. They just traded two of their solid young players, Joel Farabee, one of them being traded away last night. So these are two games that, like, you got to win. You got to handle these things. Must handle these things. I'm watching two hockey games this weekend, St. Louis and the Philadelphia Flyers.
Well, it's a pretty football-less weekend. Pro Bowl?
Ryan Williams. We weren't far off. Ryan. It is a pretty generic
Pretty
name.
standard, really. I'll tell you what, I am going to pop a top and not to consume said beverage, but to hoist it up for a toast. And this is going to be to a long battle and fight to get professional women's sports here to the Denver metro area.
Oh, yeah, this is cool news.
NWSL, the Denver Future Soccer Professional Organization, has launched and is ready to go. And there is an incredible legacy of professional and U.S. national team female soccer players from the great state of Colorado. And I cannot wait to see Lindsey Horan back, Sophia Smith's back. And then here's my big play where I'm going to pop a top and hoist up a toast. Get me Mallory Pugh, who's now Mal Swanson, who's married to Dansby Swanson, and package deal the two of them. And I want Dansby Swanson as a Rocky and Mal Swanson. And now we can start having some fun here. Rooting on some professional women's soccer and the Colorado Rockies.
My favorite thing that I saw about this NWSL franchise, right? The 16th franchise being awarded now to Colorado. And I saw some people, oh, here are the names. And someone goes, they should call them the Colorado Jazz.
Perfect. Because we got the Utah Mammoth.
Well, they took out the Wasatch. So now they've thrown in Mammoth, the Outlaws, which I talked about yesterday.
The Outlaws.
It's good too, but then everyone's getting all pissed off because the Denver Outlaws, the lacrosse team. You just got to kind of deal with it, man. Like, it's okay to have crossover for teams.
I got a name for the NWSL team.
What's that?
The Rocky Mountain High. That's a John Denver song, man, isn't it? John Denver's full of it, man.
That's what people are going to think about when they have the Rocky Mountain High soccer team, coach. Come on.
Philip Jones here from the Shop Mazda text line.
You used all your brain power on our
all I gotta
football
say,
and drinks idea.
It's okay. To Philip here on the Shop Mazda text line, Lost a best friend of 31 years this Wednesday, so pop a top to her. Salute to that.
We'll see you guys at 10 a.m. on Monday. Nuggets on 9:50 today at 5 p.m. with Berto on the pregame show. Avs taking on the Blues at Ball Arena, 6:30 p.m. pregame. I'll take you guys through the opener, the intermissions, the postgame show. I'll be on network tonight.
Any room for me on Between the Pipes tonight?
Yeah, text me later. I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. You'll get back to me on it? Thanks, Raj. Appreciate you.
PHT's next.
Friday is upon us. Man, absolutely killer, beautiful, gorgeous day. And as I hear so often, it is a double dipperoo day, that's for sure. We've got the Avs on right here, 92.5, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock puck drop. And then the Nuggets at the Sixers on 9:50. Scott, good afternoon. Tyler, good afternoon. How you doing, Scott? We'll start with you. Scott, how you doing?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Tyler, how you feeling, my man?
Hi, boys. I'm doing all right. I think I got that Mike Sanford yesterday because it's like one day and you're doing better.
Okay. So
I got the Mike Sanford.
What are the stages of Mike Sanford?
Well, you could use the imaginations, wherever you want to go.
Okay,
all right. The poops.
Well, I'm glad everybody's doing the best they can. Let me ask you guys this: who does the game mean more to tonight, the Avalanche or the Nuggets? Both are kind of on a little, sort of maybe like the Sanford. They're having the Sanford. Both teams are having the Sanfords right now. Which team needs to get better here? More important to.
Scotty, you want to go?
Well, the Nuggets tomorrow, and you said this, and I'm getting a little feedback, man. You said this yesterday or this week that game tomorrow on a back-to-back, those are always nasty, ugly games. So I would say Nuggets because you lose tonight, you're in risk of going over on a road trip. You win tonight, find a way to win tomorrow night, and then you at least salvage an okay trip going 2 and 3. So I think the Nuggets, the Avs, it's big too, but I just still feel like I think we've lost sight of the Avs from this standpoint. We've witnessed right in front of our eyes a complete retooling of this team in season. And you don't do that. You don't change out. You might change out one, but you change out 2 goaltenders in season. You change out one of your big stars and big scorers in season. And they're trying to get back right and become a team in season. And I think we've missed that point a little bit, and I think that's some of their struggles.
Speaking, if you're just talking about, where the competition, right? So the Blues, or if you want to look at the 76ers, well, the Blues are probably a better team, relatively speaking, to what they're playing, right, in their sport, where the 76ers are. But, the Nuggets they're on a bit of a slide here that I was not on air with you guys yesterday. I would have been really curious to hear your thoughts of that game, Scotty, out there in New York, because, watching that at home, I thought there was a lot of really good stuff in there. And yet they just couldn't quite maintain it when it was all said and done. I'm also curious about starting lineups. Are things forever changed? Are they going to be where things sit? But it just feels like the Nuggets have got a few more things that are unsettled to me than the Avalanche.
Maybe. Yeah, I got to see where I can go with all this. I've had 2 interesting conversations.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if you and I have talked privately, but some of the stuff we've said privately were verified to me, kind of how I feel what's going on. So okay. I think they've got to figure out themselves internally before they worry what they're going to do externally.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I just think people are. You ever? Here's the hardest thing for a player, at least an NBA player, is the first 3 weeks after the season, because you're used to a little anonymity. You're used to a little bit on your own. You're used to being out with the fellows and the colorful language and Next thing you know, you're stuck in 4 walls. And there's this lady that keeps talking to you all the time. And you're like, dude, I'm used to having 2 hours of no one speaking to me in the afternoon. And it's an adjustment period.
Yeah.
And I just feel like for whatever reason, it is something like that is happening.
Okay.
I'm not really entirely sure what that means. But I could try to connect some dots in my head there.
Yeah, I'm happy to get any more specifics if you want, but we can leave it out if it's not the right time.
Real quick, what Scotty's saying there, that is so true for every sport, though, just as human beings. I always said there's 2 transition periods every single year. When you go to training camp and all of a sudden you're accustomed to being around all the time, and now there's drama there, and then when you come home and you're like, wait, now we got to be around each other all the time. That always is a transition. I don't know. My takeaway that really means nothing, it's neither here nor there. I wish Jamal Murray played basketball like Jalen Brunson. Dude, gosh, take it. That guy to watch play ball.
No, well, that'd be nice too.
Well, listen, Tyler, and I don't mean this as a dig. A lot of people wish you would have played like Joe Thomas.
Yeah, but Tyler was never.
I didn't get paid like Joe Thomas, though.
Right.
But see,
that ain't the player's fault. That's why I don't ever put money into situations. That's all of us fans and talking heads. We think, and I'll use this example. John Concat got an offer by the Detroit Pistons, and it hacked Atlanta off, and John Concat got one of the handful of first 7-figure contracts in the NBA, believe it or not. And, all of a sudden he came in, and he's still John Contact. And that's where, by the way, the nickname John Contract came under, remember?
Okay.
But he was still John Concac. Just because you give a guy from $400,000 a year to $3 million a year doesn't mean his game is different. You're paying, maybe for potential. You're paying maybe, because you just don't want anybody else to have him. But everybody got on him. So, gosh, he's still only averaging 6 points a game. I'm like, game ain't going to change. That's the scary part with the money issue in the NBA. It is too many times with young guys. You're betting on the come. You rolled the dice. You got a 6 out there, and you're betting I'm going to hit that 6 again before I crap out.
Mm-hmm.
And just like in Vegas, there's a whole lot more craps, I think, than there are, hitting that number sometimes.
Yeah.
Joker, you rolled the number. Guess what? You hit the number. You're good with that. But not everybody goes in that. Look what Bradley Beal's going through in Phoenix right now. They can't wait to get rid of him. But he got paid, and then all of a sudden his number, right? He's just not the guy he was for whatever reason. So I don't know, man. I just think they got things they got to clean up in house before they worry about what color the house is.
Well, let me set the games up for you because they're kind of similar. Really, the Avs should win and the Nuggets should win tonight, okay? They cleaned the floor with the 76ers just a couple of weeks ago. Destroyed them. It was fun to watch. Tonight, the Sixers are without Joel Embiid and Paul George. So Embiid was targeting tonight to come back. At least from the report that I see here, Scott, he is out. Meanwhile, in the NHL, you got a St. Louis Blues team. They ain't what they used to be. They've lost 3 in a row coming into this game. They're 4-6 in their last 10. They're 10 points behind the Avalanche with 1 game in hand. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should win this one too. So I would put it out there that tonight should be a good night for Colorado sports, frankly. There should be no excuses. Both teams are rested enough, healthy enough, playing opponents that are kind of down in the dumps themselves. I'm saying tonight, both teams get the W, and if they don't, for both teams, that's an issue. So who needs it more? I think they both kind of need it equally, and I both think they're going to get it. And if they don't, they're both going to have significant reasons to stare in the mirror after tonight.
I agree wholeheartedly, but I really, and I'd love to hear from Avs fans and see if we've taken that for granted. I mean, one of the key positions on every team, a team that you think has championship aspirations, is what? Goaltending, right?
Sure.
You don't just change one, you change 2. Now you've just traded a guy who's gotten you 100 points in each of the last 2 seasons, and the year you won the Stanley Cup, he got you 93. So I would, just on those numbers, and I'm not always a big number guy, but just on those numbers, pretty significant part of your team.
True.
Well, you're moving all these guys out, and now saying play this way, and I think the Avs may take a while.
All right. Okay. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but there is part of me like, let's, okay, get over it, let's go. You know?
I'm with you too. And again, the money comes in, dude. Your pay professor's going, dude. But man, it's just the chemistry in the locker room is just different. And when it's out of kilter, the game on the field of play becomes out of kilter as well.
Well, I'll tell you this: if either team loses tonight, like I said, it is a long look in the mirror sort of deal for both teams.
Yep.
And
I would not disagree with that.
And I'll tell you this, for the Nuggets, I actually might circle the wagon around the Nuggets here a little bit, and only for this reason. Trade deadline is less than a week away. Okay? It is less than a week away. And it's just because you think things are going in one direction doesn't mean it have to stay. And it doesn't mean things can't change at the last minute too.
I don't know where you guys have been on that whole conversation with the Nuggets, but I've kind of been on a roller coaster in terms of do I want them to go out and make a move? Is it best to just roll it back with the group that they've got? And I felt strongly on both sides of those at different points of the season. And now I am very strongly feeling you got to go make a move. You got to go do something.
Okay.
It just feels like
who are you ready to move on from? It's two guys. Basically.
It's the same conversation every time we have it, right? Like the conversation never changes. Well, who are your two outside of MPJ?
Christian Braun.
Christian.
Yep.
Christian. Okay, see, Christian's a fun one to talk about, not a fun one to think about losing.
Of course.
Because I don't think anybody wants to lose Christian Braun. We like Christian Braun a lot. Like what he's been able to do this year, he's been arguably, outside of Nikola, the most consistent player on the basketball on the entire team.
Well, you just stuck him on the bench.
But nobody is irreplaceable.
Oh,
nobody.
Okay. I mean, today he's a bench player. I don't know what he is tonight. I'm not sure he's a bench player tonight or not, Scott. But right now he's a bench player.
I would assume they'll stick with the same starting lineup after what Malone said on our show yesterday.
I would too.
Right?
He said the best two-man game is Westbrook and Jokic. Okay. You want AG for defensive sort of reasons, I guess. I mean, that puts Christian Braun back as your sixth man. Because there doesn't seem to be willingness to put Jamal on the bench for an extended amount of time, nor should you necessarily. I mean, he put up 33 in the last game.
Yeah, I was going to say that when I was saying I wish he played like Jalen. Like, he actually played great. It's just Jalen does that every single night.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the harsh reality for the Nuggets is the Knicks are just a better team right now. I mean, the Nuggets played all right. They played good enough, but the Knicks are just a better team. I mean, they scored like 143, 145, 122 in 3 straight home games, Scott. I mean, they're balling. The Knicks are a really good team with a really good coach and really good depth. Like, they're a good team, man. They're a contender this year, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't be afraid of them in the postseason, though.
Well, we've had that conversation about not being afraid of the Celtics in the postseason either, right? We had that conversation, and the Celtics had that about the Nuggets. So, the Eastern Conference. At the end of the day.
Hey, I'll tell you a funny story I heard from a buddy who's friends with, what's the Celtics guy from Colorado? White?
Derek White.
Not Devin. Derek White.
Derek White. From
and
Legend
my buddy
High School.
My buddy who was talking to him and their buddies said, when we saw you guys, because this guy's from Colorado still, he said, when we saw you guys get knocked out by Minnesota, we knew we were going to win the championship. Keep that in mind.
All right, well, we're open for conversation at 303-504-0925. The Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Love to get your feedback. It's a big day for both teams, no doubt about it, and we're here to talk about it. PHC on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, the weekend is here. How's it shaping up for you? Hopefully it's fun and exciting and filled with romance. But if it's just another boring weekend of sitting around twiddling your thumbs, watching Pro Bowl activities, listen, we can get you excited for a great weekend and a great life. If erectile dysfunction's been part of the formula, let's go. Let's get away from that with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It is awesome what they have done to put the love and intimacy back in relationships over the better part of a decade with thousands of men maybe similar to you. It starts with just reaching out, okay? If you're like a lot of men, you could be having the sex the day after your appointment when you go in for $99, cheap. You get a medical consult, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. Listen, if it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free, but it's going to work. And it's going to make your life better. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dig. You know what I'm saying, man? Like some days the sun is out, you just got to turn it up. Woo! Yeah! Hey! You wish on that star.
When you wish upon a star.
Come on, baby. You know what I'm saying.
Dreams will take you very far. Oh, yeah.
There's nothing like Scott tape delay Hastings singing sort of along.
Well, we're trying to fix something out. I don't know if we've got that fixed out right.
There's all sorts of. Hey, my guy KJ, like old times, bro.
Oh yeah,
my man.
We're back in the saddle now.
Back in the saddle.
First time, all three of us back on the same show.
Yeah, how about that? Sweet emotions.
Forget Scott. We just got to get rid of Scott, you know?
Yeah, well, you can do that, and I'll watch them numbers go down again and again.
Hey, I saw that Katie did the Rocky Stairs. She did a little video. She did the Rocky Stairs.
Yeah.
That's all.
You know what? I got to thinking about that last night.
I wish
By the way, have you seen the difference in my background today from yesterday?
It's a little cloudy.
I'm in the clouds today.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm on floor 55. So, yeah, I am in the clouds today. It's really, really crazy. I actually have run those stairs.
Okay.
And it was for a TV thing. I'm talking way back when. It might have been on Prime Sports we did it.
Okay. Wow. Prime Sports. Wow, we are going back a minute for that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Back when I could run up those stairs and my knees wouldn't hurt.
I thought it was fun that Katie did it, and she's pretty clever, man. She knows how to do that video stuff, and she did a pretty good recreation, like shot for shot with the Rocky movie, like what he was doing with his legs and twirling around and whatever.
Yeah.
I thought it was awesome. Good for Katie. I thought that was a fun thing to do. And you're telling me that is literally, just a couple blocks from where you're staying, right?
8-9 blocks away. Yeah, probably 8-9 blocks away.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
I probably
thought
stayed
the
in the
lighting,
same hotel Scott
the
is
lighting
in.
just wasn't good.
The lighting wasn't good?
Of Katie's video?
Well, it's gray and nasty out right now.
Well, yeah. What do you think the day was like?
But
yeah, but what do you think the day was like when
sunny.
Rocky was running the stairs? You think he was?
Yeah, I think it was wintertime too, wasn't it?
He was pounding poultry or whatever the hell he was doing in the meat district, and guys were singing doo-wop around.
It certainly was never screaming "Beautiful Day." I know that much.
Yeah, I guess if he was pounding poultry, that wouldn't have been much of a challenge. I don't know if he was chasing poultry. He was running after.
KJ does every afternoon.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, I see I'm dealing with a jack wagon today. So
all right,
jack wagon.
Yeah. Let me see this. Jamal should have his ass. I'm reading from the text line. Sean Mazza text line. Jamal should have his ass stapled to the bench. Jamal did not play great. He's a walking turnover and takes terrible shots, and he can't defend anything. Well, he did put up 33 points against the Knicks, but hey, listen, man, I don't know. You got Jamal, you got AG, you ain't moving on to those guys. I'm actually more with you a little bit here, Tyler. I think about MPJ. I think there's limitations to what he's going to bring you. I love him. I've been a big fan of MPJ. I got no beefs against him whatsoever. But you got a couple of days here to figure this out, and if it's really not looking groovy over the next couple days, then really, as much as we might like him and respect him, it may be time to Miko him and just make a move.
And without trying to press Scott and put him in bad spot, because I certainly don't want to do that. But some of the stuff that he said earlier certainly has got me curious. That without knowing the details of what he's referring to there, that certainly could be impacted in trade conversations as well. If there's stuff that needs to be figured out behind the scenes, I certainly am not trying to make an apples-to-apples comparison here, but we felt tension in that Avalanche locker room when the Miko situation was going down, right? And I don't know, DMac, have you been back in that? Has there been a reason to be around in that locker room since that trade went down?
No.
They haven't even been.
Yesterday they had a practice, and today they had a morning skate. And I, because of the timing of our
I'd be
radio
very
show,
curious
haven't been
what
able
the
to be there
vibe of
tonight.
the locker
Though
room feels like,
Well, I'll be there tonight, and I'll give you the report. I don't know. I do give Nate credit. He was not talking, and then he is. So good for him. Kind of the bare minimum, but still, that's better than no minimum.
Nate
I suppose.
Was advised. Do you think Nate was advised on this trade?
No, I do not. And nor do I think they had to. I think he was told after it happened. But no, I don't think he had a vote. Is that what you're insinuating?
What if he did? What if he did? What do you think he would have said?
What if? So a hypothetical.
Yeah.
I think he would have said, "Don't trade him."
Yeah, probably.
But I mean, like, that is such a like. I mean, is Nate going to be brought in and shown the salary cap and the negotiations and the financials of what is expected to happen in the future too with other teammates? I mean, that was all a big part of the decision. Like
the Spit and Chicklets crew, they can't stop talking about this, right? And so what? Now it's Biz talking about it, and I heard Biz is like, look, this is like the simplest thing of all time. Get him locked up a little bit over 12, just a notch underneath Nate, and you're gonna have him locked up for 6 to 8 years. Simple, boom, simple, done. It's that, right? And I don't know what that's going to come down to. Do you think we will find out, or do you think we will hear relatively quickly a new deal out there in Carolina for Mikko?
No. I do not. I think he will be like somewhere like in Chicago or Edmonton.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So you 1 year rental?
Yep.
Edmonton?
Yep. Draisaitl.
With all that money they're spending?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a good fit. His agent is Draisaitl's agent. And I don't know what Edmonton's salaries are all about. I mean, I know McDavid and Draisaitl have a lot of money. I don't know what the rest of it is. They may have money for him. You never know. I mean, listen.
I just find it's interesting with the hard cap in hockey to go 3 giant contracts that you're obviously going to play every night. Remember, the NHL, the salary cap is floats every day, every game, right? You can put guys up or down. You might, hey, we got Mikko on the bench tonight. We can bring 4 guys up and replace blah, 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 blah. It's weird how they do it.
Well, I mean, you had Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, and Cale Makar, right? I mean,
and it feels like they felt like we couldn't go a few million more.
Yeah, I mean,
what are we going to do? They already struggling depth-wise in their bottom, 2 lines. Their bottom 2 lines are struggling right now. You ain't adding no pieces the higher end you top yourself off, though, are you?
Yeah, it's a good question. Don't know. I mean, it's not like you're paying Val in Chick-fil-A coupons, paying him a little bit. I mean, the Avalanche are spending money. They're not cheap. But
no, I'm not saying they're cheap. But eventually, with the hard cap in the NHL, there gets to a point where you can't go much higher.
True. Actually, I think I saw a story today, and that cap is even going up. There's something about the NHL. I'm a little bit off on it. I could look it up, but I think that's going to expand a little bit too.
Remember the NHL from COVID, everybody kind of moved their caps up. The NHL was the lowest of any of the cap raises, and it came out that basically the owners wanted to recoup some money from those 2 years of COVID, and so their cap was way, way low as far as percentage of rise.
Yeah, here we go. This came out.
They weren't growers.
This came out a couple hours ago. The NHL, I hear you. The NHL is projecting a significant increase in the salary cap over the next 3 seasons, according to a memo the league and the NHL Players Association sent to teams on Friday, today. According to the memo obtained by ESPN, the salary cap for 25-26 will rise to 95.5 with a floor of 70.6.
What's it at right now, 89?
Ooh, not sure. Not sure where it is. The current salary cap is $88 million with a floor of 65. So it's going to go up pretty significant, man. $7.5 million. There you go. So, yeah, it's going to go up next year, 26-27, 27-28. We'll go up to 113.5 in 27-28. So, can the
pretty significant?
Can the Oilers afford Mikko? Probably. I mean, the Avalanche could probably.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
So what does this really come down to? Because that seems like a significant jump to me. Why couldn't they get the deal done?
Well, I mean,
Now maybe you start doing investigating. It's a little bit like Madlock. You think it's supposed to be this, and you realize, well, wait a minute, what about this? And I watched Andy Griffith show last night, and this guy said these young kids are burned my barn down because they're in there playing with it, and sure enough, those kids are in there playing with it, and they did have a candle matches. But it wasn't them that did it. It was the farmer who knocked over some bootleg stuff because he was illegally making some bootleg, and he burned his own barn down.
It's a time.
And guess what?
Yeah.
If Barney wouldn't have drank the pail of water that wasn't water and it was moonshine and got hammered, they'd have never known.
No kidding.
So maybe there's something else out there.
And the only responsible one is Aunt B.
That's it.
Yeah,
Can't trust Humpy.
she was upstairs listening to soap operas on the radio.
Odd B. So, anyways, could they afford Mikko? Maybe. Do they have to do other things? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going to go on there. It seems like everybody was kind of caught by surprise. So you asked, if they talked to Nate about it? I mean, I really doubt it. I think that whole, talk to the athletes about their teammates and contracts, I think that is way overblown. I mean, maybe with Jokic. Maybe with Jokic, it's something. But even
what would be the difference between Jokic and McKinnon?
There's a significant difference. Significant.
Okay. So they seem pretty similar to me.
No, not even close. The team is way more dependent wins and losses on Jokic than McKinnon. It's not even close.
Oh, you're still talking about one of the best players in the world, man.
McKinnon? McKinnon's really, really good. He is nowhere close as valuable to wins and losses on that team as Jokic is.
But that's the difference between the sport, though. I mean, basketball, you get a guy like Jokic. I mean, I think that's just the difference of the sport.
Well, that's why
at the player.
That's why you talk. That's why you talk to one guy and you don't talk to the other guy. I mean, that's why.
If the Kansas City Chiefs want to bring Tyreek Hill back next year, they're going to talk to Mahomes?
No, probably not.
I doubt that, DMac. I highly doubt that.
Now, they might not talk to Kelsey, but they'll talk to Mahomes.
I don't know that. I mean, what's the history between Brett Veach and Patrick Mahomes in terms of personnel? I don't know what it is.
I don't know it either, but I would be very, very surprised. And I'm not saying players should have final say on anything. I think that's if you got an Aaron Rodgers situation where he's literally got final say over endorsements or over personnel decisions like that, it's an unhealthy deal. But when you've got guys that are on top of the league at what they do, you're foolish to not include them in conversation.
Okay, so by that logic then, did Patrick Mahomes sign off on them not keeping Tyreek Hill in free agency? By that logic?
I would put it this way. He was certainly aware of what was going on, yeah.
So Patrick Mahomes was cool with Tyreek Hill not being on the team anymore?
I would say he was aware of what was going on.
All right, well, Scott?
Well, I would agree with that, and that's a good way of saying it. I think he was aware, which also gives him time to kind of get his voice right to when it does happen to what he needs to say, because, they're all automatically going to go right to him and say something.
All right, I'll agree with you on that. If that's what we're just hey, do you respect your leader and you make him aware of things? To me, that's a lot different than, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What do you think? Telling a guy and saying, hey, this is happening. This is where we're going to go. And a little bit ahead of everybody else. All right, I can go with you on that. And I would say McKinnon might be in that kind of loop. But I thought I was hearing from you guys hey, we're thinking about doing this. What do you think?
Well, I think that there's a little bit of both. I do. I think that certain players have earned the right to be asked their opinion, and then you include it into the conversation. But that doesn't mean they get final say on it. That doesn't mean that they make the decision. But you include them in the conversation. You value their opinion, and you let that weigh into your decision. Right? It doesn't mean that they got to make the final say. But sure, I think you're foolish to not include them in these conversations. And when I say include them, I don't mean just make them aware. I mean give them a voice.
Do you guys really think that McKinnon is as valuable to his team as Jokic?
I think he's equally as good at his sport as Jokic, yes. And so, yeah.
Oof. I don't know about that.
No, I don't think he's as valuable to the Avs as Joker is. And that's weird to say because you're talking about the best player in hockey last year. But I think it also stems with personality and everything else, too. It just – we've talked about before, a tough situation, tough loss, where's McKinnon? And a tough situation, tough loss, guess who's out still talking to everybody and the reporters and stuff. And so I think because of that accessibility and because of that, embracing, however reluctantly, to be the face of the organization, I don't know if McKinnon has.
Well, I'll tell you this. He's been cool over this weekend when a lot was going on, to be fair. And, yeah, this is the first game at home since the deal went down, so we'll see how they respond. But the response, listen, man, if they come out flat tonight with a couple of days off after a pretty sketchy, weird road trip,
I'll be really surprised. I will be really surprised. And their break is right around the corner. Like, it's sending Moser to France on vacation. I mean, they're off, I think, February 6th, 7th, something like that. I mean, then we're doing that Four Nations face-off thing. So there's not a lot of games here before the Avs have a pretty significant break, aside from the guys playing in the tournament, which is, well, less than one. So we got Lehkonen, McKinnon, Taves, and Makar. So we got 4 dudes. Everybody else can, I don't know, go to Cabo, hang out with the Broncos quarterback. I mean, I guess it's an honor to play in this thing. Obviously, to represent your country is a big deal, obviously. But, like, it's kind of a weird sort of dynamic. Like, 4 guys continue to play hockey in cold weather cities, and 21 dudes can, like, what? Go to a beach. It's weird.
Were you guys aware that the NFL Pro Bowl was on last night?
Yeah, well, the Pro Bowl.
I wasn't till today.
Wait, did they have the game?
I heard Mike Sanford talking about it on the way in. I'm like, I had no clue that the Pro Bowl was being played last night.
Well, they were doing – was
it just the festivities? Was it just the –
Well, they were doing contests. They were doing, like, the goofy – I don't know. They were doing a receiver contest where you catch the ball with one hand off of jugs, and then you have to put on mascot hands and try to catch the ball with mascot hands.
Oh, well, that's fun, and can't miss television.
I knew it was on.
I watched Andy Griffith.
Well, obviously, because we're breaking down Aunt B getting into the liquor, so.
No, that was Barney got into the liquor. Aunt B was listening to soaps on the radio.
Who was the drunk guy that they would lock himself up in?
Otis.
Otis. So what? Barney was stealing some of Otis's gin and juice?
The hell you guys talking about?
The farmer trying to get the boys in trouble.
Tyler, we're breaking down a television show that was in black and white that's 70 years old.
I'm just saying, the hell you guys talking about?
Listen, there's nothing more contemporary.
Have you never watched Andy Griffith's show?
It's PhD.
Not a once.
On 92.5.
Oh, my God.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, I want you to know that you're not alone. It's a bad feeling, I know. And if you're anything like me, you might have gone online, you're looking for answers. You might have bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. And you're feeling like it's time to invest in yourself, do it the right way. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best at what they do. And matter of fact, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you can be comforted in knowing they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee there, folks. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your hard-earned money. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right, it is a funky Friday here on PhD. Appreciate you listening. You're listening to us from somewhere on the app. The app is fantastic. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Got a fun piece of audio for you guys. It really is kind of shocking to hear somebody actually say this. And this is why people say, oh, why would you ask a question that you already know the answer to? And every now and then you say, yeah, okay, maybe you're right. But when Stephen A. Smith, you got a KJ, had this interaction with Cam Newton, I don't think anybody anticipated this would be the answer.
We've got a former league MVP right here on the set right now in Cam. I ask you, Cam, if you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
Nope.
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Because you have to ask it through this lens. That was a very journalistic viewpoint or vantage point or response, Stephen A. I'll ask you this question, and, just to pose this thought. What's more important, impact or championships? You look at a guy like Allen Iverson, or you stood up on the table and blah, 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 blah. Everybody's not going to be Michael Jordan. Everybody's not going to be Patrick Mahomes. Everybody's not going to be these individuals who have the luxury of saying, hey, I not only dominated this sport, but I also have championships to back it. Like, let me remind you, Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Respectfully, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. So, yes, when you look at those guys and you say, okay, what's more important? Would you have preferred to win a Super Bowl? I think that's the humble approach, but if we're being honest, the impact of you holding yourself accountable to say everybody has a responsibility to do. And you could say as an MVP award winner or an All-American, you've held yourself or you've held your end of the bargain down. And that's what it really comes down to for me.
Okay. Tyler, no wonder you won Super Bowl 50. No wonder he didn't pick that football up. We get it. We get it.
That, my friends, is why he did not dive on that football.
That is it.
I mean,
it's crazy.
It is crazy to hear people actually say it out loud. I do know people feel that way. I mean, I'm not surprised to hear that Cam Newton feels that way at all. And far be it for me to want to give Cam Newton the benefit of the doubt on something because it's easy to point the finger and laugh at him here because it sounds ridiculous and you sound selfish and you literally just said I did my part. Like, oh, I don't care. I didn't care less about everything else. If I am going to give him a tiny little benefit of the doubt on that conversation, if he was trying to say, would I rather be Trent Dilfer or Cam Newton, I could understand that conversation. Would I rather be I don't know about Steve. I don't even know if I could understand that conversation actually, because he says, "Would I rather be Nick Foles than Cam Newton?"
I think what he's saying is, which is wild. Anybody can win a Super Bowl, but only the special people actually, win MVPs.
Yeah.
Scott.
Well, I said a few years ago about Joker, where the year he didn't win a Super Bowl, an NBA championship. I said, or an NBA MVP that year, I said he wants to win the Finals MVP, and they give you an MVP of the Super Bowl too. So the bigger question for comparing NBA MVPs, when you rather have an MVP of the Super Bowl, because usually means you what? Won that Super Bowl.
You know what would have been hysterical?
He was more of an impactful player than those guys he mentioned, but he too will not be remembered. Or he'll be remembered in the same veins of the Dan Marinos and Fran Tarkingtons and maybe even Jim Kelly's. Boy, what a great player, couldn't win a big one.
Well, I'll tell you this, being around Jim Kelly a bunch back in his heyday, of course he would rather have won a Super Bowl than an MVP. I'm laughing because Connor McDavid won the Conn Smythe, the MVP of the Stanley Cup playoffs, in a loss. Can you imagine if in the locker room he hears his name, he's like, yeah, I did it. Woo! Hey, man, I won the MVP. Look at this, man. That is awesome. Of course not. The video of Connor McDavid they were crying. They were crushed. You can hear his name being announced as he's tearfully, taking his skates off, stunned that they lost the Stanley Cup. That is a wild admission to hear. How many guys did you play with? I'll start with you, Tyler. felt the same way as Cam Newton? I mean, you don't have to list them by name necessarily, but do you know significant guys that would have agreed with Cam or are hearing that today and like, yeah, Cam's got a good point?
So I definitely know guys that cared far more about their performance than the team performance. But I'm not even going to judge them for that because I think that there's a lot of human nature in that part of it, okay? I think it's human nature when your team wins a game and say I gave up 2 or 3 sacks in a game. It's human nature for me to be feeling bad about myself even though the team won. And I'm going to celebrate with the team. But I've been around guys that couldn't even fake it. I've been around guys that when they had a bad game and we won, they're pouting. I've been around guys when they had a great game and when we lost, they're celebrating or they're happy, they're jovial, they're joking around on the sidelines, right? And the hard part about it is when you get guys like that in significant leadership positions. That's when you know you've got a bad situation. When you got it at the quarterback position.
When we say we knew the out of Duchesne was when he was celebrating his 30th goal on the season in a 7-1 blowout or whatever it was, and wasn't that the kind of the sign that, okay, his stint here is going to be short-lived now?
Well, what do you do with a teammate like that? What do you do when you got a dude that you know is like that? Can you win with a guy that's like that?
I will say this. It feels to me I have seen more guys – I want to say I've seen more guys like that after they won a championship. Okay, I got the championship. Now let me just go into dominant mode. But all the greats I've been around, and I've played with a lot of Hall of Famers. I played against a lot of Hall of Famers. And I think every one of them would say, hey, we're going to let you keep your league MVPs but take away your championships. Is that cool? And not one of them that I know would say, no. Because to me, the championships, whether it's right or wrong, a championship validates your stardom. And I know there's slugs like me and Tyler and Brad Johnson and all these other cats that have got, championship rings.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. But for Hall of Fame style players, the guys I've been around would give up an MVP before they'd give up their championship ring.
Yeah, I think that's what Cam was saying too, basically. It's like, hey, man, it's easier to be a slug than a star. And it's easy for these guys to say, oh, yeah, that means more. Okay, let's –
But obviously it's harder to win than be a star.
Can I tell you
he's also saying it's easier to be a star than to win.
Let me tell you one really sort of semi-embarrassing personal story real quick. 30 seconds. In 6th grade, I won the lead in Peter Pan, okay? Just as what I was. I wore green tights. Okay, fine. But do you know, as the lead of a musical, the singing and the dancing, and I'm 11 years old. I mean, I can't believe I did it. So we were scheduled for 3 performances, and everybody was all excited because it went really well after the 3 performances. And the director comes and goes, we have a chance to do a 4th performance next weekend. Do you guys want to do it? And literally everybody on the play said yes, and I said no. I'm done. That's too much. And I do wonder if you're a star player, it sort of feels like that. Like, hey, everybody, I'm glad everybody's having a good time around here, but I'm the one that has to carry the weight for everybody else. I'm glad you can ride along in my wake. And I'll never forget, it was one, I was like, that's enough of being Peter Pan. I was exhausted. I was spent. And I do wonder if star players feel like that.
Tyler, did you know that Peter Pan had red hair?
I was a cute Peter Pan. It was so funny because we didn't have the expense to actually fly me. Like I didn't have wires or any of that crap. So when I was pretending to fly, I would just jump off the stage.
you know what, DMac? To your question there.
Yes, there was a question there.
I'm not trying to call you out by any means on this, but I honestly don't think that the good ones do feel that way. I think that the selfish ones feel that way when they say, "Hey, I'm carrying the load."
Well, what about the exhausted ones?
I don't think that the good ones, the guys that have got their heart in the right place, the guys that are truly team first guys, I don't think they look around the locker room and they're like, hey, you're letting me down. Hey, I'm doing all the work here. I really do not feel that way. The best guys that I've been around, they have not had that. I think Cam Newton is like that. I think absolutely Cam Newton's the type of dude that would start pointing the fingers in the locker room at halftime, be like, boys, I just broke 150 tackles. What do you guys do? You make one tackle on defense over there? I think the selfish ones do that.
All right, well, let's dig into it because
So
how
you're a
much
selfish Peter Pan.
I was definitely I had had enough. It was a wrap. Also, you got to understand. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Here's a line in a song. You ready? Tell me what song it is. I think you'll get it, DMac.
All right.
Did you exchange a walk-on part in the war for a lead role in a cage?
Did you exchange a walk? I know that song. For a lead role in the cage. Ah, damn it! What is? I know that. What's the song? Wait. Did you exchange?
Did they get to trade? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghost? Hot ashes for trees?
Right.
Hot air for a cool breeze?
Keep going.
Cold comfort for change?
Oh,
did you exchange
Pink Floyd.
a walk-on part in the
roar
war?
for a lead
role
in his cage.
Yeah. Wish you were here.
Now. Bow.
But isn't that it? Did a lead role in the war or a walk-on part in the war? Or do you want a lead role in a cage?
Well, here we are. Let's get to it because we got our leaders. We got McKinnon. We got Jokic. We got Bo Nix. I don't know who the hell we got on the Rockies, but we got it here. So what are you willing to carry? What burden is fair for those guys? Is PhD on 92.5. Here we go. Here it is, Tyler. KJ's favorite band.
Exchange. Walk all part in the war for a lead role in a cage.
Woo! What a lyric.
Beautiful.
Oh, man. Pink Floyd. Sitting there in the Carrier Dome in 1987. My parents got an option to buy a ticket for me to a Pink Floyd concert as an incoming freshman. They wanted me to be part of it all, and they bought it for me. It was a month into school. Leave it here, KJ. Don't get rid of this yet. And I'm sitting there by myself because I didn't have any friends when they bought the ticket. And somehow all my friends or people I knew, they all managed to sit together. And I sat on the third deck of the Carrier Dome while a Flying Pig came out on stage. And everybody was high as a kite except for me because I was a goody two-shoes at the time. And I sat there and I listened to drug-induced music featuring this song, Pink Floyd. How I wish I were here. Then I left early. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year,
Running over the same old ground. Down, the same old fear. Wish you were here.
We're glad you're here listening to us here on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. And kind of a bigger question spurred on by Cam Newton saying, I'd rather have a MVP than a Super Bowl championship. Wow. And it goes to the crown, wearing the crown, being the best player, being the leader. You know, the responsibility of that person on any given team. And what are your responsibilities? What would you rather do? And I do think it's pretty interesting in the case of McKinnon and Jokic, guys, that crown is worn under the cloak of a championship. You have done it. You have done it. So now what are your responsibilities? Are they the same? Are they more? Is it a little bit less because you've actually gotten to that mountaintop? What do you think, Tyler?
I think it's tough. I do. I think it's really tough for most human beings to maintain the same energy you had before you won the thing, right? But the guys that we've got, though, I certainly don't worry about that with Nikola Jokic. That's a unique cat, man. That is a unique dude that is motivated in ways that I don't think anybody even fully understands. Like he's just one of the most motivated dudes you'll ever see. I think Nathan McKinnon. I know they're radically different personalities. I know that their friendships are probably even different. Their leadership styles are probably even different. But Nathan McKinnon, that just seems like a dude that all he knows is puck, you know? So I do think that it's human nature for the team to let down, and that's why you talk about a Super Bowl hangover. It's why you talk about championship hangovers. But the hope I would have for both of these teams right now, the Nuggets and the Avalanche, is that they went through the hangover, and now I would like to think that they're both hungry as hell again.
What do you think, Scott?
I don't know. I think there's a malaise, and I said this the other day, and I that's why I'm impressed with Kansas City. And that's why you've got to have a guy like Mahomes. And let me ask you, think he's bemoaned the fact that he hasn't won a league MVP the last couple of years?
No, he wasn't even a Pro Bowl nominee.
Yeah.
He came in fourth.
Yeah, he was first alternate, wasn't he, or something like that?
He was first alternate, yes.
Yeah, I don't think he's bemoaning the fact that he didn't win an MVP or make Pro Bowl or whatever it is. Heck, even All Pro, even if I don't even know.
Well, let me ask you this. Bigger grind. NFL champion from a championship year, championship moment. NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB. What's a bigger grind? What's a bigger thing to go through?
You're talking about all of it, right?
Yeah. Which sport is the harder grind to keep repeating? I would make the argument the NFL is the easiest, frankly. It's the shortest season. The games are the games. It's just once a week. And it's not that many extra games to win a championship. Not really. When you get to the NHL and the NBA, it's like another season. It goes on for a couple of months. Never mind, in the NFL, if you got a bye, it's just 2 games until you're to the championship. And you get a inherently longer break anyway.
Yeah, but
I think it's easier in the NFL to go through the grind rather than the NHL and NBA.
I get that argument, and it's fair and it's reasonable. Just the length of the seasons, it's overwhelming when I look at how long these other sports play the entire season, right? But the argument on the other side of that is the physicality is why you don't have all the extra games, right? The physicality of each week that you go through, there's a reason why you cannot have all those games in the postseason. And then on top of that, what is more difficult? And I think this is I think you could make a great case for either one of these. What is more difficult, to win a best of 7 or to win a game? To win a game. Which is more difficult, right? Because in a best of 7, it's a grind.
If you're the lesser team, it's easier to win one game.
I agree with that. Actually. Yeah. But if you are the superior team, I think it's easier in a best of 7 because you've got room for error. You don't have room for error in football, right? So I think there's a fair case to be made for any of the sports, quite frankly.
I think it's, and this may sound stupid, I almost think it's harder to repeat as a champion than to win a championship.
Okay.
I absolutely agree with that.
I'll go with
I don't
you on
think
that.
that's a crazy statement at all.
I will say this.
Yeah.
I'll say this, though. There is a time when repeating in a championship is difficult, okay? But I'll give you this, man. After you don't win it the next year or 2 years, my empathy, the world's smallest violin, gets playing a little bit. Hey, I get it. It was a grind this year. We're exhausted, but hey, it's 2 years later or 3 years later. Come on now. That excuse only goes so far. And so I think for the Avs and the Nuggets, they don't. Remember that weekend, guys? We were on the air together and both teams were eliminated in the same weekend. And we came in on Monday what happened?
Yeah.
That seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? That doesn't seem like it was yesterday, as opposed to when they were both winning championships.
Well, I 100% right on that. I think this is why you see the Avs. I think you got to believe in a core. If you've got a core that's good enough to win a championship, that I think you got to do what you can. You got to let the team run it back. You got to, and that's
Fair
why, you got so many people, I would have gotten Peyton Manning back for one more year, whether he had a great year that last year or not, just because that team deserved the right, the chance, and with that leadership to run it back, they didn't do it.
Hindsight is so 2020, and you are so right about that. He had one more year left on his contract. Without a solid quarterback plan in place, they should have begged Peyton, and they obviously didn't believe in Brock. So what are you doing, Elway? I mean, you should have begged Peyton Manning to come back. And if you didn't like Brock, move on.
But saying that, if you aren't able to repeat, and then it becomes, if you do repeat, then, what do you do? But to me, you got a 2-year window if you've got a good core to win it. And coming in that third season after and you haven't been close and you're not smelling it, it's time to, in the best way you can, to retool with not having a massive drop-off. Like they had a massive drop-off with the Broncos, right? And They won a Super Bowl. They didn't let them try to run it back. And it was an 9-season, turmoil and start over because they never fully committed, let's go. I think the Avs have done this. I think they said, listen, we gave you two years.
Yep.
Now, I think the Nichushkin thing was a big – I think if Nichushkin plays like Nichushkin and doesn't, have the demons that he's had to deal with,
right,
that they don't get beat in the first round, they don't get beat in the second round. I think they would have at least in the previous 2 years played for at least one of the championships. I really firmly believe that. But then I think this year they said, listen, we got to figure a way to keep good. Okay, we got the best player in the world. We're going to have to retool around him. But that means you're going to get rid of a guy that scored 100 points for you. Yeah, we got to do that. We're going with a younger guy that's got a lot of skill. He's cheaper. Let's see what's going on. Hey, our goalies aren't good enough. Someone sent us on text that Grubauer is the worst. I don't know. It's not points against replacement or whatever it is, but one of the worst goalies in the league right now. They went basically, and I know he wasn't here last year, but they've completely retooled the tending, man. I think we're seeing an in-season rebuild and still trying to keep things going. And as you said, D, a while ago, hoping that Nichushkin comes back right. That's gonna be enough.
So then what with the Nuggets? If that's what the Avalanche are doing, and I think we all feel pretty dang good about what they're trying to do, retool it in the middle of the season here. What does that mean for the Nuggets? Realistically, where are they at on that, and what can they do?
They can trade. They got like 5 games, and they got not even 5 games. What are we talking about? Trade deadline is next Thursday. So you have 4 games. You have 4 games. You've got at Philadelphia, at Charlotte, back-to-back here, Scotty. Busy day for you. Busy couple days. Then a playoff series style home against New Orleans. That should be 2 wins. And then it's Thursday, February 6th. What are you doing? You're home against Orlando. Is Michael Porter Jr. walking out on that court that night or not? And if he is, then that is the Denver Nuggets telling us we can win a championship as constituted. So you got to have
it's just the second year, right? If you go on my formula, you give them 2, but do you give them 3?
To me, you do not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I wouldn't. I think
they tried to. I think that they've been trying to give it 3, and they've gotten this far into the season, and now you got to make a decision on whether you're comfortable with that or not.
But this is only the second year after championship, isn't it, for the Nuggets?
It's the second year after it. Yeah, no,
this is the third year after the Avs, so you're still only in the second year. I'm thinking they still think they can run it back.
Well, maybe they can, and that's up to them to answer that question. But you have to have a very, very organizational, honest conversation with yourselves. And I don't think they did themselves any favors by how they've been playing on this road trip. So buckle up, Buttercup. You should beat the Philadelphia 76ers tonight relatively handily. You obviously have to win some games on the road, and they do have, the Nuggets, a winning record on the road. You've lost 3 in a row on the road. Philadelphia doesn't have George. They don't have Embiid. You just beat them by like 30-something points at home a couple of weeks ago. You have enough rest. You're not worn out or anything. You should win tonight and win tonight convincingly. And I'm telling you this, if you don't, and you got 3 games left before the trade deadline, time to have some serious conversations about what we're all about. And I'll look at that Charlotte game and I'll say the same. You got to be tough enough to win a back-to-back. You got a 5-game road trip. You got to win 2 out of the 5 if you're a championship team when it's really a tough time to win games before the trade deadline. What else do we have, Scott? What else? What other evidence? What else do we have? The trade deadline is the trade deadline, man. It is what it is.
I don't disagree with you. I think these next 4 or 5 games are going to be huge, and I think you have an opportunity to win 5 in a row.
The Avalanche, it's a little bit different, but they've already made massive changes. They've already, the changes the Avs have already made are huge.
And it's the 3rd season after a championship.
Correct. And it's just like, I think there's like 9 guys left on the team that won the cup. I mean, we could probably think of them off the top of our head. I mean, how are we doing? You want to do a little trivia here? Like, who won a cup that's still on the team? McKinnon, Taves, Makar, Landeskog doesn't even play, but technically is on the team. Help me out here.
Nichushkin.
Nichushkin and Gerard. And Gerard didn't even play in the Stanley Cup Finals because he was hurt. There's 6. Who else? Anybody else? Bueller? Manson. Okay, Manson was there. There's 7. Goalies, no. 3rd blue line, no. 4th line, no. Logan O'Connor. There's 8. Help me out. Anybody else?
Arturi Lehkonen.
And Lehkonen. There you go.
That's a pretty decent chunk there, though.
9 guys out of 25? 2 years later? I don't know, man. That doesn't seem like a lot to me.
Well, in the football world, that feels like a lot to me. Turnover's so freaking high in football. I don't know if it's the same in hockey, but I mean, the amount of dudes that are in and out every given year, as long as you've got the same 9 core, and I would consider a lot of those guys core guys, like really, really important glue guys. That feels relatively like a lot.
I would too, Tyler, if they were playing. If Nichushkin was playing, if Landeskog was playing, I mean, sure. But, when those guys aren't really participating with your team, you can see the problems that you may have. Hey, speaking of glue guys, there's a glue guy on the Broncos that has made a very interesting statement, and I can't help but think he's motivated by Travis Hunter. Details on that next. Oh, I agree with you, Vic Lombardi. Absolutely. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction can be rough on you and rough on your partner. And if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, yeesh, maybe you just laughed it off. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. If the pills or the herbals are failing you, I got an answer. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's 99 buckaroonies, and then you get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, it's a freebie, but it's going to work. Hey, let's get things going on the right track with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yep.
Come on, Joker. Come on, Joker. Let's go, Joker. Two young lovers with nothing better to do. Get high and watch the tube. Great big hassle.
Hassle.
Can't do that. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Woo-hoo-hoo. All right, this is in Pat Surtain has been doing some media of late. He was actually on with Kay Adams calling Sean Payton a genius.
Well, if you go on Kay Adams, you certainly got to suck up to Sean Payton.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah, and so Luke Kuechly was on, and then she brought on Pat Surtain. It was just like, Sean Payton is awesome.
So our defensive guys complimenting the offensive mastermind.
He was saying that Sean would pick out things the defense was doing all the time and be this, that, the other thing. Just he's the best. I think there are guys on the team that actually like Sean Payton.
Oh, I know they do.
Yeah,
I'm playing. I know for a fact that these guys actually they view Sean Payton as a relatable dude. For a grumpy old curmudgeon, he's the type of dude that he carries a certain little swag to him that players gravitate towards.
Well, let me read you this quote in Westward Magazine. Love Westward. Put me at receiver. This is Pat Surtain. Let me make a couple of plays here and there. I could do it. Whatever route you need me to, whenever you need me to do, I'm there. Me at receiver is very dynamic. I have literally been saying this for the better part of 4 years. If there's anything I've been laughed at more about, it's this right here. I've said this literally for years and have been ripped apart because it's not just receiver. It would also be punt returner, where Pat Surtain was taking punts back last spring. He was worked in there because Peyton wanted to see. Guys, in light of Travis Hunter, in light of his ability, just everything, would you experiment with working Pat Surtain into the offense?
That receiver, maybe. Yeah, I would.
You would. Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler?
I would not. First off, do you have video evidence of Pat Surtain being an effective wide receiver?
He played wide receiver like in high school.
Okay.
Do I have video evidence? What do I need? Do I need the Zapruder film to see the most athletic guy on the team who's 6'2" can actually catch footballs as a slot receiver or something? Do you doubt that he can catch footballs?
A little bit, yeah. And I don't mean that as a shot at Pat Surtain, but it's a different skill set. It's a different dynamic. And like when we're talking about a guy like Travis Hunter, hey man, I got the visual proof. I got it in front of me. Like I know that this dude can pull it off. Would there be a certain package that you could maybe come up with 2 or 3 unique plays? Maybe, I guess. But I really feel like those situations really just kind of force feed you into a box as a play caller whenever you've got situations like that with a guy like Pat that you're trying to make 1 or 2 things work. Is it worth it in spring football? Fine, I guess. Have some fun with it. Do I think that there's some like blooming flower out there for Pat Surtain as a wide receiver? I highly doubt it.
Why'd you say yes, Scott?
If his interceptions, though, showed he's got hands. So I think he's got hands. I think he's got the speed. I wouldn't necessarily run him, 45 plays. But I think this year he probably would have been at least your second or third receiver as far as quality.
The guy's the best overall athlete on the team.
No, I mean, we're which maybe it's true, and maybe you're right, maybe I'm wrong, but we've got no reason to actually think that.
Listen, man,
other than great athlete with hands.
Great athlete,
be taught to run.
Great athlete, great size, great hands, great speed.
You ever caught a ball in traffic?
I don't know. We figure it out.
Interceptions.
Sure, I guess that's traffic, right? I mean, it's different.
That's not traffic. He ain't getting hit on an interception.
What's the worst that could happen, though? He drops the ball? I mean, listen, man, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But you're not going to know if you don't try it a little bit. And I think that's what his point is. Why would he say this?
Because he's a dude and likes to do fun things.
Why? Okay, cool. I like that. He's a dude.
He's bored. He's bored being a cornerback that no one throws at him, and he doesn't feel like he's being active in the scheme of helping the team win.
And is it possible that he sees what's about to happen with Travis? Listen, whatever team takes Travis Hunter is definitely going to use him as a receiver in a corner.
But do you see the difference between a dude that has been training at this for the last 3 or 4 years versus a dude that has not done this since high school?
You know, I guess I'm a little confused by it. Like, how much training do you need to run a pass route and catch the ball?
A lot. The nuances, the reads, a lot.
Really? I mean, we're talking about 5 or 6 plays a game? Something like that?
Okay, fine. If you want to do 5 or 6 plays, it's not going to be effective.
Okay, all right. Wow, I'm surprised you're so down on it. I mean, would you rather have the ball in Pat Surtain's hands or Devon Bailey's hands? There you go. That's
probably
kind
Devon Bailey.
All right. Well, those are the decisions you would have to
make.
Look.
Maybe I'm dead wrong on it, and maybe he'd go out there and be phenomenal. And if there's visual proof for me to feel that way, I'd change my mind. But as a play caller, I would not be wasting any sleep here over trying to get Pat Surtain involved on offense.
All right, let me put a bigger, bolder question, and it's a hypothetical, so I guess you're going to have to just roll with me on this. Travis Hunter is going to be one of the top picks of the draft. We all agree on that. The hypothetical is, what if it does work out with Travis Hunter playing both ways to some capacity? Will that open the door for other talented athletes like Surtain? Will it open minds of NFL coaches to give it a shot with more guys?
I would say yes, absolutely. All the NFL needs is visual proof that it works. And if it works, then they will certainly open their eyes to it. The NFL is the biggest copycat league that has ever existed. I mean, you see something that works on another team, let's try that. I mean, we literally name our plays. If we steal a play from the Seahawks, we'll call our audible, hey, Seattle. And it's a copycat league. So, yes, I do firmly believe that if Travis works, but I think it'll be for the next generation of players that are coming up. I don't think it will be for the current players that are already in the league.
All right, let's get to No Dumb Questions. KJ, my man.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
303-504-0925. Get your no dumb question in. We'll try to take it on for you. We also have some crazy audio of Dana White calling out one of his fighters. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. Scott,
this guy's a moron.
We'll get to it. Scotty, what do you think, man? What's good? What's dumb in your world?
All right, I had this conversation earlier today, so I'll ask you guys this. If you could be a pro wrestler of any time, what pro wrestler would you be?
Oh, wait. Are we talking WWF, WWE? What are we talking about here?
Pro wrestler.
Okay.
All right. I know exactly what I would be. I'd be The Rock.
Who'd you be?
The Rock. Because he came up with it with his dad. Yeah, so he had it in his bones. He left it at a time that he was still healthy enough to leave it. He's a superstar forever. He made enough money that he can just come back and do it when he chooses to. Because when you look at the guys in like the old Hulk Hogan days or the Andre the Giant days, dude, they were on the road like 350 days a year, and it looked really damaging. And I don't think they made the money that they used to.
So you're way overthinking about this, and you're putting The Rock in today's thing. And look how much money he's got. Blah, blah. I'm talking about you're a wrestler.
I'm Stone Cold, baby.
Wrestle.
I'm Rock.
What wrestler would you be?
I'd be the Rock for a million reasons. He had cool moves. The crowd loved him. He got in at a good time.
Can you do the eyebrow?
I wish I could. I can't do any of it. You're asking fantasy land here. I can't do a damn thing. It doesn't matter. But if I were to do anything, I'd be The Rock. I think The Rock had the best wrestling career of all time. Tyler?
Oh, I'm going Stone Cold, baby, all the way. all the way. You know, he's real. He's authentic. He's not even like too much of a character. He's just a dude's dude. He's a dude. He's smashing beers and taking people down.
Stone Cold had some serious injuries now. You know that, right? Like he had some stuff going on.
I'm not worried that you're overthinking it.
Okay,
Scott's just talking about it as the wrestler.
All right, Scott.
I got a bunch of them.
It'd be funny if you wanted to be like Rey Mysterio, like a really short little guy.
Triple H, you get to take over the WWE.
I was thinking maybe like the Undertaker.
Well, that would be a big guy wrestler. There you go. That would be a good
one.
Big guy wrestler. Yeah. Yeah, he was good. He was after it for a while. Do you have to be a big guy? Do you have to be a huge, tall guy?
I don't know how good of a wrestler he was, but he made a giant splash for a bunch of years. Goldberg was kind of cool for a while.
There you go.
Yeah. Goldberg's got a kid on the CU team.
Yep.
Yeah, Ric Flair, I mean, he was, if you look at pure success in wrestling, I mean, what was he, 27-time world champ or something like that?
Not much of a husband, but yeah, he was a good guy to watch wrestle.
Did you watch that documentary at all?
Yes. He turned out to be kind of an okay father, which is weird because he was the most absent guy in the world, but he had 2 of his kids, including a daughter, follow him into the business, which is like, okay, I guess you figured that out as a dad. But he was a lousy husband. Ain't no doubt about that.
He was a lousy husband.
Yeah, but we're not factoring that in. Listen, if I could be any wrestler of all time and nothing else mattered, okay? Just the aura of that wrestler, it would be Andre the Giant. If we're just talking about being that guy. There was never a more iconic wrestler in the history of wrestling than Andre the Giant. Name me a more iconic wrestler. Hulk Hogan,
the next
maybe?
close one is Hulk Hogan.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's the closest to be Hulk Hogan.
But Andre was the man. Andre weighed 500 pounds. He was smashing 24 12-ounces a night. He was a movie star in The Princess Bride. He couldn't really move and had a bad French accent.
Nobody wants to be Randy Savage? Huh?
No.
I loved Randy Savage.
Was he with
Miss? All them guys.
Wait, hold on. Was he with? Do I get to have Miss Elizabeth too? Or Miss Elizabeth
you get
comes.
The whole,
what do they call the girl? There's a name for it. There's a name for it.
There's a lot of names for that, but what?
Girl.
Yeah. I mean, you want to get us all fired? Like, where are we going here?
No, I'm not doing that. There's a real wrestling term for it. The valet. The valet. I think they're called the valet.
The valet. Yeah. Okay. Why do you bring this up, Scotty? Are you into wrestling for some reason?
I don't know. Somebody just brought it up today at the end of breakfast. One of the coaches, actually.
Well, what were the best answers?
Well, it was actually the coach, Katie Wingy, and myself.
Coach Malone?
And I think her knowledge of no, it wasn't Coach Malone.
Oh.
I wonder if it was Charles Klask, actually. I just wonder if, and I think Katie was limited. I think her answer was, I have no idea.
Well,
I'm not sure Katie spent a lot of time watching pro wrestling.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a negative against Katie.
No.
In fact, I think I have.
I thought it was but that's why I asked you guys, because I thought it was a funny question to ask Katie, because I'm thinking, one, she's younger than all of us. And 2, I doubt she was spending her time in her 15s watching pro wrestling.
Wouldn't it have been amazing if Katie just broke out, I would have loved to have been the Junkyard Dog.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Ted DiBiase.
Ted DiBiase, yeah.
$1 Million Man.
There you go.
Big John Studd. How about Big John Studd?
That'd be a good one for you. That's where I thought you were going.
Oh, yeah.
God, we are old, though, because every wrestler we're referencing is like 30 years old.
Or dead.
Dead, yeah. We're kind of.
I don't even know the modern wrestlers.
I don't either. But
John Cena,
Dallas Page.
No, Cena's out. Cena's been out for a minute.
No, but he comes back.
They all drift back for the big events, but we're talking day in and day
Logan
out.
Paul. Logan Paul. There you go.
Logan Paul would be a great wrestler.
Did you see Logan and they're actually Logan and Jake Paul are fighting?
No,
they are. They got a fight scheduled.
Okay.
It's in like a month.
What are the details?
It's a boxing match.
Same thing. Nobody really knock each other out. We'll go pay-per-view and make $30 million each.
I thought
HBO Max. HBO
no,
Max.
I don't think it's a boxing match, Tyler. I think it's something else. It's
what?
It's something that they're doing together, but it's not a boxing match. I mean, I'll
Really?
look. Yeah, it's something else. I know they had a press conference on it. Oh gosh, Paul brothers. It's not. They're not fighting each other.
Yes, they are.
I don't think so. They tease a boxing match. It's a reality show. It's a reality show instead of a boxing match. I'm reading USA Today 21 hours ago. Jake Paul and Logan Paul ended speculation they'll be squaring off. They announced yesterday, they'll be launching a family reality series called Paul American starting March 27th on HBO Max. 8-episode series will culminate in season finale May 15th.
Hey, is anybody in the history of mankind made more money from selling smoke than those two guys?
No, but you just mentioned Mankind. He'd be an interesting guy to be a wrestler for. He took a lot of chances.
Yeah.
Had the little sock
With that
puppet.
green tongue? Was Mankind the one with the green tongue and the bald head?
No. He was with the scraggly hair, and he had a sock puppet, and he dressed up in like a dress shirt and a tie and would jump off 30-foot cages. He was a psycho.
Yeah.
Mankind.
I don't even know who you guys are talking about.
You don't know Mankind?
No.
Oh, look,
Yeah.
you'll go down a YouTube wormhole. It's unbelievable what he used to do. Unbelievable.
You know, he was either high school or college wrestling teammate with what's that one guy that King of Queens
Kevin James?
actor.
Kevin James.
He was actually on the same wrestling and football team with Kevin James, like in high school. I think in high school.
Well, there you go. That's a dangerous team right there. You got Paul Blart Mall Cop and Mankind jumping at you. Good luck to everybody else. All right, I got some. Speaking of this stuff, this Dana White stuff, whatever you feel about Dana White, but and maybe this is par for the course, but I heard this, and if you want to rip somebody, I don't know if you could rip somebody better than what Dana White did. We'll play it for you coming up.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time driving all over the state of Colorado. There's only one car dealership you need to go to. It's the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends at Phil Longford. I built a long-term relationship with my friends over at Phil Longford my rookie year in the NFL, and there's a reason why I keep buying cars from them time after time, because I know them, I love them, I trust them, they respect me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer that walks in the door at Phil Longford. Guys, when you go to Phil Long, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now. So whether you're looking for new or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, the interest rates are rock solid. The incentive deals are great, and you will not regret your experience at Phil Longford. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mach-E Mustang, you're missing out. These are incredible vehicles that are incredibly fast. They're just flat out fun vehicles to drive. With an award-winning service department, keep your vehicle serviced at Phil Longford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Oh, I like a little Funky Friday. We're going Stevie Wonder. Come on, man. Isn't she lovely? Made from love. Just like Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Sort of. Gorgeous Friday, and guys, every now and then, you hear somebody call somebody out. And Scotty's getting ready. Scotty, you look lovely. You look beautiful.
I'm trying to.
As you get ready for...
I didn't know what true lovely could be.
Well, there you go.
Making one as lovely as she.
She's made from love. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum-bum. Okay, we'll get to the Nuggets and the Avs and what they got going on. We have some news out of both camps that I think is positive. We'll see. Listen, man, I don't dislike the UFC. I used to be like really, really into it. Not as much now, but I don't have any hate for it whatsoever. I just don't pay attention to it that closely. That being said, it's interesting listening to Dana White, who owns and runs the UFC with some partners, but he's definitely the face and the voice of the organization. And one of his fighters, Bryce Mitchell, on a podcast, comes out and supports Hitler, of all things. And I'm not even going to bother getting into his idiotic comments about Hitler. It doesn't matter. He said some incredibly stupid things. But what's more interesting is the way Dana White, as the lead of the UFC, decided to address it. And the amount of little bites that we can use for no dumb questions in the future, fellas, is like endless from this comment. But I just want everybody to sit back and relax and enjoy this piece of heaven as Dana White destroys somebody in his own organization that he kind of technically promotes, ripping on Bryce Mitchell.
Does Bryce Mitchell face a punishment from the UFC for saying
That's what everybody wants to hear about punishments. Free speech. I don't have to love it. You don't have to love it. You know. For all of you that hate Bryce Mitchell, you get to see him hopefully get his ass whooped on global television. I mean, what do you want me to say about it? You know where I am with free speech. We're disgusted by it. I think he's probably one of the dumbest, literally one of the dumbest human beings. Let's not forget that this is a guy who took a drill through his nutsack, then had to reverse it and put the drill back out of his. That's the level of stupid that we're talking about here. And I could probably go on for 10 minutes talking about how dumb Bryce Mitchell is. But guess what? Bryce Mitchell has a podcast. But that's the world that we live in now. Dumb people who are really stupid and really ignorant, can have a voice. We don't have to agree with it. We don't have to like it. I'm giving you mine and the UFC's position on what he had to say. Out of all the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant. He's stupid. He's dumb. You can't fix dumb people. You know what I mean? When you have somebody that's really, really stupid, and that's who we're talking about here, what do you do? How do you talk sense to a dummy?
every time you think it's over, he just keeps on going.
You can't fix dumb people.
How do we not use that on a daily basis for no dumb questions from now on, or parts of it?
How do you talk sense to a dummy?
You don't. Well, at the very least, whether it's for no dumb question, this show, we need to keep those two sound bites right there.
Oh my God!
It's amazing. That's a fighter that he's promoting, like that he's got to make money off of. You know.
Well, he's encouraging him to lose, basically. Like,
oh yeah, it's like, hey, you guys all get to see him get his ass beat.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the UFC. We can watch him get his ass kicked. It's hysterical. And Dana White, it's got to be tough because he really, he obviously believes in free speech and all that. This is a tester because he's, sickened by what this guy that's in his organization has to say. But I've never heard a denouncement of somebody who's made a mistake in an organization like that. Have you?
Out of all the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant.
No, normally you just get fired. Normally you do something, you just get fired. Instead, they just keep you around, and now he's just going to call him an idiot.
Let me just throw it out there. Should Dana White just get rid of him?
Well, that would be going against everything he stands for.
Right.
Yeah, he can't. He's been too vehement about freedom of speech and canceling people. Now he's got a guy in his organization, which, by the way, he doesn't own anymore. Remember, they sold that thing for like $5 billion, and they kept him on as the face and voice of it.
Yeah,
probably at a hefty salary.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right about all that.
He's the face. He's the face and voice.
Yes, and he would have, obviously, like if he went to the owners and said, we got to get rid of this guy, they would just, of course, go along with him on it.
He owns 9% still. So he still owns 9%, but you're correct. He definitely is not the controlling owner.
Yeah, but like if he said
and didn't they sell that thing for like $3 or $4 billion? I mean, it was a big windfall.
You think those owners would care if Bryce Mitchell was part? Who the hell is Bryce Mitchell, really? I mean, big deal, you know. I never even heard of the guy.
He was pretty good a couple years ago. Yeah, he's a kid from Arkansas, actually.
He is an Arkansas guy. He is a big Arkansas guy. Sorry.
He's a big country bumpkin. I didn't know about the nutsack and the drill.
So the dude was he was cutting a board or something. He was measuring a board, and he put the drill in his pocket. Okay. And I guess he leans up on something. The drill goes off, and it goes straight down into the. Well, I guess we could say it since we played it. His nutsack. It splits in half as he has to reverse it out.
No. Yeah. This is a guy who took a drill through his nutsack, then had to reverse it and put the drill back out of his. That's the level of stupid that we're talking about here. And I get.
It's a great soundbite, though, guys. It's an awesome.
This is a guy.
Oh my God.
That drilled his nutsack
and pulled it back out. It's awesome. I've watched it like 20 times. It's hysterical.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing.
It's great.
Every time you think he's done, he just keeps on going.
We played like a short version of that. It goes on for another 3 minutes.
I listened to the whole thing. I couldn't help it.
Okay. Well, that's Bryce Mitchell for you.
How do you talk sense to a dummy?
Well, we're going to talk to
Bryce Mitchell's also a flat earther, I believe, in case you care.
Yeah, stupid is as stupid does, you know, as Forrest once said. But there you go. We salute you, Bryce Mitchell. And us dummies will keep talking. But how do you talk any sense to a moron? We'll find out next. It's PhD on 92.5. The Double Dipperoo is on. The Avs and Nuggets both play today. So you can hear them right here on Altitude 92.5 and also 9:50 a.m. We got the Nuggets in Philadelphia. Scotty, how long do we got you for before you got to truck on over to the arena?
Probably about 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay, good enough. We appreciate it. And that game is on 9:50. Sit next to Marlo today? What are you doing? What's the TV plan? Sit next to Marlo. Very nice. Avalanche against the Blues. Pregame at 6:30. That's right here on 92.5. And it's a big game for both. Jared Bednar has said that these next 5 games that they have, they're going to treat like a playoff series because they have the Four Nations face-off right around the corner. I'm seeing that on a tweet from our very own Mark Moser, who was over there at Morning Skate. What is on the line here for these two teams, specifically tonight, and perhaps you can frame it for the next 5 games, not just for the Avs in terms of how they're taking it, but perhaps, Scott, for the Nuggets as the trade deadline is next week on Thursday.
Well, Hubie Brown told us a million years ago, or Fratello, one of the two, same guy, there's 4 times you steal games. One is going into the season. If you're prepared to start the season right away, you can catch teams that are trying to build into it, a.k.a. the Denver Nuggets maybe. Going into the All-Star break, coming out of the All-Star break, and then the last few weeks of the season are great times to steal games. You're in that stretch. I think you have – what is it? Is it after tonight 7 more games before the All-Star break? I like that. The Bednar says I'd run these 7 games as getting prepared for, going to the postseason. How you want to play, who you want to be.
Yeah, you got 8 games.
I think that's awesome.
You got 8 Nuggets games before the All-Star break, and for the Avs, it's 5 games before the Four Nations face-off. Tyler.
Yeah, and this is a long break for these hockey guys. This is a significant amount of time. And the good news is as a coach, you can take that period, whether you're winning games going into it, whether you're losing games going into it, you can take it and sell it to your team as this is the perfect time to be off, okay? We're struggling. We're going to get our guys back healthy. We're going to be great. Or we're winning games. We go into it. We peaked. I know this. Certainly going into a bye week in football, especially if it was later in the season, it was really freaking important to have good energy going into that thing, man, because there is nothing worse than sitting there for a week, these guys 2 weeks at a time, just feeling like I just got to get back on the ice. I just got to get that bad taste out of my mouth. So I think the good news is that you can sell it as a benefit no matter how they're playing, but I think it's really important that you get some good energy.
The Sixers are not with Embiid. He did not get healthy enough and are without Paul George as well, Scott. They're a beat-up team. They're going nowhere here in this season, and I don't know when Embiid's ever going to, who knows? He'll be back at some point, I guess. I think after losing 3 straight, and I think tonight, man, is you got to win some road games, right, Scott? And so here we are. Like, let's get after it.
You had one of the top 3 or 4 records on the road of anybody. You played the road. In fact, probably after this trip, you'll play still more road games than anybody, which means good. You got a lot of home games in the unofficial second half of the season, if you will. But yeah, you've lost 3 in a row. You win 2 here, and like I said, you go 2 and 3 on the road. Most NBA teams, you're kind of happy. Probably not how you played in the 3 losses, but you take 2 out of 3 or 2 out of 5. That's okay. 3 out of 5 is great, and 4 out of 5 and 5 for 5 is just you're at a different level. So you still got a chance to salvage this road trip, and that to me is what it starts with tonight.
Remarkably, despite losing 3 games in a row on the road, the Nuggets still have a winning record. They're 14-11, and the 14 wins they have on the road equals the same amount of wins they actually have at home. They're better at home now. They're 14-8, but to your point, yeah, they have played actually more road games, and with 2 more, I mean, look at that. So, you play 25, 2 more, 27 games on the road compared to 22 at home. You do got a bunch of home games coming down the pike. Yep. So Let's get those road wins when you can. And I don't want to make too big of a deal of it, but it's how they've looked in these 3 losses. Now, albeit, it was great to see Jamal play great at Madison Square Garden. I don't know if he's as motivated by the lore of Daryl Dawkins and Moses Malone and Andrew Toney and Charles Barkley in Philadelphia as he is by, the Knicks heroes. But I hope you can find the motivation. And the motivation shouldn't be any different in Charlotte, Scott. I mean, games are games. You can't get up for one place more than another, or at least you shouldn't.
If this team has a heart of a champion, you'll see a revision of what you've seen these last 3. And if it's struggle bus tonight and tomorrow night, then we'll see what happens in the next 6 days.
I wonder real quick. I wonder if the players realize. I do wonder if they realize if they really crap the bed in the next couple of games. I wonder if they realize Michael Porter Jr. could be gone. Do you think they have an idea that does live in the world of possibilities?
Yeah. But I think that's on the table, even if they don't crap the bed. So I don't think it really comes down. Maybe it does.
I think the odds increase mightily if they lose these next 2 games, Tyler. The odds just, but I don't know.
But don't you think? But don't you really think by now, if you're Calvin Booth, you're sitting behind the scenes, you already really know what you want to do. It doesn't really matter what happens over the next couple games. You know right now. You're not waiting to find anything out. You know what you're actively trying to do.
Scott, what do you think?
You lose 5 in a row on the road. You may. Calvin's not a panic dude. I don't think ownership's a panic dudes either. But you're more apt to make a big move if you lose 5. If you win these 2 games and look good doing it, these next 2, then you. I still think they'll want to make a move, but I think it's more to reinforce something off the bench, probably in that guard position that can maybe hit threes and be a defensive guy for you.
Well, listen, if you can get better,
lose Michael. I think I will be a little bit sad about that. I do. I'm okay with it. I get it. But he's gotten he's earned a well-earned soft spot in Nuggets fans' hearts, and it would be weird to not have Michael Porter Jr.
Well, what's the difference between Michael Porter Jr. and Mikko Rantanen?
I'm not saying there's any difference. I think it's very, very similar.
Mikko has made 3 or 4 straight All-Star games.
Well, okay, yeah. I'm just talking about how they feel in the fans' hearts, though. I think Michael Porter Jr. is well ingratiated, and it'll be weird without him.
Yeah, listen, if you're just looking at who's had a better career in their sport, it's clearly Mikko, who's a borderline Hall of Famer, not Michael Porter Jr. But in terms of the role of a team that's won a championship, I'd make the argument it's pretty similar. And I think probably how they're viewed by the fans is actually pretty similar. I think Michael Porter Jr. is beloved by Nuggets fans. Seriously, there's critics of his out there, but I'm at a lot of these games. They treat him like a hero, man. He's an idol to a lot of people, a lot of Nuggets fans, as Mikko was. This isn't the Will Barton situation whatsoever, where Will Barton was like, I don't know, man. Sometimes those home games were weird with Will Barton and the fans. So no, it's not like that whatsoever. I'm trying to compare, moving on from a starter in your rotation. And that's the best I can do.
You better get something that works. If you get rid of a starter and a guy that's beloved. And listen, I've talked to GMs before, and one of the greatest things I've heard, and I've actually shared this with other GMs, some listen, some don't. The players ain't your friends. And the fans can be upset because, listen, that's what we do. It's short for fanatic, right? We have favorites. We pick our fans. And you're never going to make a move that you think is going to weaken the team. And so, you can't be afraid of the fans' opinion, and B, the guys you're trading aren't your buddies. You're not buying them dinner. You're not trading them and then taking them out to dinner. They aren't your friends. And I've seen GMs that want to be buddy with all the players. And that don't work. That don't work.
Yeah, and listen, I don't want him to trade Michael Porter Jr. either. I want this to work. I want them to be good. And I don't think it's a sense of panic either. It's a deadline. That's it. It's not panic. It's not it's, you got a a couple games left here, and next Thursday's the deadline. That's it. And so you either do it now, which is why we're talking about it, and after next Thursday, we'll more or less put it to bed. But I'll give you this. I'll tell you this. If you don't make a move right now, okay, and you don't win a championship this year, you're going to have massive changes with the rotation. Massive changes in the offseason. Period. You don't have a choice. So whatever. Either do it now or do it later or win. One way or the other, Scott. It's pretty simple. But to think that they could keep this together, not make a trade here, not win a championship this year, and what, everything's hunky-dory and everybody's coming back? It's ridiculous. It'll never happen.
One name or a trade that a buddy called me today on that I haven't looked. I don't even really pay attention to this much, that and mock drafts. But it was DeAndre Hunter and Bogdanovich from Atlanta to Denver.
For?
I think it was MPJ and somebody else. Maybe a Zeke or.
You'd get a shooter, I guess. What else would you get for that? I mean, that's recreating him in the aggregate right there. That's what Chris McFarland said they were trying to do with the Miko deal. Recreate in the aggregate.
I'm curious your thoughts on that whole philosophy there in the basketball world, because we were talking about it when you weren't here. And I don't know if trading in the aggregate works in basketball, like it works in baseball, or it works in football, or it works in hockey. It's just, to me, it doesn't seem like that's an apples-to-apples deal in basketball.
Well, either one of you look up DeAndre Hunter, or KJ, look up DeAndre Hunter and tell me what his numbers say.
All right, I can do that. I have to type.
And again, these are all the rumor stuff that spreads the internet, and why I don't pay much attention to most of these.
DeAndre Hunter stats. What are we doing here with DeAndre Hunter this year? 34 games, 19.3 points.
His highest of his career.
Is averaging 46% from the field. 3 percentage, low, 38.7. So he's a little iffy from three.
Although they say anything at 38 above is a good three-point shooter.
Well, he's right there then. He's right there. That's lower than MPJ, though, for sure. Good free throw shooter. And, he gets to the basket a little bit. What do we got size here? 6'8", so he's a little smaller than Michael. 225, so he's a tall, skinny. 27 years old. How healthy is he? I mean, because, who knows what's going on with MPJ these days? I hope, I don't know.
Yeah, and again, once again, you got, and the only thing I guess probably why the internet trolls threw stuff out like this is that Trae Young and Michael are best friends and played AAU basketball together.
Yeah. I mean, okay, fine. I'm looking at Bogdanovich. You want Bogdanovich's numbers?
Bogdanovich you can look at him. He's had a few injuries this year.
Okay.
But he played with Joker on the bronze team in France.
Bogdanovich, 24 games, 10 points per game. So he hasn't played that much. Averaging 10 points a game, 37% from the floor, 30% from three-point line. Yeah, man. Eesh.
So he's not. Dude. But look at his career numbers. I think his career numbers are much better than that.
Career, he's 43.5 field goal percentage, 38 from three, so right on that number. Averaging 14.4 a game. That has got some Dario Saric scare to me right there, Scotty.
Yeah.
It's like a guy who used to be good who ain't good anymore. That's 6'5".
He was pretty good in the summertime.
Okay, it's winter. I don't know. I'm not sure what to say.
Good point. Well, now he's playing with a teammate, though, so I'm thinking would that inspire. I know Bogdanovich in his future, if healthy, was a light him up kind of guy from the three when he comes in, was instant kind of boom, 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 boom.
I'm not saying
Hunter's probably a little more physical than Michael, a little more mobile.
But
I don't think as good of a shooter.
This scares the crap out of me that he would be Dario Saric 2.0. So I don't know, man. Listen, man, just make it work.
Well, this is internet trolls.
Hey, man, come out today, kick some ass like you should. Go to Charlotte, take care of business, shake the cobwebs, and shut us up. Come back and host New Orleans. You got a home, like, sort of playoff against a very mid sort of team. Shut us up.
Who also is trying to move a couple guys, so that might be a different team.
So go 4-0 in your next 4 games, and we're going to be happy as a clam, and we can put this conversation to bed. And let's go win a championship or contend for one. But right now, you've dropped 3 games in a row, and it hasn't looked great. So let's go. So I'm going to say tonight it kind of matters. I'm going to say tonight is one of them games. No Paul George, no Embiid. You got a little rest. It has not been a exhausting travel. You took a train yesterday. You had nothing going on. Katie's running up and down stairs because she's bored. Go out and win tonight, Scott. It's my little fire-up speech. How about that?
There comes points in seasons when all the talk needs to stay, in your mouth, and the action needs to be showed on your feet and body out on the floor. Tonight seems like one of those nights.
And I think tonight's one of those nights for the Nuggets, and I think it's one of those damn nights for the Avalanche. I think they both have nights like that tonight. And I get it. It's an 82-game schedule. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But every now and then, some of these regular season games matter just a little bit more. And tonight's a night for both of the teams. We've got Let's Football Go coming up next. We should probably just wrap the entire show up with that Dana White thing, the whole thing, and put some music behind it.
Let's go. Get out of here. It's Friday. Everybody else is going home early.
That is awesome. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. I know, Scotty, we got you on the road in a little bit, so we're grateful for a few more moments here. So I know you're dying to talk about football. So let's go, KJ.
Go.
Let's go.
Let it go.
Let's go, Scotty. Here we go. The Denver Broncos are projected to enter free agency later this spring with around $48 million in salary cap space, which ranks 11th in the NFL currently. CBS Sports thinks that the Broncos will not only use offense in the draft, but they will go defense for free agency.
Yeah.
And they are projecting that linebacker Zach Braun.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Zach Bond.
Bond, yeah, B-A-U-N, yeah.
Bond for the Eagles will be not only a free agent, but he will be a great option to replace either Alex Singleton, who was injured this year, or said linebacker that they want to replace him with.
I mean, Justin Cernad was basically a stretch.
Sure.
Zach Bond was drafted by well, not yet. We're not done yet. But he was drafted by Sean Payton. He is a nominee for Defensive Player of the Year, Scott Tyler. I mean, hey, let's go. Let's football goes. That sounds good to me, Tyler.
So we've got two linebackers in Cody Barton and Alex Singleton that are fine. They're okay, all right? But if you're looking at all the positions on defense, if you were to take a swing and try to go big at anything, we've been neglecting it for years and years and years. However long you feel like you've been neglecting right tackle, it's been worse at inside linebacker. So I got a guy, and I'd be totally fine with Zach for the record. No beef at all. That'd be awesome. But the dude that I would love to take a swing at, and I want to go A-lister, give me some Dre Greenlaw, baby.
Okay. And he's right there too. Scotty, you are in Philadelphia. We haven't even asked you about the Eagle vibe there. Is there anything eagle-y feeling there?
He hasn't left his room. What are you talking about?
I don't know. You are there in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the vibe's huge.
Okay, I get it. Do you have any vibes on inside linebacker with Zach Bond?
Luke Kuechly.
Luke Kuechly, good pickup. I think he's just coming into his prime. We'll see if
he is available.
He is available. Luke is available. All right, next up, KJ. Go for it.
So Cam Newton, as you guys well know, has just been an absolute hot take machine this week, and he continued that trend on First Take. He understands, obviously, that Dion Shedeur to Dallas is no longer a realistic thing. So he's moved on to his next project. He believes that not only are the Cowboys positioning themselves this year to tank for Arch, they're also getting in position for Nick Saban.
Hear me out, J-Mac. Hear me out. I think they tanking for Arch. Make it make sense. Okay, Cam.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
Coach Schottenheimer has one and done written all over
I think
him.
they have to tank.
He got one and done written all over him. Okay, why do you want it done? You get the first pick of the draft. Okay, not only that, I'm going to go back into my Godfather bag and say, okay, Jerry Jones is a businessman, and he's going to get in this Don Corleone, mentality, and he's going to give him a deal that he can't refuse. Who? Nick Saban. Go get Nick Saban as your head coach. Go draft Arch Manning as the number one pick. Man, that's...
Does this make any sense?
The hell is he talking about? Like, look, we're just gonna pull names out of left field. Like, it's a drunk take. Like what? No, it doesn't make any sense. Nick Saban, okay, fine, that's cool. That's a big name. Why does that make sense? Archie Manning, okay, I would assume he's probably gonna be a pretty damn good player. But even that one, He hasn't even started a season yet, and we're hiring a coach based off trying to get to Arch Manning. I mean, come on.
Heisman Trophy odds for next year came out today. Arch Manning is first on that list at plus 750. Not great odds, but I mean, you want to throw $20 down, you get plus 750 right now on Arch Manning, Scott.
I think he's going to be phenomenal in the two games he started when were hurt. He looked pretty darn good. So I think he'll be the next Manning to starting to cast his bronze for the Hall of Fame. I think he has that possibility.
Let me ask you guys this, and I know it's not a big sample for Arch Manning, but if he was in the draft this year, where would he go compared to Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders?
One. Right now, based off what we know right now?
That's right.
No, he wouldn't go one. No.
You would take
one.
All right.
He would go beneath both of them.
He would go
he would go beneath both of them, and assuming we've got 2 games of sample size, which is the reality.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not even coming close.
If you honestly think that, I couldn't disagree more. But if you were right, then watch how many people tried to trade down from 1, 2, and 3 to get down to 5, 6, 7 to get that third guy. Arch Manning's better than both of those guys right now, and he's only played in 3 games.
Next story, KJ.
Well, Shadur Sanders spoke at the Senior Bowl yesterday, and he talked
Senior Bowl or East West Shrine game?
Well, listen, he's at both.
He's
splitting time at both. How about that? He spoke yesterday during the game, and he talked about who's struggling the most with the anxiety of letting one go, he or his father Dion.
Yeah.
Scouts, obviously, a lot of them were talking to you this weekend. What was the one thing that stood out to you from some of those interactions? Some of the feedback or the interest? Have you got one of the craziest questions yet?
No, the thing that was, my dad was calling me. That was the most funniest thing. My dad kept calling me. He has separation anxiety. So, he kept calling me. I said, look, Pops, it's over with. It's time for me to soar on my own now. So the coaches enjoyed that. I'm an open book, so whatever questions they have for me, they asked. And I was just excited for the challenge. And the first time they actually was able to meet me in person and talk.
Why do we think Dion's struggling so hard?
Oh, my God. Dion's struggling so hard.
Shadur.
He's got to figure out his own life, and he's really struggling with it. Like, he was walking Shiloh down the corridor onto the field. Like, why? You're not a coach at the East-West Shrine game. What are you doing? I don't know, guys. I think Prime is really going to struggle. I don't think he's going to be in the NFL. I think he's going to be coaching CU, and I think he's going to have a really hard time with it, Tyler.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I mean, it's all he's ever known. I don't think it's a big deal because he's Dion, right? He's like the only dude that could get away with walking his son down the corridor there because he's Dion, and it's fine. He gets to do it because he's Dion. I was curious today. It just kind of hit me. We really haven't talked about this in a while. Has Dion still not signed that contract at CU?
I haven't heard that he has. I'm not that aware of.
I would think we would have heard something by now. That's a little bit curious now that the NFL stuff is over with.
Scott, how do you think Prime's going to deal with his kids being gone?
He'll coach this year and be gone.
Where is he going to be?
NFL Network.
Oh, really? This is it, you think, huh? He'll give it 1 year to say, hey, I tried it without my kids. It's not going to be the same feeling. He's going to miss seeing his kids play in the NFL, or at least one of his kids.
I think it's just going to be interesting. The freshman kid's nice, got a good arm and all that stuff, but he's a freshman. And he looked like he weighed about 200 pounds.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to start. I think it's going to be that other dude that came from Liberty, Tyler. I forget his name off the top of my head. But I don't think it's going to be Juju that's going to start next year.
I think it's a chance to be UGLY.
It could be.
I think it'll be Juju from day one.
Okay. But, Tyler, you predicted maybe like a 5 or 6 win season.
I did not, but I did predict that it was not going to be like it was last year. I'd be shocked if they're not a bowl team.
Well,
I'd be very surprised.
You can be a bowl team with 6 wins. I mean,
not 5. Yeah.
Okay. Is it a 6-win season?
I think they'll be a bowl team, yeah. But I think they'll be fighting for their life.
And maybe that's just a little like, that's not as much fun, Scott, right? Like, It's not quite the same, is it?
You got two guys off your team that were probably 80% of your offense, 70% of your offense anyway, if not more.
They got 5 guys at the East-West game. Five guys, and 4 of them are wide receivers.
I think if they win 5 games, you might want to throw him a parade.
Wow. Okay. All right. It could be tough.
It ain't gonna be that bad.
Well, we just don't know. Who's KJ? Who's the Salter? Is that what his name is?
Yep. Caden Salter.
And he came from Liberty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That's an interesting take, though. He gives it one more year, and then it's just easier to go back to the NFL Network as we lose Scotty. So we say goodbye to Scotty.
I'm right here, but
you are.
I gotta start packing.
All right, hey, let's give us a last thought today before the Nuggets and the Sixers here, Scott. What should we look for? What should we know?
Well, I think it's always darkest before the morning. So let's see. I think this is a test game to see what they're truly the soul of this team is all about. I think it's big for them, like you said a while ago, Darren, that it's time. You screwed around on this road trip, and it's time to see what you are. And I will say this, if they lose these next 2 games, see if I'm right here, it'll be an interesting week next week. True?
Oh, man. Losing 5 games in a row on the road, and I would say 3 of those games on paper were very winnable. That is an epic fail. Yeah. I think that changes the trade conversation significantly. It's a big hypothetical, but yeah. Yeah, you're not – if you lose these next 2 games, you're not the same team next Friday. How about that for a bit of a hot take?
That's a big hot take.
Is there even an option for a nuclear option if you wanted to take it? Or is it just the same thing we keep talking about? It's just Michael Porter Jr. I mean, would the nuclear option be Michael Porter Jr. and Christian?
Sure. Absolutely.
You could do that.
Sure.
I will say this. There's a lot of pressure on a lot of people if that were the case, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of pressure. It's going to be a lot of pressure on a lot of people if either one is involved.
Yep.
So
you're here.
We'll see.
And I did not see it coming, Scott. After what they had done in their last 15 or so games, I just did not see this coming. I did not. So, okay.
Every once in a while, you push back from the table and realize you got fat these last however long, and you better get back in the gym and on the treadmill.
Yeah, and it's
time for the Nuggets to get on the treadmill.
That that game against Chicago, they were at the Golden Buffet.
Yep.
They were at the buffet line, man. Gold Corral
at the
buffet.
Tapioca bar. They saw the all-you-can-eat tapioca, and they just stuffed themselves.
It was worse than that. They were sitting under the chocolate fountain, just letting it drip right into their mouths.
Baby.
Yeah, that was that Chicago game, bro. Like, hey, by the way, before we leave you leave us. How bad are the Washington Wizards, man? And there was a moment, bro, it was embarrassing for Bronny James. The crowd.
Hey, he got 5 points last night.
Okay, did you see the context where he got into that game?
MVP. I saw him make a free throw while the crowd was chanting MVP, which I thought actually was relatively calm, cool, and collected for him.
Yeah, you realize they were up by 40 or so when that was happening. You realize that, right?
I did see that.
And you realize
that right there nominates you for Dad of the Year.
Yeah. Yeah, and the MVP.
Did you hear the
Scotty,
did you hear the announcer?
We'll
see you, Scott.
All right, man.
Did you hear the announcers in the middle of the game? He starts laughing when they're chanting the MVP. He couldn't even hold it together. He couldn't even be professional about it. He was just laughing at them, mocking him at the free throw line, chanting MVP.
It was possibly in the world of mocking your opponent while getting your ass kicked, the signature moment of all time by crowd participation. I mean, your team is getting clown hammered, and you come over on the top on a sparse crowd in D.C., and you come up with that chant?
MVP.
I mean, that is an all-time banger for crowds mocking an opponent, and you know what? That's not a good feeling. I mean, I know LeBron was all pumped up that his kid hit an and one, but the crowd kind of settled that moment down.
I just couldn't help but laugh at the announcers. Number one, as they're laughing at the crowd, and then number two, as they're trying to sell this as, man, this was just real. This is a really nice bounce back game for Bronny here. Just really nice game. Got himself 5 points. Got himself 5.
Well, you must have been listening to the Lakers announcers on that because, hey, listen, man, the Wizards. We thought the White Sox were bad in baseball. This Wizards team may go down as the worst NBA team of all time. And guess what they did this year, Tyler? They beat the Nuggets.
Beat the Nuggets.
Yeah. One of their 6 wins is against the Nuggets. Tyler, they are 1-21 on the road. They are 0-10 in their last 10. They have lost 16 games in a row.
The Nuggets have lost a handful of just really bad games this year.
Just the fact that they beat the Nuggets this year still is kind of bizarro. And then Chicago, who, of course, is not as nearly as bad as the Wizards, because the Wizards may be the worst NBA team of all time. At least they're tracking in that direction.
What's the worst record of all time?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
But
I think it's the Wizards 9-73.
9-73.
9-73.
The Wizards are chasing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Well, I mean, 47 games. What do we got? 82. So we got 35 more games. It's going to be close. I mean, it's going to be close. So, yeah, I mean, you get into a game when you're like up 40 and you hit an and one and the crowd starts yelling MVP at you. Okay. I mean, I think that's actually a tough moment for Bronny, Tyler. I don't think that's like some sort of great sort of moment.
No, but I'll give him credit. You know, he drained that free throw in the middle of it. And,
okay.
It's something. You know, it's something.
I guess you're right, because it would have been worse to miss the free throw on top of all of it. Yeah, man, it is crazy how bad the Wizards are. That is pretty wild. I didn't know Bronny got another bucket either. So he got 5 points? Is that what you're telling me? I'm looking at it.
Yep.
Yeah, he was 12 minutes, 1 of 6. He hit all 3 of his free throws. How about that?
Oh, he got 3 of his 5 from the line?
He got 3 of his 5 from the line, as it turns out.
Made 1 bucket?
He made 1 bucket on 6 shots. So
he's coming along. He's coming along.
Oh, my God.
Progress.
Okay, let me give you some Bronny numbers. It did help, because now he's averaging per game 0.6 points, up from 0.3.
Good.
0.5 rebounds, 0.4 assists. Got a great field goal percentage, 9.1%.
How many games has he played?
He has played 14 games.
Okay. That's more than I thought, actually.
He's averaged 4 minutes a game. His field goal percentage is 9.1. His three-point percentage, and don't forget, he's a shooting guard. He is a 6'2". He's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard. 0% from three-point line. I don't know if he's taken a three-point shot. Has he? I can't even tell.
I would guess not. I mean, I don't believe he's feeling that type of confidence launching from the three-point line right now.
This kid is being humiliated right now. Boy, that is an ethical dilemma, man. You get to be a professional athlete at the highest level, but you get to be humiliated. Is it worth it?
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
Well, now his situation is a little bit different because you would argue he didn't earn the right. But yeah, absolutely, I take that anytime. I earned the right to get to the big show, but I didn't show out. Hey, I got my butt there. What'd you do?
Okay. KJ, you get to play at the highest level, but your entire time there is total humiliation. Worth it?
Worth it. I've got there. Like, listen, there are a gajillion people in the world that wish that they could touch the money that I'm touching, so I'm good.
Okay. How about if the only reason you got there was because of your dad? Still worth it?
Yeah, you got that money.
Why not?
Absolutely.
I don't know, man.
I know
don't
you and I will never be on the same page of this whole dad's money is not the same thing as his money. He's got his money now. He's got his own money that is his money.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't.
Dad ain't gonna just pass his kid $10 million.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Of course he is. That he wouldn't even think about it.
No, he's not.
What do you think he's gonna to tell Bronny to go down work at the What? The grocery store?
The local.
I'm not saying he wouldn't buy the kid a house. I'm not saying he wouldn't do something nice for the kid, or that he's going to make him go work for minimum wage. But I'm saying most parents don't just pass out money to their kids.
Yeah, they Tyler.
Not like that. No, they don't.
Has Bronny James, y'all, ever had a job?
Why would he have had to? He's been an
Because
athlete.
most teenagers have jobs, Tyler. Most kids in college have jobs. Most kids who
No, that's not true. Not athletes.
What?
That's not true at all.
You don't think most
athletes in college do not have jobs?
What about the summertime, the off season? You don't think they work? They get a job? They do some part time? They work at the golf course?
Sure.
They do something?
Maybe they'll do something, but no, their job is their sport.
All right. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Okay. What about high school? Did Bronny ever have a gig in high school, like a part-time job or something?
Why would he?
Because
Are you
you're
knocking
right.
him for it?
No. I'm not knocking for it, but I'm telling you, his dad has always given him money. Plenty of money.
I know, but it's different, dude. You make your own millions. It's different.
All right. Well, he's being humiliated left and right, and they're chanting MVP. So, I mean, he's got that going for him, and he's got his own money. So I guess it's all good. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, Tyler. For fun, should we play the Dana White thing again?
Anytime.
What would be good?
I love talking about morons.
Let's brainstorm a little bit. What would be
stupid?
What would be good music to play underneath? Take suggestions here, maybe. Like, what would be a good theme song?
Titanic.
You want to just go Celine Dion?
I mean,
My Heart Will Go On. I'll go there. Hey, KJ, yeah, that's good. I actually thought of that too. And you don't even have to sync it up. Just throw it in there. My Heart Will Go On, Celine Dion, the Titanic theme.
Yeah, I mean, we could experiment, get a little Top Gun after that, you know? go from Celine Dion to a little Top Gun.
Let's try the Celine Dion, see how that sounds. You got it, KJ? Almost? All right, we'll give him a second. Double Dipperoo, man. I see Birdo. He's getting ready.
Double Dipperoo.
Double Dipperoo.
Double Dipperoo.
All right, so Dana White, we're just going to roll into it. All right, so Bryson Mitchell, moron, is, pro-Hitler. It's an interesting take. And this is Dana White's response to one of his fighters saying positive things about Hitler. Dana, take it away.
Does Bryce Mitchell face a punishment from the UFC for saying
That's what everybody wants to hear about punishments. Free speech. I don't have to love it. You don't have to love it. You know. For all of you that hate Bryce Mitchell, you get to see him hopefully get his ass whooped on global television. I mean, what do you want me to say about it? You know where I am with free speech? We're disgusted by it. I think he's probably one of the dumbest, literally one of the dumbest human beings. Let's not forget that this is a guy who took a drill through his nutsack, then had to reverse it and put the drill back out of his. That's the level of stupid that we're talking about here. And I could probably go on for 10 minutes talking about how dumb Bryce Mitchell is. But guess what? Bryce Mitchell has a podcast. But that's the world that we live in now. Dumb people who are really stupid and really ignorant, can have a voice. We don't have to agree with it. We don't have to like it. I'm giving you mine and the UFC's position on what he had to say. Out of all the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant. He's stupid. He's dumb. You can't fix dumb people. You know what I mean? You have somebody that's really, really stupid, and that's who we're talking about here. What do you do? How do you talk sense to a dummy?
Well, I feel like that could be the theme statement for everything around here most days, Tyler. How do you?
The dramatic pauses of he's stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah.
What do you do?
What do you do
with a dummy?
What do you do with the dummy
when he's
out of
dumb?
All the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant.
Oh God, it's so good. So if you just need to pick me up today, just listen to Dana White talk about Bryce Mitchell, and I think instantly you'll feel better.
And also remember, you've never drilled your nutsack.
I haven't. I have not made that mistake. I'm not good with power tools, so the odds of that happening are slim. I have taken my bike and head first through wet cement. I have done that, which wasn't that bright.
Yeah, you have done that.
You know, that's up there.
He's stupid.
How do you talk sense to
a
DMac?
Yeah, well. Okay, so I don't know. When is he fighting? When do we get to watch Bryce Mitchell?
I mean, can I just say this, though? I think what Dana did right there, that's so much better than suspending the dude. That's so much better than, like, whatever ramifications you could have. Like he just destroyed the dude.
Yeah.
And he just told all America to root for him to get his ass beat.
He did. I don't even know when he's fighting. I got a little bit more interest in that fight now. I didn't even care about it. I didn't know anything about it.
I don't even know if he is fighting.
Got me. I have no idea. Oh, when is he fighting? Let's see. It's a great quote, man. It is an awesome rant. He is from Arkansas, by the way.
Yeah.
So there's that.
We know what that brings.
You got that going for you. All right, we're out of here, Tyler. Have a great night, Tyler. Feel better. We'll be back on Monday. And we got Nate and Andy coming up next. Thank you, KJ. Take it easy, everybody. Don't drill your nutsack.
through his nutsack, then had to reverse it and put the drill back out of his. That's the level of stupid that we're talking about here. And I could probably go on for 10 minutes talking about how dumb Bryce Mitchell is. But guess what? Bryce Mitchell has a podcast.
Oh, it is a Sky Friday, which means Nate wanted to go skiing. That's how Sky he's feeling.
Is that what he's doing
the
right now?
old throwback. So it's gonna be the cast of characters. This is an ensemble show we'll call today. We got Berto in, we got Spring in. I'm Andy Lindahl of Kreckman and Lindahl, all that stuff. We're gonna have a good time. I don't know, man. It feels like apparently the weekend's already started. I wasn't aware that today was a national holiday, but man, apparently it is.
Nobody here.
No, well, not just here.
Nobody.
I was trying to get here, and everyone's already headed to the mountains already. Was there some edict I didn't know about?
I don't know.
President's
Almost
Day is
60
not for
degrees.
like 3 weeks.
Probably because it's almost 60 and people are like, let's go.
Peace out, yeah. Let's do it. It's summer vacation. Let's go take our shirts off in the mountains or something. I don't know. But anyway, we're here. We're rolling with you. Hopefully well, you know what? I'm not angry. I love my job. I don't care if I have to come in. So hopefully if you don't like yours and you got today off, good. Go have fun in the mountains. I hope that's you heading up there that I passed on the way in. If not, we'll get you home here tonight. We've got 2 games. I really don't. You know, Berto,
yeah.
I'm talking to a man who it affects more than me.
Yeah.
Seriously, could we I almost needed a break the way things have been going this last week with both the teams, so I'll take a break from things last night, but now they're both can we get them I like it when they're not on the same night. I like it when I can just watch one team a night.
Oh, I like it when they're on the same night because it means the next night I don't
and
have
you can
to
just
work.
knock it out. Well, dude,
Yeah.
Don't the Nuggets have have a back-to-back
They're in
coming
Charlotte.
up?
They're in Charlotte tomorrow. They play Philly tonight, then they fly to Charlotte and they take on the Hornets tomorrow, and then that's the 5 game. Then they come back. Then the 5-game road trip is done.
No, it's the Pelicans.
The Pelicans come here. They have that weird thing where they play the Pelicans twice.
Like so when
New
they were in
Orleans is
San
here
Antonio,
like Tuesday
yeah.
night, and they play them on Tuesday night. Then both teams get Wednesday night, and then Thursday night they're right back at Ball Arena playing again.
Like they did in San Antonio a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that San Antonio where they did that?
Yeah, and the Pelicans are super duper sucky. So hopefully that's 2 dubs right there. Philadelphia's bad, but who knows? I mean, the Nuggets been bad on this road trip.
Yeah,
got to get this one, man. Can't lose 4 straight.
No, you better not. Not you.
With
honestly,
a team without Joel or PG tonight? No way, man. You can't lose that.
Yeah, well, that's close to what they had. Although Paul George ended up playing here in Denver, but they
he
thought
played
he
that
wasn't.
game.
Look, man, they better get this going. This is a time. I know you're back to back, but you should get this Charlotte and then 2 New Orleans games. I mean,
The
that's
Nuggets
4
could.
games to make it feel better.
I'm really not sweating the Nuggets just yet, but the Nuggets could mess around and fall into the play-in because they are just a game and a half out of the play-in right now. The damn Lakers are catching. The Lakers are catching you, brother. You can't let the L.A. Lakers have no business being anywhere near the top 4 in the Western Conference. It's a crappy team, but there they are. And I mean, and the Clippers are just the Lakers are a half game back. The Clippers are a game back.
All right, Spring said it best in the hallway. You know we're talking hockey today.
I heard
start with
Springer
the
was
Nuggets,
like,
though.
Lindahl's fired up, bro. He's fired up.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't know how to feel about things right now. You know, I mean, yes,
The Avs need wins more than the Nuggets do. How about that?
Well, Jared Bednar said today, I'm treating these next 5 like the playoffs. We need these points.
Because they
then
only
they
have
go on the
5
5 nations or 4 nations thing. So
Yeah. And there's some tough teams coming up in that one. Although I think 3 of the 5 are here at home or something like. I don't know.
Yeah, look, it doesn't matter. Here's the thing. You know what I've realized? I guess we'll get into that. I was going to say we'll go with the Nuggets, but I guess since we started the Avs, we'll go with the Avs. 303-504-0925. Jump in with us today. Here's the deal. They are recreating themselves right in front of our eyes, and I really don't have a problem with it. You know, unfortunately, when you have the playoff luck they've had the last couple of years, and as far as luck, you're not getting out of. Only one time have you gotten out of the first round, or I'm sorry, past that second round, and that was the year you won the cup. Every other time, at minimum, the second round has gotten you. So I understand why they're doing what they're doing. They had to redo things with the goaltenders earlier in the year. They went ahead and remade that room. Made the decision, obviously, within the last week. It was just a week ago today that they traded Mikko Rantanen. And I remember I'm sitting at Chick-fil-A with my kids because that's their Friday night thing going, what is going on? Like,
you went into Chick-fil-A and sat down? Is what you're telling me, man?
The kids like to, hey, man, when the kids say they want to hang, I got there 15 and my daughter's 21, but when they say they want to hang, I'm not going to tell them no.
Right.
So we'll go sit at Chick-fil-A. I'm with you. But, most nights they just sit there and they got their own little jokes, and this is how I know.
And your phone started blowing up, and you were like, what the hell is going on?
Well, I knew it because on my way home, I have, I got the CarPlay, so the text name shows up, but it doesn't show me the text.
Mm-hmm.
And when like 5 people hit me with a text, I was like, all right, what am I missing? But it was Friday. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this right now.
Yeah, Friday, like 8 o'clock.
And then I get out and I see the tweets are showing up on my phone, and I was like, oh my God, we traded Mikko.
When does a team, how many Hall of Famers have been traded in Denver sports history? How many Hall of Famers have been traded in Denver sports history from Denver to somewhere else?
Well,
because Mikko is a Hall of Famer.
I don't know. Now you're going to have to help me out. Did Forsberg get traded? It's like, again, Mutombo left, but that was free agent. We didn't get anything from Mutombo.
You're right.
So Mutombo just left.
Yeah, he just walked.
The Broncos, I don't think, have done it too much, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Antonio McDyess hadn't messed up his knee, he'd probably been a Hall of Famer. But yeah,
He had 2 stints here, though.
I can't think
They
of
didn't trade Ellis.
Hall
Ellis's
of
knees
Famer
failed him.
Well, Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
We consider Nolan's as a baseball Hall of Famer.
Everyone's coming in with Vaughn. Vaughn Miller was traded.
Oh, you know what? I didn't think about Vaughn, but you're right. Vaughn is a Hall of Famer.
Do we need to? Is this fair to Vaughn? People weigh in. Kyle and Russ both said Vaughn. See, Mikko's in his prime.
Yeah.
Like the best of Mikko may still be yet to come, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel that way about Vaughn. I thought Vaughn had a few good years left. I knew Vaughn would help the Rams, but I honestly, I was like, all right, Vaughn will probably be there for a couple, 3-5 years. I didn't think he'd go to another team. He ended up doing it. Now he's not really done anything for the Bills. Nolan was in his prime. Nolan's the closest thing he got to Mikko, right?
Yeah.
Did they trade Gonzalez? What happened with Carlos Gonzalez, or did he leave via free agency? See, I can't remember
free
all this
agency.
stuff.
Right. Yeah,
Jalen Rose, was he traded and he's not a Hall of Famer?
No, he's not. But I mean, he was drafted by the Nuggets and played here for a couple of seasons before.
Oh, yeah. I was excited about him because it was one of those things. See, it used to be
Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
The Nuggets traded Chauncey Billups, brother. Traded Chauncey.
Well, then technically they traded Chauncey and Allen and Iverson.
Right, and that's a Hall of Famer too. But yeah, you traded a hometown Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you know what, John W. I forgot. Carmelo. How could we forget Carmelo? That was the Chauncey trade.
Yeah. You're right. Melo is a Hall of Famer.
Melo was in his prime.
Yeah.
I don't know he got too much out of it after he left, but he was definitely in his prime. So there's a good call by the text line. Matt Holliday is another good one coming in from the 333.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about Matt Holliday, but yeah, that's
Andrew says Bones Island.
Yo, Bones! What's up, Bones?
How you doing, Bones?
Man, Bones is getting no PT with LA. Although he did play he played a little bit against the Nuggets when the Clippers and Nuggets played last time, but
Matt asks, is Troy Tulowitzki a Hall of Famer? That's a good call.
I don't know. It's baseball, which makes it a hell of a lot harder than most of the other sports to get into that Hall of Fame.
What do you think? Any legs too low?
I would consider Tulo a Hall of Famer, but he's probably not going to get in.
Well, no, it crapped out after he left. He wasn't really good after he left. Wasn't he mainly hurt? He ended up.
Trevor Story,
he was
is Trevor Story a Hall of Famer?
David Thompson and Bobby Jones from our man Vic.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
Those
Thank you, Vic. That predates me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did trade Larry Walker. See, again, the Larry Walker's the end of the career stuff, guys. I don't feel like again, this is a big old.
So you traded a Hall of Famer. Who trades Hall of Famers
in the middle of it, but in their prime with a lot of juicy meat left on the bone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's plenty of that meal to still be had.
So are we saying it's the Rockies who keep trading away Hall of Famers? The damn Colorado Rockies keep trading away Hall of Famers?
Yeah, because once they get too expensive, they just get rid of them.
Oh, that's rough, brother. That is rough. But yeah, I can't think that. I think that's pretty a good comprehensive list. But then again, I don't know. Some of those trades that maybe the Broncos made in the 60s, and they trade one of the three amigos that I didn't know about or something like that.
Yeah, they traded Vance Johnson once, and then he went on to kind of take a shot at Elway, and then he ended up coming back here. It was very, very weird. They got rid of Vance Johnson when they brought in. Remember Anthony Miller? Do you remember Anthony Miller, the speedster that made most of his fame with the Chargers?
Oh, no,
they signed him in free agency. People don't know this. Vic is listening, so he'll remember this. Tim Brown was a day away. The Heisman Trophy winning Tim Brown, Notre Dame receiver, that was about to be a Denver Bronco.
Tecmo Bowl
King. And at the last minute, the Raiders came back and matched. This was in the early time of free agency, and he was a restricted free agent. So, like, the Raiders took all 7 days or whatever
and they
matched the
it.
deal. I mean, it was getting so close enough I could taste my Tim Brown jersey that I was going to go buy.
That's like when,
and then when that didn't work out, they went and got Anthony Miller from the Chargers, and Miller ended up being Ashley Lee. He actually, like, if you look at the numbers, he was all right because he did stretch the field, but he was nowhere near what you were hoping he would be.
That is like, remember Joe Sakic almost, the New York Rangers almost stole Joe Sakic from the Colorado. Can you imagine that? What would Joe Sakic be doing wrong? Would he be running the Rangers like Chris Jurius instead of running the app? Like, I mean, that would have been crazy if Sakic would have taken that deal, or they wouldn't have matched it. That would have been wild.
See, everyone's asking if Clinton Portis is a Hall of Famer. I wouldn't put him in very good, Hall of Very Good, but not Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's like Jay Cutler. Like, is Jay Cutler a Hall of Famer? You traded that turkey, right?
Yeah.
Is he a Hall of Famer? I will say, you know what we're talking about? We were or are talking about trading Hall of Famers away, because that's probably what the Avs did with Mikko, because that's a Hall of Famer. But you know what I was thinking about yesterday? Even though the Nuggets were losing and Joker was in foul trouble, and let me ask you this, because we've been in this city, in this job for almost the same amount of time, for like a quarter of a century. And in that time, in this city, we have seen John Elway, Terrell Davis, Shannon Sharp, Peyton Manning, Larry Walker, Nolan Arenado, Todd Helton.
Brett Saberhagen came through for a minute. Now, maybe not a Hall of Famer, but he was a hell of a pitcher in his time.
Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh,
Rob Blake, Ray Bourque.
All those guys, and I'm telling you, and Carmelo Anthony, Skywalker, all those Nuggets. I will say this right now. I think after all that time, I'm gonna say that the greatest athlete I have ever seen in my life is Nikola Jokic.
Oh,
we are currently watching the greatest athlete this city has ever had.
It upsets people, but I'm with you. I believe that Nikola Jokic is on track to be the best athlete that we'll remember. Guys, you're in my
better
age.
at his sport than anybody else was at theirs.
Yeah, because again, we're talking about a 3-time MVP, a Finals MVP, an NBA champion. Hopefully, there's more trophies in the case to fall back on.
Mm-hmm.
He's being called one of the league's all-time greats, and we're getting to the point where nobody's even questioning anymore. Even some of his detractors are having to come out and say, yeah, guess what? We're wrong. He's the dude. John Elway was always considered like a top 5 guy during his time here.
Mm-hmm.
Even Peyton. Look, man, Peyton Manning had his moment for a minute, but then Tom went and got, 2, 3 more, 4 more Super Bowls after Manning retired.
And now
Mahomes has already
sped
past him.
Mm-hmm.
Some want to throw Aaron Rodgers in there when it just comes to the pure numbers and MVP type stuff.
See, I think of Aaron Rodgers like I think of like truly great quarterbacks that don't get into that John Elway or that higher range. And I'm talking about like Brett Favre. Watching Brett Favre play football was a lot of fun. He was a really, really great football player. But I don't put Brett Favre in the John Elway, Peyton Manning category.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Listen, I'll stand up for John Elway all day. And again, it's my childhood, so maybe it's some of the bias. But John Madden said it, so I feel all right about the branch I'm walking out on. John Elway, during the prime of his career, not when Shanahan got here, he was towards the end, and we were just desperate to get him a trophy at that point. But during his prime, John Madden said John Elway was the greatest one-man gang this league has ever seen. He was dragging teams that, frankly, weren't good enough to get there. He just got them there.
Yeah, then they got stomped.
He willed them to win. Yeah, because then you go up against these NFC powerhouses, and they would curb stomp them every time. Right. It got worse and worse. Right. Giants was somewhat competitive. Then Washington goes and runs it up on him with an unbelievable all-timer of a second quarter. And then the Niners just, you want to talk about no hope? I could have turned the Niners game off after the first quarter. It was so bad.
If he would have won one of those, would his legacy be different now?
It would have.
He would have, because he'd have 3 instead of 2.
It would have been, but
because
I
just say it. His name is never in that conversation
because
anymore.
He doesn't have the numbers. Because people don't. Again, you got to remember, Berto. I watched it with gritted teeth. Dude, the joke in Denver was the Dan Reeves offense was dive left, dive right, incomplete pass, and punt.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let Dan Reeves was old school, run the football, throw minimally, and just keep it in control. And then at the end of the game or the fourth quarter, whenever he did, Go ahead, John, save us. And John would do it.
Mm-hmm.
He would come back. Sometimes he was coming back like 2-3 scores. There were a couple times against Kansas City. I remember one where famously Larry Zimmer and Dave Logan said to the crowd, I was listening to it on the radio, and they said to the crowd, they were down like 13 points to the Chiefs. And people started leaving him Old Mile High. And Larry goes, you think these people would learn by now? You don't give up on John. And they came back and won.
Yeah.
They came because Marty Schottenheimer loved to do stupid things that always gave John the amount of time he needed to win. But John, I'm telling you, he didn't have the numbers because he didn't get with a modern offense. If he'd have been like with they will tell you, with Bill Walsh or Shula with what he was doing with Marino, or one of these more modern throwing, he would have had better passing numbers throughout his career. But Dan wasn't worried about it. Dan was drafting fullbacks like Mel Bratton. Dan had to have Mel Bratton.
Right. How about this question? Because I remember, who was I? I was sitting next to Theory Smith at the John Elway.
Rest in peace, my friend.
Yeah. Shout out to Theory too. The John Elway retirement press conference. And I remember talking to some of those old school dudes like Theory and Irv and Joe and them, and they were talking about how they thought John couldn't do it, just physically couldn't do it anymore. And my question was always like, if he lived in this era, if he lived in the era of, not playing football in the 80s where you're going out and hammering 30 beers and then playing, the Bills the next day or something like that. If he lived in an era where your body is a temple, could he have done could John Elway have played well into his 40s?
Oh, he could have kept playing. There was a plan in place. Woody Page has written about it. I got to be careful because I don't know what's out there, and I'm not the one to tell the story. How about that? I've had the stories told to me. Let's just say things got weird between Mike and John. And I think, I'm comfortable saying this, I think it got to a place, and a lot of coaches get here, I think Belichick kind of got here with Brady, where they want to prove it's as much me as you. You know what I mean?
But it never works out.
Poison. No, it doesn't, but it's the poison of the ego.
Yeah.
So Woody Page has said on the air, he's written about it, there was a plan for John to come back late in what would have been 1999 and make the push after the first half of the season was over to go get number 3. I think he still could have done it. He and Shanahan got in a weird spot, man. Mike, I love Mike Shanahan. I don't like any of these.
I don't know why it feels like if there wasn't all these like miniature beefs going on with the Broncos, they'd probably have 1 or 2 more Super Bowls.
Yeah, you probably would. Look, that Bronco team. Now, here was the other problem in 99. Even let's say Elway hadn't retired in 99 and they went forward with this plan. What probably would have blown up the 99 plan was Brian Griese's probably still your starting quarterback, even though it was Bubby that was supposed to just get him through the first half.
Right.
But remember, Brian threw the pick. Terrell Davis famously chased the Jets DB, and Matt Lepsis caught his knee, and TD's never the same. And that was the core of that Bronco Super Bowl run. By the way, I realized today I start my 27th year in radio because my very first day in radio as an intern was the day after the Super Bowl or whatever at KOA.
Oh, really?
Like Dave and Scott were still in Miami, so I guess technically tomorrow. But yeah, Dave and Scott were in Miami after they beat the Falcons, and that was my first day on the job. And I guess I saw something today that said this is the day that they went back to back. And now that we've went and screwed around with everything in the NFL calendar, all these Super Bowls, it'll be Valentine's Day when they're playing Super Bowl soon. All right, we got to take our break. We're going to come back. We got a lot to talk about. I still want to get into this Miko trade. It's a week later. How are we all feeling? Netchus gets to finally play his first home game tonight. That's pretty cool. The Nuggets, it's a must-win when they don't have the dudes they're about to have in Philly tonight. So there's a ton to get to on this Sky Friday. We'll be back here on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We generally hear talk about the medicine and the effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues today, but They want you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to think about love, because love is the big reason to get treated for ED. ED can cause a major relationship issue. In fact, men have often pushed their partners away when ED becomes a problem, and the condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and even contribute to divorce. Don't let this happen to you, because there's a way to handle your problems in the bedroom over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've also served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule your first consult here at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99, and it does include the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, that visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So go and see them. Remember, Valentine's Day now, I guess tomorrow's the 1st. We're about 2 weeks. We're exactly 2 weeks away from it. Go and see what they can do for you before Valentine's Day arrives. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You know, sometimes if you text in with the right story, I will spill more of what I know.
Somebody texted in with the right story?
You can read the top text if you want, but I'm still not comfortable talking about it because I thought we'd screwed up instead of breaking news. I'll put it to you that way.
Interesting.
Anyway, sorry. That's not cool. Except for that texture.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, let's do this. Let's get back towards the Mikko trade because, again, we got into that whole topic, which I think is a lot of fun, but we got into that topic because, again, look, I don't know how to do this. I've seen a lot of our regular loyal listeners, and we appreciate you all, whether you're on Twitch or we catch you on the text line or just out in public. We appreciate you all, and I can say that for top to bottom for the lineup here. But look, you know, we get it. We're the Avs rights holders here. People think that all we do is try to take up the cause for the team, but that's not the job of what it is when you pop on the mic here. I give you as honest an answer I can. Are there times where I think I might get a call from someone up above? Sure. However, I have yet to ever have that happen in my almost 6 years working here. So I don't know that this trade is going to work out for them. I really don't. We've said it. I've said it 3 or 4 times this week. I see the reasons why Chris McFarland chose to do what he did because the money, it's just like he's got to be able to afford groceries and a car payment and, you know, living expenses, and all the money, had you signed Mikko, unfortunately at this rate, was going to go to the house payment, and you can't live that way. They've been trying to live that way in some ways, and it's why the depth on this team has been chipped away, and I think it sucks. Now, Spring, help me out here. You had sent us the cap numbers. I know everybody, there's the projections from the NHL and NHLPA came out today about projected
10 million
cap
more
numbers.
almost.
But what is the floor? Just real quick, is the floor what the minimum of you have to spend?
Yeah, there is a minimum.
Okay,
there is a
so
floor.
that's what those two things are.
Yeah, you have to hit the floor. You can't just spend $10 and throw a team out there.
Because I honestly, for years I've been hearing, oh, this thing will get to 100 million. Oh, it's going to grow. And part of the reasons why the Avs got here, and they even talked about it on Sportsnet, is that sometimes the cap is projected, but it hasn't grown the way they've wanted it to. John Michael Lyles talked to us about that midweek. Again, their projections have not hit the top number all the time. And this is still a projection, right?
But this
doesn't
should
mean
be a
it's
big
solid
one.
there.
This should be a big number. It should be almost 10 million more.
And look, if it, you know.
Well, hold on. Frank Saravalli, he tweeted out today that this is not merely a projection of cap increases, but an agreement between the two parties.
So this will finally happen.
Yes, like they're saying like
97 million or whatever it was.
95.5.
95.5
next year, which is up like $5 million.
Okay.
It's like 88 something this year.
Okay. Because I thought it jumped almost 10 million from like 88 to 97 or something like that. But if even 5 is,
and then the following season 104 million, and then the following season 113.5.
Woo!
But the 10 mil could have gone to Mikko, but then you got to pay Makar more. And now that number is going to go up, I assume Makar. People have been saying 17 or 18 million for Makar, which is good for him.
He's going to make a lot of
players
money.
don't make that kind of money.
Here's what's crazy: you trade a Hall of Famer because he's not as good as the 2 Hall of Famers you already have on the team. How stupid is that?
Well, I've said, I'll say it yet again on the air, and I've said it on the podcast. How the NHL doesn't have something built in because you drafted well is just beyond me. I know you want cost control. I get it. But look, when it comes to the trades, I understand they don't. Let's be honest about it. Some of the cap came into existence because they were getting upset with what the Avs did to put their cup run after they got here. Pierre Lacroix had unlimited budget, it felt like, and just go, he traded for Ray Bourque, he traded for Rob Blake, he traded for Theo Fleury. I mean, he traded for Patrick Waugh. We could go on and on and on about the trades that they made. So I get that the league, we hate that in baseball, right? Everyone gets frustrated with the Dodgers or whatever. So I understand why you have things in place to limit you going out and taking everybody else's players, but I think you should be rewarded as a front office for drafting guys and getting it right. And Mikko, Makar, McKinnon, these are all your draft choices. And I think it sucks. I really think it sucks that you don't have some way to keep those guys, like, just you're allowed to go a little bit over the cap if it's for a drafted player.
Kind of like bird rights or something like that in the NBA, where you're like, that's our dude, so we can pay him more than any.
Right.
They do have that weird thing with
you
the
can
extra
do the
year.
extra year and all that, but again, that's not giving you cap relief. I'm talking about some kind of valuable cap relief where I can still try to put a team together, but keep my drafted guys.
Yeah.
You know?
I think because you're going to have to, once you pay Kale, if you would have paid Mikko, let's say you give Mikko the 14, say, listen,
give him the 13. Call it 13.
Okay. I think he's going to get
12
more. I think he's going to get more. Well, but let's say he takes a hometown discount and gets 13.
He was going to go cheaper here.
Then you're going to have to pay Kale how much more over that? Kale, I mean, how much is the best defenseman in the NHL going to cost you? $15 million, $16 million a year? And at this point...
But here's the other tricky part real quick in there. He's not just the best defenseman. At times, he might be the best player.
Mm-hmm.
Kale is really special.
Yeah.
And I think we forget about that sometimes.
Yeah. So he's going to get... Matter of fact, if he spends his whole life in a burgundy and blue sweater, then he's going to get 2 more massive contracts. Because Kale's still a little child. He's a little kid. He's 20... How old? Is he 26? How old is Kale
He's
now?
like 26.
Is he?
Yeah.
Because,
Time flies.
Well, if it's an 8-year deal and it's 2 years from now, then he's more his mid-30s.
Mm-hmm.
But still.
So, yeah.
And he's going to collect a lot of money from you, Berto.
Nathan's probably going to get one more big deal, too.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure he retires as an Avalanche. So I think the people you blame is obviously Leon Draisaitl and Math. Leon Draisaitl because he got paid, and Mikko wants that same amount of money, and frankly, he's probably worth that same amount of money. And just the math, just the hard cap, where you're just like, we could load up with Mikko, Kale, and Mac, but they'd have no support or depth whatsoever. And once we get to the playoffs, depth is such an important factor to
Playoffs,
these long.
my friend, even right now, I hated to go Jim Moore on you there, but
Playoffs.
I mean, right now,
You think they're going to fall out of a wild card
no,
spot?
No, but I think some of the struggles were all frustrating. Let's not forget, this has kind of been a frustrating Avs year, and that's with all the top guys here.
They haven't won back-to-back games this month. Tonight is January 31st.
Yeah. And a lot of that...
The whole month. They've gone the whole month without back-to-back wins.
And most of that was played with Mikko in the rotation. So, again, I've said it all week. Yes, it sucks. None of us wanted to see Mikko go. His coach didn't want to see Mikko go. Nate didn't want to see Mikko go. I bet you every guy in the locker room didn't want to see Mikko go. But the reality was, I mean, look, in my mind, you still need 2 more big defensemen to help you shore up the backside. At minimum, you got to go acquire one. There's still, like, I hope Middlestat gets it going and we could finally quit worrying about this second center thing, but that still hasn't totally worked itself out just yet. You know, I'm curious to see if at some point they don't, as someone suggested, and I had talked about it. We did a little podcast with Scotty the other night because our normal day was all thrown off, but I wouldn't be upset if they broke up Netjes and McKinnon just to put 2 playmakers on 2 different lines to try to balance out your scoring till Val gets back. But you got to figure, and for those that, Bednar did give an update saying Val should be healthy about the middle of the Four Nations tournament. So the comments I heard from Bednar, I took, Val will be back in the mix when we're done with the Four Nations thing. So that is good news because you absolutely need it. But let's be honest. I mean, they still got some work to do just to, like, again, I think they'll get in the playoffs, Berto. And I love Blackburn as a playoff netminder than what we would have been dealing with without him.
Blackwood.
Or I'm sorry, what did I say?
Blackburn.
Blackburn. Oh, yeah,
Shout out to Pete.
Pete Blackburn. I
He's
don't
a good
think he
dude.
plays a very good
Yeah,
goalie,
he's
though.
4'8", though. I don't
Yeah, I don't
think he'd be
think
a
we want him in
goaltender,
net.
right? Like,
Yeah.
that dude is
We got to get him
short.
back on the show. I like it.
We do need to get him back on. But look, Blackwood gives me more confidence. But Berto, you need a run. We can't keep
Yeah.
the
No, I agree.
Nuggets and Avs are under the same pressure. You can't blow you got to take advantage of these cores.
You could see, I've had this conversation with Springer because Springer's like, I don't care where the Avs finished. I think they're good enough to beat any team. And the way the NHL sets up their playoffs, you're going to get a stupid, nasty first-round matchup anyway. Matter of fact, right now, it would be the Edmonton Oilers. The Avs would face the Edmonton
I got news
Oilers.
for you. As stupid this may sound, the way they play hockey, I'd almost rather face them than one of your division
So,
opponents.
that's it. But if the Avs, go on a little run, pick up 5-6 points on the teams in front of them, then they will face either Minnesota or Dallas in the first round. And if they keep playing like they're playing right now, which is not winning back-to-back games without stringing points together, you're only 4 points from falling out of the wild card altogether. And all of a sudden, now you're looking up, trying to get back in the final month and a half of the NHL regular season after the Four Nations is over. And then that's a whole different story because then you're going to have to start climbing over teams like whoever hops up there, Vancouver or Cal or whoever, you're going to have to jump over.
And that makes me a little bit more nervous than whatever's going on with the Nuggets because, the Nuggets can finish 6th and still make it to the Western Conference Finals. The Avs might find themselves on the outside looking in if they don't string together. I need points. They've lost 3 of 4. Yeah, they've lost 3 of 4. Nah, man. Gotta get it together.
Well, guess what? We're getting points tonight. Did you know tonight is puppy night?
Oh, Maxie, they're going to have the dog
they're
there.
introducing
that's
the
right.
little puppy named Maxie.
Well, I don't think he's there yet. Tonight is his party, but I've heard them say I don't think he's of age to be out in public. I know because I just bought a couple puppies last year. You got, I think, 8 weeks, 9 weeks is the minimum before they can be separated from their mom. So,
oh, really?
I don't think he'll be on site, but yes, I believe tonight is a party for Maxie.
Yeah,
you're right about that.
They're going to bring in all the dogs for you to
donations
adopt and stuff, and for the service dogs,
yes.
freedom dogs, or whatever they're called.
So all that's going to be out there. But all right, real simple: 303-504-0925. Hit us with your texts. We'll read some of these when we get back. We got a lot to continue to talk about. We still got into the Nuggets, but I'm curious, as Denver sports fans. Nate and I started a parade tracker because both teams were playing all right 2 weeks ago, and now I'm not at parades. Sheesh. Which team are you more concerned about, Nuggets or Avs? Real simple question. Hit us up on the text line. We want to hear from you. It is Altitude Sports Radio and Kreckman and Lindahl. Scott Friday, 92.5. Hold on. Did you pick this purposely there, Spring?
Yeah, somewhat.
Everything sucks by Real Big Fish. All right, real quickly, Spring, jump in. What's your thoughts on all this? Which team are you more worried about?
Well, here's what I'll say. Here's the funny thing is this is like if this was a line graph of our concern about the Nuggets and Avs throughout the course of this season, it would be like this interweaving.
Yes.
It would look like that DNA helix, you know?
Yeah, it'd be a roller coaster.
Up and down, up and down. Wait, today I feel better about the Nuggets. No, today I feel better about the Avs. And it's just like that all season.
Dude, we felt great about both of them 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And now I don't understand. Like, again, I kind of understand. And I do wonder, I know everybody was blindsided by the trade. Do you remember the Minnesota game on Martin Luther King Day?
Yeah.
Where they lost?
Yeah.
And there was a chance at the end.
They only scored one goal. Couldn't find the bag of
They
the
were
net.
trying to push it to get the game tied, and Nico just passed up a shot that I just felt was weird. And at that point, I was like, all right, did you at least have whispers this might be going on? You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm sure it's a shock, even if they tell you it's going to happen when it finally does happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially for a guy. Guys tell me all the time, the one that hurts the most is when you get traded or cut from the team that you were drafted by, right? Because most guys that I've talked to, most athletes have told me, there's just something about feeling like you're going to be, or the goal is to be with that team, usually, unless it's just a crappy franchise, your whole career, right? But I don't know. They just, like, again, it felt like something was super weird with that team leading up to the trade, and I just wonder if any of this got leaked out at all.
I seriously doubt it, especially in the Avs in particular, but the NHL. That's the kind of stuff they just keep under wraps. That stuff hardly ever gets out. I don't think, like, first off, if it shocked him as much as he seems to have claimed that then that's just his agent not doing the right job. Because if you drop the ultimate ball, if you hit the team with pay me or I'm going to walk and you get nothing, then you got to expect that they might get rid of you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just one of the things. Like, he had to be aware of all of this. They weren't, you know what I mean? Like, his agent needs to update him on all this stuff. And I mean, his agent is the same as Dreisaitl's, right? They have the exact same agent. That's why as soon as Draisaitl signed, everyone's like, oh man, that dude's going to want that same package for Mikko. Same package.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, I wonder sometimes, and this is just you and me BS, and I got no insight into this, but I do wonder sometimes if agents really keep, boy, Peter Schaefer would be great to ask about this. Like, does an agent ever do something that in his mind is for his own good for his client and maybe doesn't fill him in every single conversation? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
no,
look,
I'm sure
it's
there's
the
plenty of
agent's
agents
job.
out there. Right. Yeah.
Nico's paying his agent to get me the most money you can
Yes.
while I can make that money.
Yeah.
That's what the function of the agent is. If we're just going to good guide and go on feeling and stuff, well, you need an agent for. Fine. Just, you know.
I've heard, like, there's who was it? It was Paul Bissonnette who was complaining about Mikko, and he was like, I don't think Mikko's going to get what he thinks he's going to get in free agency and that. But, I mean, I think Biz is crazy about that. He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid. Either Carolina's going to pay him or somebody's going to pay him. They're going to pay him that number.
Biz did lay it out as basically you could have spent your career here.
Yeah.
And you could have scored a ton of goals. You could have kept scoring a
but
ton
he's
of
like,
goals
and all
because
it
you
would
would
have
have been
cost
with
you was
Nate.
$8 to $10 million. Don't
Total.
tell me to give up $8 to $10 million. Are you crazy, man?
You're
I
right.
understand when we start throwing around these numbers. Not in the NHL where players don't make as much as they do in the other professional sports. Because, I mean, in the NBA, there's dudes making $60 million a year right now. In the NFL, I mean, in the NHL, you got to get paid when you can, man. You got to get paid when you can. There should not be such a thing as a hometown discount in the NHL.
And let me ask you this, too. I would offer this. With the news coming out today about the cap, because you and I both said, even with the cap going up, they still probably would have had to make a hard decision about this, okay? The cap going up probably would have helped them. Obviously would help them afford Mikko more, but it still doesn't help you fill out a whole team. The cap going up means everybody's going to want a little bit more now. Doesn't mean that Mikko gets to ask for more and everybody just stays at the usual prices, right? Everyone's going to want more. With the cap going up, honestly, the Avs might have done themselves a big solid by getting this thing done early because now you could have had Mikko's agent going, oh, well, the price now I'm not giving you the hometown discount. Now we're not doing the $13 million or whatever they claim they were doing. Now I'm staying hard on 14 to 15
No,
million.
that if Biz is right and he isn't going to get that 14 million in free agency, then just re-sign him.
Well, yeah, give him a call and
Just
go, hey, how does the 12
hey, you
million
want that
highest
12
paid
now,
winner
man?
sound
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, but once again, I just don't. Let me ask you this. And Springer, you can answer too. You think the Avs have another move in them before the
Oh,
because
yeah,
the
they're
deadline
making
is
another
next
one.
week, man.
I think
It's
they're making another one.
You think there's one more because there could be one big move out there for whatever it is that you think that they might be able to get, and that might change the nature of how fans thinking about the team right now.
Right. Now, well, and of course, everybody wants Sidney Crosby. All the insiders reports. What do we see? Trevor Zegras today, right? Spring. Nobody's linking
I didn't see
Crosby
Trevor.
anymore to this.
Yo, man, go get Zegras.
So-
though. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be one of the moves. I think first off, you've got to be able to. I think they need another defenseman. That's just me. I keep saying it. You've not replaced either Jack Johnson or Eric Johnson. Just give me one more guy like that. I don't even need the top guy. I need to stay at home. Pick your guy. Adam Foote, Eric Johnson. Pick your favorite defender.
EJ will be here on Sunday. You can just have him come on over.
You know,
because the Flyers rolling into town Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, hey. But just give me someone like that. Obviously, Zegras would be good. But is that a middle stat? Does middle stat get moved again then?
No, he's still probably. I mean, man, you'd make Casey 3C, right? Right? I'd be fine.
And the reason why I bring this up, he keeps hopping up and down the lines. Like, I can't figure out how they feel about him. Feels like he gets out of the doghouse and then gets back in. At one point, he was a fourth line center. That clearly was trying to light a fire.
And I mean,
under him.
scoring is. It's so stupid to say about the Colorado Avalanche, who feels like they could score, 8 on you on any given night, but they just haven't been scoring.
They haven't been.
They have not been scoring, and the power play's been struggling. I
worry about their
it could be just
size
the
at
grind.
times.
Because obviously both the Nuggets and like tonight for the Denver Nuggets, here in an hour's time or an hour and a half time when we tip this bad boy off in Philadelphia, this will be the 17th game the Nuggets have played this month. That is way too many games in 1 month. So they have to be at least a little fatigued coming into this game. And I think the Avs are right in the middle of the NHL grind too, where it feels like there is no light at the end of the tunnel. It's just, you just got to grind these games out. You just got to find ways to get points. And maybe once the Four Nation is, once you come back on late February when the Four Nation is over and you hit the stretch run, maybe that's when the Avs are like, all right, now we got to kick it into gear. Do you remember, was it last year, Springer, after the NBA All-Star break, Joker sent that text to all his teammates where they're like, he's like,
come back and let's go.
Let's go. It's time to
We're
get
done.
it on. And it feels like both the Nuggets and the Avs need that kick in the butt right now. They need it right now.
Let's jump into the Nuggets, by the way. Keep sending us your text. We asked. We have a lot of people. So far, I feel like more people have basically said they're more worried about the Nuggets right now than they are the Avs.
Interesting. That's interesting.
But go ahead and hit us up, 303-504-0925. But here's the deal. The Nuggets have got something way off with the chemistry, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is. But I heard Scotty say something a couple days ago. I guess it was yesterday that bothered me, where he said it just feels like there's still a couple guys, maybe one guy in particular, he didn't say who, but that they're not all agreeing who the alpha is. And I got to say...
Yeah, but who is that? Right, who is that?
You better know the joke. Well, the only one I can think of is Jamal Murray. That's the only guy I can think of.
I mean, he's been here for...
Who else would think they would be the alpha of this thing, though? Ain't going to be Westbrook. He just got here.
Jamal, if Jamal wants to feel like it, you know what? I'm here for it. Jamal, if you want to be the alpha, go ahead, bro. Embrace that role. He scored 33 last time against the Knicks. You know what? Jamal Murray hasn't scored back-to-back 30-point games in 2 years. It's been 2 years since he's backed up a good performance with another good performance. So if he can do it tonight in Philadelphia, and if Coach Malone has that same starting five, you know what I mean, where he had...
Yeah, but you got to give it a couple
Russ,
games
Jamal,
now,
Mike,
don't you?
AG, and
Basically,
Joker all
Christian
out there,
Brown to the
and
bench.
Christian to the bench. Right. Let's see what he does tonight. I'm assuming he's probably going to go with the same starting five.
I
as
think
he
you
did
don't have a
against New
choice
York.
now that you made a big announcement about it.
Because even though they lost, like they lose to Chicago, and Malone is pissed after that game. He did not like the effort, and that always gets to Coach Malone. But I think he didn't hate he liked the effort against the Knicks. Like he thought that team battled. Even though they ended up losing by double digits, he thought that team battled. So I think he liked the lineup. And maybe if Joker hadn't gotten into the foul trouble, maybe you knock off the Knicks 2 nights ago And if you lose to the Philadelphia 76ers are bad, man. They are bad. They're not even in the NBA. They're not even in a play-in
Yeah, but they
spot
gave
right
you a
now.
game here for a minute at home a couple weeks
then
ago.
you ended up winning that thing by like 37.
Okay, but they were
Whatever
giving you
it
a game for me. Look, man, here's the bottom line is this. Everybody needs to get on board that it's Joker's team. I'm not even here to hear any of that. Okay, the only player in my mind that you really have to be concerned is happy with things is Nikola Jokic.
Is Joker, right?
That is it.
Do you think that Jamal's not? Maybe it's not Jamal that is upset about the alpha conversation because the NBA All-Star reserves was announced yesterday. No Nugget anywhere near that. Joker's gonna play 20 years here in Denver, and he's never gonna have an All-Star teammate, and it's kind of ridiculous. But this is the NBA we currently live in. But maybe Jamal isn't worried about what we think he's worried about. What he is worried about is looking at Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic and going, how come those two guys are playing better together than me and Joker are, and me and Joker spent our careers together? How is that happening? Maybe that's what makes Jamal a little nervous?
Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe he's upset. I don't know. Look, maybe he's not upset at all. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But we all know this. Anybody that's watched the Nuggets the last few years knows they don't look right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't take a genius to figure out this team doesn't look right. Jokic looked as frustrated as ever in that fourth quarter of the Knicks game. He's launching threes. He's not really. I mean, he looked to me like I'm in message mode Joker. I'm gonna mirror what you guys are doing.
Maybe.
You want to just stand out here and shoot threes and be lazy about this and not go work hard inside the paint? I'll do it too. Look where it gets us.
Yeah,
we're going to lose by 10 to the Knicks in a game that we were in because you guys aren't playing the right way.
Remember how frustrated Joker used to get in games like this? We're talking 5, 6, 7 years ago when he was still pretty young. He used to get so frustrated, he would, he'd foul. He'd foul it, just these frustration fouls on
Sometimes
the opposing
just
teams.
to yell at the refs
Right.
more.
He's not getting the calls. He's getting frustrated, so he's fouling the opposing team, yelling at the officials. And it was those like ticky-tack fouls that they were like, man, you got to be in the game. You can't pick up those ticky-tack fouls. But it did feel like there was a lot of frustration with Joker in that. Maybe this is just a new way of him expressing like, listen, man, I'm averaging a triple-double this season. I'm giving you everything I got. I need some of you to come along with me, man. I don't know, Michael Porter Jr. could be an all-star if he figured his game out, right? Or is this just who Mike is? Jamal Murray could be an NBA all-star if he figured things out. Russell Westbrook is a former MVP. Well, I mean, Peyton Watson has such a high ceiling, but he just has not taking that 1-2 extra step. Julian Strawther's been pretty good off the bench, but he's not giving you what you need, which is instant offense or three. Peyton, can you give me 3-and-D? Well, you could make so much money in the NBA being a 3-and-D guy, but I mean, once again, all the guys they thought they needed to take that next step, have they taken it? Like, when we talk about Christian Brown, we talk about Christian Brown at the beginning of the season a lot. And we were like, man, he's going to have to step his game up. He's a starter now. And you know what? I think he kind of did, right? Christian Brown, for a lot of this season, for a lot of this NBA season, has been the second best player on that team behind Nikola Jokic. And now you're asking him to come back off the bench and do what he was doing last season. But guess what? That didn't work out. You guys lost in the second round. It's frustrating, and it freaks me out. But, give it a week, and they're going to win 3-4 again. And they were like, oh, you know what? We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine again. You don't need to trade anybody or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that the Nuggets won't.
By the way, I love this. I'm going to address Cordell. Andy, the Nuggets are 8-4 in the last 12. If that's off, I'll take it. Really, you'll take off a crap effort against the Minnesota Timberwolves that have just owned you and whoop you by 20 in a game that's not even competitive, and then you'll take losing to a crap Bulls team? Man, stop with the crap. I don't care what the stats. Most of that 8-4 was built at home on a nice run against some lower teams.
Yeah, that Chicago loss was tough.
You not showing up at all against Minnesota, who you need to send a message to? Get out of here with that, Cordell. That's a bad take. No way am I taking them playing like they did against the Wolves and then following it up with barely caring against the Bulls.
The only excuse you have against the Minnesota Timberwolves is simply this, because I was asking Kaz the same thing. I was like, bro, man, what's going on? And he was like, The Timberwolves are a team that was built. Everything about the Minnesota Timberwolves is built to beat the Denver Nuggets.
You know what? You've had time to figure it out. It's time you counterpunch to them. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. All right, you need trucker 4x4 accessories. What are you looking for? They got it at Colorado Off-Road. Maybe you want the step rails, floor mats, tow hitches. They got tow hitches. Matter of fact, he's setting Nate up with one of those over the summer when he got his bike. He needed to get his bike home. You can do the bed covers. You can do the camper tops. I've been asked about that. Yes, Jerry does do camper tops if that's something that you're looking for. I'm a bed cover guy. Maybe you want room for the dog or whatever in the back and keep everything all locked up. Maybe you want those KC lights. Maybe you want heated seats. You can do heated seats. I haven't tried that out yet. The remote start kits for when it gets real cold. Although, frankly, I don't know if you'll need the remote start over the next week from what all the weather forecasters are saying. It sounds like this is about to be the nicest fake spring we've had in a while. I like it. So get on over to Colorado Off-Road. Whatever you need for trucker 4x4, you go and find it there. Jerry Jones is the guy. He and Wendy run this business. That's his wife. It's going on 25 years now. They're a good Colorado business. You get in there and you go see them about what you need, and they'll point you in the right direction if you need suggestions. Find them at COOffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264. It's Colorado Off-Road. All right, we're rolling. It's a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. Man, I hope by the time we get to next Friday, we're not feeling the way a lot of people feel right now, whether it's the Avs or the Nuggets, quite honestly. Got a lot of people weighing in on both teams. A few of the Avs people have come out as well. Someone doesn't want to hear about Zegras either. I don't know. First off, real quick, we are going to take a call. I'll tell you what. We got about a 10-minute deal here. We'll go 10 minutes of calls if anyone wants calling. We normally don't take calls, in part because it's very hard for Mark to do his job and, frankly, see the phone. It's in an odd spot. But 303-504-0925, you want to go old school. We have a younger audience. I'm not sure most of the younger audience wants to call anybody ever.
Did you ever in your life call into a sports radio show?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
There was one time, it was funny. I used to call into the Gridiron Grill, but only a couple times. I was more just there to listen, like, shocker. Most people we find out in our research in radio, most of your audience doesn't interact with you. It was like 3 to 5% was the number one time of people that will actually interact with you, which is why it's fun we get so many texts and have Twitch and all that other kind of stuff. But one time my buddies, and I was in college at this point, were like, "Oh, you don't have the guts to go on air. You don't have the guts to go on air." So they were kind of poking me. And there was a rumor, it was a short-lived rumor, but there was a rumor Deion Sanders, because of his relationship with Mike Shanahan, might think about signing with Denver. And that was probably right before they won the Super Bowls.
And that's the question you called into ask?
No, Jim Ryan was hosting the Gridiron Grill, and
Big
so
50.
I just called him, and I was just like, "Do you think this is real or not?" And he shot it down right away, and that was that. It was one of those things that they ran in the other room, and
Jim Ryan, a realist.
Yes. No, I'm not even sure. We all know it did not get
that dude
that
used
close,
to.
So.
He did a show with Moser for a while, and I was talking with both of them, and he used to rent like construction equipment, like just so he could play with it. You know what I mean? Like
Jim Ryan?
Yeah, full on. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like Tonka truck, like when in big. Claw things that you can just he would buy like
excavator.
You have to have a commercial license or whatever. And he even got or learned how to drive those things.
Old school.
He's like, "Hey man, I'm just gonna rent a backhoe and go crazy for the weekend." And I was always like, "That's a little weird, man. It's a little weird."
Well, as I figured, we've got 4 calls now. Wait, did you tell me the first call was Pete? Man,
I think it's Peter. We'll take this call. We'll see how it goes, and then maybe I'll answer for another call.
All right. Well, you've got them all ringing there, Spring. We said we'd do it.
Let's see what Peter's got to say.
Let's get
first.
Pete on the line. All right, Pete. Pete, you're on altitude. How are you?
Hey, fellas. I'm good. How are you?
Good. You
Good.
feel
Listen,
pressure, Pete? By the way, Pete, are you feeling the pressure? Because Mark is determining whether he answers more of these calls based on you. So go ahead. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
All right. Yeah, no pressure at all. Listen, so I tune in somewhat regularly. I'm in college now, out in Baltimore. But what I heard as soon as I turned on was that they're questioning in the locker room who the alpha of the team is.
Not all of them. Scott Hastings said on his show yesterday that he believes that not everyone's bought into who the true alpha is, and I think he's speaking about one person, not the locker room, one person.
Are you assuming that one person's Jamal Murray?
I would have to guess it if I have to eliminate anybody, because he's the only guy that can even think he's the other alpha. There is nobody on that team that could think they're the other alpha, right?
I agree with you, but to assume that it's Jamal Murray, there has been no player in the NBA over the past, 9 seasons, maybe since the bubble, that has been more willing to play second fiddle and to play Robin for this team. So to assume that he's the one, that he's the culture problem on the team, the one that isn't bought in, is honestly ridiculous. I think that the mentality of this team, it is. You're correct in saying it's incredibly frustrating to watch them come into that Minnesota game and drop a stinker, and then to follow it up in Chicago. But the Knicks game, I mean, that's just a classic. They were outworked 100%, hand up. But that's just a Tom Thibodeau team. That is not when the Nuggets come playoff time. Honestly, I hope we see the Knicks instead of the Celtics. That's just my take. But we'll come in if that's a playoff series, and you can count on all 8 Nuggets players that'll be in that rotation. They will be playing just as hard, and I think we're just fine going against that. And I like that matchup a lot. But I was honestly just stunned to hear somebody close to the team think that Jamal Murray is the culture problem, because there's no culture problem.
Oh, Pete, I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, but I like the fire. I like the take. I like the confidence. Do me a favor, holler at Pete. Pete, you holler at Scott on Monday and just see after we get through the weekend, just see if he feels different about things. Cool? What are you going to school for, Pete?
I let him go.
Oh,
Pete's
come
gone.
on.
He's long gone.
Spring ain't got time for that nonsense.
But okay, like
he did all right.
To Pete's point, though, how could anyone on the Nuggets not understand that this is Nikola Jokic's team?
It might be
he's a
something
top
else,
10
though.
player of all time.
Right. I get it. But it might be.
Dude, do you not get jealous?
They're not meshing right now, right? They're not meshing. They don't.
Do you feel like this team looks as smooth and as confident as they have in the last couple of years?
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
but
then what's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm getting hints of what's going on. I don't like it. I'll just put it that way. Look at the body language on the damn court. Look at the body language on the damn court. You played the cut yesterday. Why is Coach Malone saying that Joker and Westbrook are the two best, are the best two-man game in the NBA right now?
That's true.
Are you kidding me?
An interesting
comment. Why
comment.
do you think he would bring that up? Do you think he's just bringing that up? Dude, all signs point to they're trying to light something under Jamal right now. Now, maybe Jamal's jealous. Maybe Jamal's tired. Maybe Jamal's hurt.
But
I don't know. But this stuff doesn't look right.
But
right
this is
now.
because Jamal. The only thing that would make sense then is what Jamal Murray. He wants to be the man on this team. He wants.
Nah, Jamal Murray's a smart person. He knows he's not going to average a triple-double. Everybody, no. I agree that there's something weird. There's something wonky going on with the Denver Nuggets. I don't know if it has to do with a personality defense or a difference
Why did we
between
see such crap effort at times during the Knicks, though? That's not the Nuggets team that we know.
Yeah,
Why did we see?
I guess
look,
lack
I'll
of
tell you
effort
this,
has been an issue.
Let me change the premise of this discussion. I'm not saying it's Jamal Murray's fault that nobody seemed to give a damn against Minnesota. Okay,
Listen, all these guys are champions. Russ isn't. I mean, Julian isn't. But all these guys are champions, right? They're champions. Like they're supposed to. All this nonsense is for the early years of your career when you're still trying to find yourself. This team it's supposed to be set up to win titles. You have the best player in the sport on your team, and you can't figure it out. I know it's not easy. But there's something weird happening right now, and I don't know what it is.
Well,
I don't know exactly what it is.
All right, this text from Patty Cakes. Maybe Jamal is mad about not being the number one PG. Is it a Murray versus Westbrook thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Could be. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Murray's upset that Westbrook is stealing his thunder.
And listen, to your point, maybe he's not at all, Spring. But, the point of the discussion is the only thing we know is they look off. Nobody can disagree. They don't. Right. They look off right
Jamal
now.
is playing better.
They look off.
If he wants to be the man, he has to grab it. He has to take it. Jamal has to take it if he wants to be the man. If you want to be Robin to Joker's Batman, you got to go out there and take it. You got to be that player.
Murray hasn't taken it this season.
Yes, he'll have 33 points against the Knicks, look pretty good doing it. And then tonight, what is he? I mean, does he put up 17 in a loss against Philly or something like that? Or does he show up and ball? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why Jamal starts these seasons so slow.
Yeah.
I don't know why Michael Porter Jr. sometimes seems to fade, not just from games. You know what I mean? Where he'll have a 13-point quarter and then he'll score 15 points the whole game. 13 in the first quarter and then 2 more points the rest of the game. I don't know what it is that nobody else on this team outside of Joker can just grab a hold of the game and take over.
Yeah, I just want it fixed. I'm with you. At the end of the day, it's just frustrating. It's just very frustrating.
Well, if they don't figure it out, they're going to blow it up, right?
Yeah,
we all agree that if they don't do it this offseason, they're going to blow it up.
Well, you can't. You can't till next season.
That's what I mean.
You can't trade Jamal till next season.
One more playoff run with these guys.
Well, Michael Porter Jr. is the one who said it.
Yeah.
He said it. He said it on that podcast.
Damn.
He said, this is the chance, or they're going to get rid of us.
Yeah.
And we all know it.
Right.
So anyway.
The only one safe is
Scott Friday. Let's get back to feeling good. All right, you know what? Let's have a little fun. I wondered when I wanted to break this out. I got to get Berto in on this. We got Leggy. But then I got something fun to do before you get out of here and go handle the Nuggets stuff. And,
okay.
And then the Spring, Spring and I got the 5 o'clock hour. We won't be doing any more calls then because Spring can't talk and answer the phone. That's for sure. Spring, do we even have like a call screen thing in here? I just realized this.
No.
Like, there's no place that even tells you where the callers.
Yeah, that's that's right. That
We don't have a name or
VX
anything like
producer
that.
thing we used to have. Do
We don't
have
have that anymore.
Nah.
I forgot about that. We couldn't have
No,
done
we
the
do.
No Huddle post-game show without it.
I think we still got it. Either way, Pete was fine.
I like Pete.
I think we accomplished our goal.
Pete had some pretty good fire for a young buck. I like that. All right, we'll be back. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Ska Friday, and Jeff Legwold always pops by on a Ska Friday because that's just how we roll. Jeff Legwold, fresh off the Senior Bowl. All right, Jeff, what did we learn out there at Senior Bowl that we didn't know before you went there?
Huh. There's a lot that you didn't know before you get there, but no, I think the overall, the quarterbacks are always the buzz of everything. The all-star games, the post-draft, or the postseason stuff, and I think it's intriguing to me already how many people inside the league and outside, like us out here, are already trying to sort of fit where this quarterback class would have fit into last year's draft, when the 6 guys go in the top 12 picks. And we're not going to see anything like that, but I think the sort of the quest to find the quarterbacks after the first 2 is even going on, around the league. So, and those guys, you're going to hear a lot of things about how it went down there for them and what people are saying, but it was just an okay week, at least the days I was there for the quarterbacks. They had some great moments, but in the end, it's not going to be as deep a class as will be drafted for certainly. I think a few of these guys are going to get, saddled with expectations that they didn't ask for because of where they're going to get picked. But I think the guy you want to watch that everybody's going to be talking about is QB3 will be Jackson Dart from Mississippi.
Do you dynasties in the NFL? It seems that there's story lately that the Kansas City Chiefs and their dominance is bad for the NFL. Would you agree with that statement, or is greatness just? I mean, it's part of professional sports, right?
Yeah, I love how Berto, we love, there's always been one team in the Super Bowl era. Usually there's one team that's sort of the alpha of everybody, and they're it. And, I don't think, if teams, like if defense has a good season in the NFL, they almost always change the rules so offense can be better. It's like we legislate if things get too good in spots. And, I don't know how you sort of pick away, the Chiefs found the best quarterback of his era. That the Patriots sort of lucked into theirs, but it still counts. They brought him in the building and saw what he could become for a 2-decade run. But the Chiefs found the best quarterback, and last year's Super Bowl team, I've said this, had 16 starters who were draft picks. And that's how you do it. And if you do it better than anyone else, I don't think that's bad for the league. It's, be better if you want to catch him.
All right, but how about this? What do you think? Do you think the ratings will dip at all with the Chiefs being in there, or do you think we're in our hate watching the Chiefs phase just yet?
I think in this region, we have a little different view on it than other people do. I mean, I just think we're judging this from our lens here. And if you're a Bronco fan, yeah, you're going to have some Chiefs hate. You're going to have some Chiefs fatigue. But the Super Bowl ratings didn't go down when the Patriots won a bunch. They didn't go down when the Cowboys won a bunch. They didn't go down, when teams put together, multiple Super Bowl wins. And if they do go down, how is that the Chiefs' fault? I mean, I just, we're going to punish them because they win because we're tired of it. That part of it, I guess I don't get. If you want to beat them, beat them. The refs didn't get them to the Super Bowl, and the refs didn't win them 2 Super Bowls in the last 2 years. And if they get a 3-peat, it won't be the refs that gave them a 3-peat. They're beating everybody when they have to. And if you don't like it, then, and you're in the NFL, then you should play better and be better.
Yeah, I don't like it, Leggy, just to be clear.
I know you don't like it. This is misery for you.
Oh, it is.
Man,
it's the most miserable. Hey, I'm still. I'll force myself to watch that game, but if it gets out of hand, I'm out.
Well,
Peace.
how many more years are we going to deal with this?
I'll tell you another decade.
Is it another? I mean, how much?
He's not old.
How much greater is Patrick Mahomes going to be over the next 5 seasons, however long he's going to be there in KC?
Well, most football people I know will tell you a quarterback's prime years are like 30 to 35 in terms of their knowledge of the game and their ability to process and all of, if their bodies hold up. Brady won 4 or 3 Super Bowls in his first 7 years in the league. 3 in his first 7 years. He won 4 after that. So, if you're a great quarterback and your body holds up, you become a better player. This guy's only 29. And if they win next Sunday, a week from Sunday, they'll be the first team to win 4 Super Bowls in 6 years since the Pittsburgh Steelers of the Steel Curtain era. And they'll be the first team to do a three-peat. So I think only injury or winning fatigue gets the quarterback in any fashion. And he seems like he wants to win a lot. I think the Andy Reid component is big. He has been around a long time and he may not want to keep going and going. And if that ever happened, that would be an intriguing moment for the Chiefs and how they would follow that up.
All right, I'm going to ask you, this is almost a silly question, but hey, you've come to expect it. Nate and I never got this answer yesterday because I guess Big Coach Mike is too good to write me back. This plays into the coaching changes. Do coaches fill out an application? Like, do coaches, when they go to get the job, do they actually have to fill out like an actual
You mean like Sean Payton had to fill out like Greg Pinner's like
standard application and all that? Like, do you know?
Like on it,
right.
on Indeed.
Whatever.
On Indeed
yes, you go to Starbucks,
area.
you go to Home Depot, you come here. We had to fill out applications here. You probably had one at ESPN. Do they actually fill out applications for this stuff? Do you know?
I actually did not have one at ESPN.
Well,
but they have to fill out paperwork, to get paid. All of that stuff.
Well, right.
Insurance.
But is there a reference? Is there?
No, I don't think they have to give their 3 references and the contact information. I think people are pretty good about getting a hold of their contacts.
That's greatly disappointing because I'd like to see the 3 references.
I want that to happen now.
Yeah.
I think you raised a great point.
Who does Peyton put on that list? Like, who's his 3 if he's like
Bill Parcells.
You got to call.
Yeah, I think Bill's on there for sure.
Who else?
I think he'd probably sneak Belichick on there too.
There you go.
That'd be 2 heavy hitters on there.
That's it. Then he writes in, do you really need a 3rd or something like that? Hey, do you think the Broncos are actually going to replace all these coaches that have been picked off their staff?
Some, Andy. Yeah, just for the week-to-week, day-to-day operation. We'll see a new tight ends coach. Maybe from within, I'll be intrigued to see how they move things around. Now, they were heavily staffed on offense, on the offensive side of the ball. So, whether Pete Carmichael just moves from analyst role to what Johnny Morton was doing as, sort of passing game coordinator and all those things, working with the receivers. A lot of that will depend on like how much Pete Carmichael wants to do. Does he want to just stay an analyst? But they'll fill a couple of them. Special teams, they will add almost certainly two new guys, a full-time coordinator and then like a special teams assistant. So there'll be at least 2 there. So they'll fill some of them. Probably get a little more clear before the combine. Once Kellen Moore, who looks to be in line for
becomes the Saints head coach.
Yeah, I mean, people in the league are already saying, he's positioning to have guys to join his staff. So he at least thinks he's getting the job. So, it's just the rules of it all. But once that staff is in place, I think all the rest of the dominoes around the league where everybody's filling spots will fill in after that.
Is there a storyline or something about this Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl that fascinates you the most, that you're going to be focused on the most?
Well, I think if the Eagles stay true to who they are, they have a great chance. If they're that big, imposing, physical power team, I think that's their best chance. Because then Mahomes is standing next to Andy Reid watching how things are going out there. And I think that's the key to the game. If they suddenly decide, if 2 weeks to prepare gets to them, if the bigness of the game gets to them, if the desire to change things up, to fool people gets to them, I think that works against them. I think if the Eagles show up and play just the power football they've been playing, I think that's the storyline I want to see. Just be who you are and win the Super Bowl. I think that's their ticket. And can the Chiefs win a game straight up, against a team like that? We'll see. Because I think when they've been challenged sometimes in the run game, they've had some difficulties. But the other storyline for me has nothing to do with the quarterbacks. Is the Eagles are really hurting in the middle of the offensive line. What do you do with Chris Jones? Because Chris Jones could have been the MVP of 2 of the Chiefs Super Bowl wins very easily. And if he has another day like that, then that's a big deal.
Man, I don't need to hear this crap, Leggy. All right.
I don't know what to tell you, Andy. I mean, it's just these are like the Dolphins fans felt, all those years. This could be the year we get by the Patriots, and then it never was.
All right, real quick. I got a little notification. Today was the day that John Elway won his 2nd Super Bowl in a row as they beat the Falcons and they moved on. Once upon a time, I was like, man, that 97-98 Broncos squad must have been a top 5 squad in history. And now, obviously, you got the Chiefs doing what they're doing. The Patriots have been on a pretty long run themselves. Where would you still put that team in the annals of history for great teams?
Well, it's pretty high. That was a 500-point scoring team, back then, before they opened the rule book up so far and added a game and all the rest of those things. But yeah, no, that offense, all you got to do is look around the league and see the impact. That is the blueprint for a lot of the league's best offenses. And I think that, to me, is the historical footprint there. And it put Mike Shanahan in, very elite company to win 2 Super Bowls, especially back-to-back. I think the only bummer for Bronco fans is, unlike some of the great teams recently, John Elway was at the end of his career. What if Mike Shanahan, what if fate smiles a different way and everybody's a little younger when it all starts? Then, that's just one of those things we all talk about. But I think the historical footprint of that team was, offensively, they changed some things, some dynamics of how you do things on offense, and it's still going all these years later.
He is Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Maybe a career you don't even have to apply for, Jeff. They just give it to you. That's right. You pop your collar there, Mr. Legwold. We'll talk to you on Monday. Enjoy your somewhat weekend of no football.
Yeah, no, I got football.
Yeah.
Super Bowl notes right here, baby.
I know you do. You never don't have football. Maybe July 4th you won't have football, but even then. We'll talk to you Monday, Leggy.
See you, both.
All right, there you go. Have you ever had a job where you haven't had, like, every job, even if you've talked, and look, I mean, the way of the world, let's be honest, I'm sure most people out there would tell you got to know somebody in a lot of industries. This one certainly helps to know somebody.
The last application I ever had in my life was when I applied for my very first job at the Fan.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't have an application here?
No, no.
Because you were kind of brought over here as part of the existing staff, right?
Yeah. When they built Ball, I started working for the Avs and Nugs in 99. I moved to Denver in 98, started working for the Avs and Nugs in 99. And in 2001, when they finished at the time, which was Pepsi Center, they put a radio studio obviously there on floor A, and then I just started doing it full time. And that was the last
time. You just had a home right there.
Yeah. But I mean, Nate and I have had this conversation. I have no other marketable skills whatsoever. If I get
Every radio guy in the nation is
like,
that.
there's no, like, I can't get another gig if I get got.
We're not
You know
Joseph
what I mean?
Ramos, medical doctor and attorney.
Right. That dude's got all the options.
We are radio guys.
Right. I got nothing, man.
I know how to talk sports with you.
I got
Hopefully
nothing.
crack a couple jokes.
I don't even know what
And that's about it.
I could street fight, maybe? No, I don't know.
Street
I don't, right? Like, I got nothing. I don't know.
Mark Bertinoli, bodyguard. So when Berto's done with this spring, we're going to see him. He'll be leading. He'll lead security detail for Taylor and Travis.
Yeah, I
Kelce.
can do that. I just be like, get away, go away, get away. I mean, I don't know what Taylor's security does.
Nothing now with Travis Kelce, I would assume.
No, but I'm assuming that Taylor, if you're the most popular woman on planet Earth, I bet your security detail is probably nothing but Navy SEALs, right? Like, you don't want to mess with Taylor Swift's security.
You know, it was funny when we went to Super Bowl 48, the one in New York, and I was rolling with Treadwell and, a lot of my buddies from the fan, Schleris out there, we were all out there, obviously, and the Broncos playing the Seahawks. It was amazing to me how many former football players are now in that job. Steven Tyler, we had this story that I've told in the past where there was a certain pizza spot that was not far from the Sheraton we were staying in Manhattan. It was the Media Hotel. And it was like literally the easiest thing to walk to, other than, and we weren't far from Katz's Deli either, but that was like a $40 sandwich. And I didn't have the per diem to be doing $100, $40 sandwiches or whatever. So Scotty had told us one night, hey, we saw Steven Tyler in there. And so Treadwell and I were like, well, let's go see if we can't catch him tonight. Thinking, no chance, right? He was just here last night. He's not coming back. So we go in, they start clearing out the room. We were like in back. I don't think they realized we were back there. And sure enough, in comes Steven Tyler, and he's got, I don't remember the guy's name. He knew Treadwell, and I'm trying to remember, there's some other friend of mine that had known him. Some other former players with us that had known the guy, but he was a former New England Patriot offensive lineman. And he did the walk through the restaurant to make sure nobody was going to bother Steven Tyler. And then, of course, Treadwell bothers Steven Tyler to get a damn picture. Now, Treadwell got the picture,
and then
we
they
all
kicked
kind of
you
got
guy
the
out?
old, we were like, you kind of got to go. He and his lady friend, who was incredibly gorgeous. We're going to sit down and have another slice of pie. But, yeah. So there you go.
Don't mess with security, brother.
You might need to beef up to be Steven Tyler. Although I wonder you think he's out much? Man, that was
not only that.
Over 10 years ago.
Who's swinging on Steven Tyler? You know what I mean? Like, who's
Joe Perry?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Guys,
old school 80s rock beef.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Axl Rose probably's got something we don't know about. I don't know.
Poor Axl. I just saw Axl the other day. That dude looks. He
looking rough.
Axl, like, how do those dudes from the Rolling Stones still look so damn thin? And my man. My man's not doing well.
Yeah,
Axl's not doing well.
Axl's not doing the things that don't make you eat things. Apparently Keith Richards still is. All right, we'll come back. I've got a fun topic. I want to hear, I hope it's fun. It sounds kind of pretentious, but we'll see. I need help. I need help from Berto. This is more Berto's wheelhouse. We got a theme night coming up at the Mammoth game tomorrow. A theme night.
Nice.
But I was trying to remember, what should I remember from this theme night?
Oh, okay.
And we'll see if how old are you again? You and I are the same age,
50.
right?
I just
we're the exact same age.
Yeah.
You may need to go back to your iTunes list to figure out how to answer some of this stuff.
All right.
We got plenty ahead. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl, Berto here for the Colorado Lottery. Decades of Dollars scratch game. It's a decade of dollars. You know how this works? It's really easy. You start your new year off right with the decade of winning, Berto, like the Nuggets did when they drafted Nikola Jokic, and it's all brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Decade of Dollars scratch games are here. You can play with The $1, $2, $5, $10, and even $20 games for a chance to win up to $10,000 a month for 10 years. Your best decade starts now. If I'm sliding you those, let's say you get the big prize. It's $10,000 for a month. You chipping in for a new Avs forward or something? What are we doing?
No. They got plenty of money to pay for their own forwards. I'm going to buy the moon. I would like a water slide from the moon to Littleton, Colorado. How much is that going to set me back, Colorado Lottery?
Hey, that might be all your winnings post-taxes, but you can give it a go. I want to know who you get to give you the estimate on that thing. So just go ahead and swing by and play today. Again, top prize of $10,000 a month for 10 years. 5 exciting ways to play. 1, 2, 5, 10, and $20 tickets. Get on it from the Colorado Lottery today. Oh, this is Ballyhoo. This is by accident like a great one to hit there, Spring. This band's actually rolling through Boulder on Valentine's Day of all days, and then they're going to go down to the Springs on the 15th. So they got a concert coming through town here. We had Howie Spengler, the lead singer, on Once Upon a Time, so there you go. All right, 303-504-0925. So the Mammoth, they're doing tomorrow night. We got the Mammoth. They're playing Toronto. Come down, see us. First face-offs at 7:30. I'm pretty excited about it. We get to be on ESPNU. That's pretty cool. My mug, I think, is only going to be on for about 30 seconds. So if you can withstand that, then guess what? There should be a pretty good game. And the Mammoth, frankly, they've been on the road for a couple weeks after a bye week. They could use the support. Let's get everybody on back out there because the Mammoth, they're back to having a really good season. They've had some really good offensive games. They're a fun offense to watch. If you haven't caught a game yet, please get on out there and do so. But it's Y2K night.
Oh, wow.
Y2K night, Berto.
Yeah.
So first off, I was talking to Peyton, who has kind of been an intern and then worked for Altitude TV, and now she's the in-arena host for the Mammoth. And I said, what do you remember about Y2K? And then I remembered when I first met Peyton, I think she just turned 21, and that was 2 years ago. She wasn't born at Y2K. She wasn't. She was like 3 or 4 or 5 about that time. So I was trying to think, well, what are we going to have? You know, I was thinking of the Nextel flip phone. You remember the walkie-talkie? Did you ever have one of the walkie-talkie ones?
No.
So they got us at work. The worst thing that ever happened with that, because you couldn't turn it, you literally had to turn the phone off for the damn thing not to go off. And I was in the middle of a Shanahan press conference. I was off to the side, and Patrick, hey, Chuck, where are you? Because everybody called me Chuck. Hey, Chuck, where are you? Chuck, look, I got it. And I was just like, oh my God. You're trying, you're fumbling for it. And Shanahan had strict rules. You had to run laps if you had a phone on.
Oh, really?
And I turned the ringer off, so I thought I was okay. I didn't know that it didn't kill the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, no, that's the worst.
He did that.
You're in a press conference and you forget to mute your phone and it goes off.
Oh, yeah. And then the
That's
coach
never
will
happened
shoot
to me,
you the
but
death look or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like enough people have done it now.
I interrupted a George Karl press conference because I didn't realize my mic was still hot. My mic was hot. I threw it I was like, Nuggets win tonight. Let's head over to George Karl. And then George Karl's talking, and George he stops to take just a break. I thought he was done. So I was like, that's the post-game comments of head coach George Karl. I had no idea that he could hear me.
Uh-oh.
And my voice was coming over the speakers. And Karl was like, oh, I guess that's it. And he just got up and left. And then they were yelling. They were like, Berto, and I was like, don't pop me up in the press room.
Carl
with the hot mic, bro.
Carl had those long pauses. I mean, long pauses. I can understand why you did what you did, man. People are writing in with great stuff. AOL, the AOL disc.
Yeah, the bing. Yeah, I remember AOL.
Everybody was buying bottles at the Y2K.
What was the top movie of 1999?
Did you look it up?
Yep.
See, I'm always thinking
and
more
as soon
2000.
As I say it, I think number 2 on this list should be number 1, and number 1 should be number 2, and number 3 sucks.
So this was my first year in radio.
Number 1 movie of 1999.
Was it Gladiator?
It is a massively popular movie. Matter of fact, it's probably massively popular with our listenership.
Gladiator?
It is a movie called Fight Club.
Oh, that's right. How could I forget that?
And number 2 was The Matrix. So Fight Club and The Matrix.
Dude, I love
Y2K,
The Matrix.
bro.
You know what? I'm with you.
Yeah, The Matrix is one of my favorite movies of all time. But so it goes Fight Club, The Matrix, American Beauty. Remember American Beauty?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
The Green Mile with Tom Hanks. Eyes Wide Shut with your boy Tom Hanks and Nicole. And
no, Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. I said Tom,
and
right,
Nicole,
Tom Cruise.
Hanks, you're right with the Green Mile.
Hanks would be crazy in Eyes Wide Shut. That would be a crazy one. And then Toy Story 2. So there you go. That's Y2K, brother, right there.
Well, there were some weird movies that year.
Yeah. You know who I saw The Matrix with? This is one of the crazier stories. You know who I saw The Matrix with?
I'm waiting.
Patrick Waugh.
Really?
Yes.
As a player at that time then?
Yes. He was still playing for the Avs. Crazy.
All right, text it in. Keep it coming. 303-504-0925. I need to know what you remember. And from Y2K, I'm thinking also the early first 4 or 5 years of the 2000s as well. But you're right. See, someone threw in, I think it was Kyle, threw in their Titanic. Titanic, I think, was a couple years earlier. I think that had to be like 97 or 98, didn't it?
The number 1 song in 1999 was Cher's Believe? Cher's Believe?
All right, what was the top song in 2000?
Sorry, it was Believe, No Scrubs by TLC.
Yeah, that was
Heartbreak Hotel, Whitney Houston's featuring Faith Evans. And Baby One More Time.
By Britney Spears. I remember that was 99. Wasn't that the TRL? Spring, are you of the TRL generation? Is a lot of this working for you? I just remember I was like, what is all this crap? What are with all these boy bands all of a sudden? What is happening here?
Mm-hmm.
And Britney Spears showed up and then Christina Aguilera showed up shortly after that.
Yeah, Genie in the Bottle is in the top 10 too of the Y2K
You know
songs.
what I put out there is I remember the first we just brought him up. Do you remember when Aerosmith did the halftime show and Justin Timberlake and Britney both came out and had little side pieces in the song and all that?
Mm-hmm. Who's doing the halftime show for the Super? Is it Kendrick Lamar?
Kendrick Lamar, yeah.
And SZA.
Okay. And SZA, really? Okay. Yeah, I had no idea.
Here's what we had in 2000. Breathe was Faith Hill. Smooth by Santana and Rob Thomas.
I still hear that song all the time with Santana and Rob Thomas.
Dude, he had a great year because the third popular song was Maria Maria by Santana.
Can't Stop Santana, bro.
I Want to Know by Joe. I don't remember that one.
Everything
You Want by Vertical Arida. Say My Name by Destiny's Child. Yeah.
Look at Matchbox 20 up there. Creed
higher.
Oh,
no.
That's old school right there.
Oh,
Well,
no.
it was it was the Dallas Cowboys, a Thanksgiving game, right?
Yeah.
In 2000, and they had Creed on there singing Higher, and they had like that crazy person on ropes swinging around, and he was like,
this.
Hey,
You know why you remember that?
No.
Because the Broncos played in that game. And I was
Oh,
back.
did they really?
I was back at the shop at that point. I was back in the studio behind the board like Spring is now, and we were trying to do pregame, and he was lip syncing the song, and so that they're blasting Higher over the thing, and he's trying to get his timing right with the
Yes.
thing.
Higher.
You're like, all right, knock it off.
Creed, man. Those
Creed.
dudes, I saw. Did Springer? Were you and me talking about having this conversation? There was like a cruise. It's like the Creed cruise. They're like, come to the Bahamas with Creed, and then every afternoon on this cruise ship, Creed just gets together in front of the pool and plays Higher, and everybody freaks out, and then they all start, and that's the whole cruise.
Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need, what is that, like tea time with Creed or something?
Yes, like, nah, bro.
Here's a great one from the 669, J-Lo's green Versace dress.
Okay, yeah,
that defied gravity. Remember that?
Yeah,
Nobody knew how that?
Yeah.
That was pretty amazing. Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV. Jock Jams came out. Did you have a MySpace page? MySpace. Wasn't that about the start of MySpace there, Spring?
Nah, I don't do no social media.
Did you have a MySpace, Spring?
Yeah, I did.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was friends with Tom.
Yeah, we all were friends with Tom.
Top 8? Was it your top 8?
When's the last time you used MySpace?
Oh, that
08?
Like, you can go to MySpace right now, right? It still exists.
I don't have any idea. Yeah, I've tried.
Right?
It's a great call. I don't even know what the login information is anymore. And it was so old. Like, Facebook showed up and we all ran away, I guess.
Yeah.
I tell the story. Did you guys not get friended by Taylor Swift on MySpace when she started out? She like friended all of MySpace.
No, I don't.
And I remember getting this request. I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm not showing up on Dateline or something. Get out of here. I'm not
What was she,
friending you.
12 at the time?
Yeah,
right?
she's like 13 or 14 or something. But she was trying to make it big, and then the next thing I know,
Well, it worked
that
out.
Teardrop song showing up. I'm like, oh my God, this is a girl from MySpace.
Yeah.
And now she's
now she's
haunting us all in
Yep.
every damn football
Single most
stadium
popular
that the
woman
Chiefs
on the
show
planet.
up in. AOL Instant Messenger. How about being able? Did it ever freak you out that you could like buy things like eBay? The start of eBay. I'm like, I could buy
online
something
purchases?
right now, and nothing is even open. Now it was
Yeah.
very limited.
Yeah. No, I don't remember any. Like,
Do you
I don't-
remember the first thing you bought online and had shipped to you?
porn? I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea, bro.
What?
I don't know, man. I don't. First thing I bought online on the
You
internet.
didn't like you just didn't collect things. I mean, my God, where did that come from?
Mine had to have been
way to go out. Birdo's going out with a bang.
like a baseball card on eBay.
Yeah.
Is that what you bought?
You know, I remember buying
I've never
some
bought anything on
stupid
eBay.
like Mace Windu action figure because I
Nah,
thought,
that's great.
oh,
Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
no, well, you know what? I was like, oh, I'll get the Star Wars toys this time. They'll be as valuable as the one from my childhood.
Nah.
You won't fool me twice. And then halfway through, I was like, this stuff is going to be, saw those movies like, this ain't going to have any value. So, Wow, Berto, we learned a lot there.
Yeah.
Well, he was older when the internet came about. I was a kid.
Yeah. You were just a youngin'.
That's still
man.
not the answer I expected.
Yeah,
Spring.
I don't even know what something on the dark web, something illegal.
Oh yeah,
Nuclear trigger. I don't know, man. Yeah, I was broken. You shout out to the movie Broken Arrow. This is what I'm talking about.
You can't just you couldn't just say a concert shirt or something.
Nah, I didn't need to buy.
Well, you know what? You're as honest as I guess honest can be.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, we'll come back. We've got the high five coming up, and who knows? It's me and Spring the rest of the way as Berto gets you ready for a little Nuggets Sixers. That's all ahead on Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, a little less than Jake. That's how you get her going. It is a Scott Friday. This is going to be, now this was pre-planned before Birdo's answer to the last question. Birdo's got to do a little pregame as the Nuggets and the Sixers get going at 5:30 here. So Spring and I are going to take you home the rest of the way. But I will say, I'm a little thrown off by the answer I got there. I didn't think that quite was going to happen.
Oh, no, that's a classic.
That is, well, it's so, yeah,
That's...
I've had a few people, our buddy Matty B too, a few people going, hey, he just answered honestly. All right.
You're a teenager, your early 20s, and the internet comes around. What's the first thing that crosses your mind?
But see, I don't. Dude,
what
like
should I Google if Google was
very
even around?
There was, but the very early days of the internet, man, it was like the Model T of the internet that we had back then. Like somebody had texted in going, "Oh my gosh, the most annoying sound in the world was the dial-up sound, that ding 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 ding." And you had slow internet, that thing would go on forever. Then you'd finally connect. It would take forever for a page to load. Right?
Did you see the guy who voiced You've Got Mail? He passed away recently.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, rest in peace. Hopefully he made a ton of residual off that thing. He should have been, although AOL wasn't too popularly. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. It just was. And again, I remember as a producer, I would try to search the web for stories like we do now, right? Spring, and again, it just wouldn't. Boy, I was working at KOA downtown in the 14th and Lawrence building when all this started. And again, we just did not have fast internet. The Google,
there were you couldn't stream press conferences.
No, you still had to go everywhere, which wasn't negative because that's how we didn't have sports reporters anymore because nobody has to be on site. You can just take everything off the web. It basically cost some jobs that way. But yeah, back then, if you wanted to go cover something, you had to actually be there to cover it. And now half the time, not only are we able to just get the audio, we can put it on air if we want to because everything's online as it is. So, but we didn't have the bandwidth to even that wouldn't even have worked. AOL couldn't have put a live presser on there, and if they could, it would have been fuzzy.
Even just a few years ago, we would carry a live press conference and it would buffer in the middle of it, and I'm just, as a producer, I'm sitting there like, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Or Napster. EJ brings up Napster. Did you ever do the Napster or the LimeWire?
I was a LimeWire guy for sure.
I remember going, this is the coolest thing ever. And then I downloaded a couple songs and they sounded so crummy. I was like, never mind.
Oh, I got some good ones.
I got some that I downloaded that I guess the master file wasn't great, but I don't know. All right. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and let's do a little, high five today. I'll remember the bit's name here in just a second there, Spring. It's the high five.
Yeah, it's high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, I'm going to start with this one. I'm not sure how much validity there is to it, but it's making its rounds a little bit, so screw it. We'll do it. Okay, so there's a magazine called Life and Style magazine, and they have a new report that Josh Allen could have potential as a Hollywood star in big movies thanks to his recent engagement to music and movie star Haley Steinfeld. I'll read this quote from a studio insider who talked to Life and Style magazine. He said, quote, "Even before Josh and Haley became an item, Josh was emerging as one of Hollywood's most interesting football stars, especially for studio executives who are dismissive of the hype around Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's relationship. Josh has the total package, from primetime-worthy football highlights to matinee idol good looks, and Haley has already managed to have a very impressive crossover career where she can effortlessly move from music to movies and back again."
Hey, look, I wouldn't doubt this. You know, once upon a time, we're talking about the Y2K. Go back to the 80s. Go back to the 80s and 90s. You know, it's funny. Go back to some of the 80s, not only sitcoms, like there was Webster with Alex Karras, I believe it was, who was a former football player. I'm trying to remember the name of some of the shows. Remington Steele. Look, bottom line was you had a lot of former athletes that jumped into Hollywood. They'd star in shows. Bob Uecker, people have been putting out all the Bob Uecker clips of his funny appearances in Major League. Cheers. I can't remember the guy that was Sam Malone's buddy that was a Boston sportscaster, but he was a former player. If somebody remembers, please help me out. But he was a former football player. Hill Street Blues, I want to say, maybe had a couple football players in there. The bottom line is Hollywood has always loved the athletes, and in part because of what you're talking about. Brian Bosworth has become an action star. Now he's back in the Dr. Pepper commercials. I totally could see Josh Allen, when he's done playing a little football, actually getting some roles and maybe being would he be an action star, or would he have to be rom-com guy? If we're worried about the steely good looks, does he become rom-com guy?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. EJ on the text line says Josh Allen will take Chris Pratt roles.
Fair enough.
Josh Allen is like, the lead in an action movie. That would be something. I mean, Hollywood's desperate nowadays. I've talked about this with Berto even. Like, there's no good Hollywood stars anymore. Like your days of your Tom Cruise and all the Bruce Willis. So this is how desperate they might be, that they're looking to the NFL and they're like, well, that does huge ratings and people know who these people are. Maybe we could turn one of these dudes into a Hollywood star. I mean, Travis Kelce is going to be in this new Happy Gilmore 2 movie.
Yes. Okay. Well, by the way, it's Fred Dreyer I was thinking of, who was in the Cheers, and he used to be on a different Fred Dreyer, his own show, too.
There's that former UCLA quarterback. Was it NCIS that he's in?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Jesse Palmer's all over the place, man.
Sure.
Think about Jesse Palmer. He's hosting The Bachelor. Every one of these cooking shows I go to watch with my daughter, he's there as well. So it's just unbelievable. But,
Well, he's married to Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, that also helps, too. Gives you an automatic in, right?
Yeah.
You know people in the business there.
But they keep it more low-key than Travis and Taylor.
Well, they do, but again, she knows she's already, I'm sure, got an entertainment agent and all the things that you need to open it up so he can go get the roles that he wants. So, I don't know. One more loss to Patrick Mahomes. He may decide to go do this quicker than we all wanted to.
I was just going to use that joke. You beat me to it. Okay.
High five.
Hey, Sam Darnold is a free agent, and he was talking at the Senior Bowl last night, or was it the Pro Bowl? I don't know. He was at one of those events.
Pro Bowl.
Okay.
He was in the Pro Bowl. So I saw somebody tweet out, there was some throwing contest where you hit these screens and they turn to X's, and somebody was like, where was this in the playoffs?
This texter says O.J. Simpson was a massive TV star for a while in the 90s.
And in film, they're not even being cute about that.
And Mark Harmon, that's who I was thinking of.
Terry Crews is being named.
That's a good one from Kyle on the text line. Okay, so Sam Darnold is going to be a free agent. Sirius XM NFL radio caught up with him and asked him this.
Well, there's a decision, obviously, that you have to make going into free agency. Have you had a chance to think about it, where you want to go? Do you want to be back in Minnesota? What's the thought process behind that?
Yeah, I've put a little bit of thought into it. I'm not going to share anything about kind of what I've been thinking or obviously the conversations I've had behind closed doors. But there's obviously a lot that's going to happen still, even after the Super Bowl. So, just going to continue to talk to my agent and figure things out from there.
He said it best. They've got to make the decision first. By the way, Fred Dreyer and Hunter, thank you, George. And we also had Jim Brown. I don't know if people know. Jim Brown had a bunch of TV and movie roles, too. They just keep coming, Spring. What's your guess?
This text from Graham real quick. Josh Allen could take any superhero role, except the problem is that he'd lose every major battle.
Wow. He'd always lose to Lex Luthor?
Yeah, to Thanos. The Raiders? Yeah. I mean, the Raiders, that was my first thought was Sam Darnold. When I saw him have that terrible playoff game, I was like, oh, Raiders. You're a Raider.
You know what, though? See, is there any chance he's back in San Francisco just to have a hedge your bet moment if Brock Purdy's contract negotiations get more than what they want to do?
Look, speaking of things I don't 100% believe that I see on the internet, I saw Dov Kleiman aggregate via Jeremy Fowler today. So I don't know if this is accurate, but that tweet said that Sam could get something like 3 years, $100 million total. So that would be, 33 mil a year, which that kind of checks out. I was thinking he'd get that Baker Mayfield-ish type contract. If I'm San Francisco, I can't invest that.
Okay, would you rather go 3 for 33, or do you want to give Brock Purdy Dak Prescott money.
See, and I think Brock is destined for he should get one of those types of contracts that I just mentioned. Brock should not be getting
I would agree with you.
That top end money.
You're right. But again,
that's not what will
happen.
happen.
This is kind of like people have been saying with Mikko Rantanen. He should have been happy to be the highest paid wing, but his agent's like, no, my job's to get him the most that I can, and we're talking Leon Draisaitl. So Brock Purdy's agent isn't going to go, yeah, that seems reasonable, even though it's reasonable to us.
I don't know. You're the Titans. You draft Travis Hunter and sign Sam Darnold.
You could. I think Brian Callahan would be more probably comfortable with that than what he's got now, which is Will Levis. It's going to be fascinating. See, my question is, do the Vikings tag Darnold to at least try to get a trade worked out with him? See, I would almost suggest, why wouldn't if I'm the Vikings, I'm tagging Darnold, I'm seeing how McCarthy comes along, and I still have two fantastic quarterback prospects one way or another in a league that's starved for him.
Does that happen often, a tag and trade?
It can happen if you want to. Has it happened too often? No, not necessarily, because let's be honest, that's one big fat number hanging out there. But I think the Vikings have the cap room for it. I haven't heard about the Vikings being in cap hell.
I mean, if you would much prefer to have a Sam Darnold on a 1-year deal because there are still question marks. As good as he looked for the better part of the regular season, when it mattered, he reverted to seeing ghosts. And would you want to commit 3 years? Probably not. If you could commit 1, you'd love to do that.
But then that's why you got to franchise tag him, because I do think Darnold, like Mikko's agent would tell you, Darnold could probably go get at least a 2 or 3 year deal from someone else.
Speaking of franchise tags, real quick, because we talked about like Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, the Bengals a lot recently. I have a sneaky suspicion they're going to let Jamar Chase play out this final year, the 5th-year option of his deal, and then they're going to franchise tag him.
Probably. I think T. Higgins will be gone.
But isn't that the cheapest Bengals move you could do? Let Jamar play out the 5th-year option, then franchise him.
Yeah, depending on what the receiver market, though, does. Remember, with that franchise tag, you're averaging like the top 5 highest players, and if T. Higgins goes and gets a $30 million a year deal, that's gonna up the franchise tag.
Well, T
value.
could still be gone. I don't think they'll re-sign T. They're too cheap.
No, I agree with you. I'm saying, but T. Higgins is going to get a deal from someone this year that then would affect their franchise tag value a year from now.
But Jamar would get paid top dollar either way.
He would, but then you're not giving him. I think Jamar Chase holds out if you tag him.
Probably.
I think it's going to get real ugly with this Bengals thing. I think the only guy that Mike Brown can stomach paying is Joe Burrow. And as Nate said before, I think Nate could be right, where Joe Burrow gets real tired how cheap they are and wants to move on.
High five.
All right, hey, we got a big game here.
The big game.
In just over a week. We forget. Does it feel like the Super Bowl is a week from Sunday? Like it does, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it feels like a repeat of a show I've already seen. Because, again, it's yet another Super Bowl I've already seen played a couple years ago.
And speaking of just that, Jalen Hurts talked to the media today, and he was asked about getting over the 38-35 loss from the Super Bowl against the Chiefs a couple years ago. Jalen Hurts said, quote, "I've moved on." Here is a little bit more from Jalen Hurts today. He really didn't want to answer those little gotcha questions about that Super Bowl loss.
What's your most vivid memory of that Super Bowl?
Next question. What did you learn from that and that you can apply to returning? There we go. I think hindsight, from a perspective that everyone's not really experienced that before, everything that comes with the week, I think that that's something that's big, is just being of good influence on the guys that haven't been there before, being able to answer questions and open that door so everyone's that much closer when we go out there and experience, because in the end it's a business trip. And it's an opportunity that we've worked for to have, and we want to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's all you can do. And if he doesn't like those questions now, wait till you get to media night. What is it, opening night? Is that Sunday night now? They even do it Monday night? I can't remember what all the things. You and I, we haven't gone in so long. I don't remember what all the nights are anymore. Monday night used to be opening night, which replaced media day, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I mean they always want to drag it
right
out as much as possible, juice it dry, So, yeah, I could see them starting things on Sunday for sure.
All right, let's wrap it there. I want to get into some other stuff with spring. We got some great texts based on that comment. The Super Bowl is in syndication. The Super Bowl is on Nick at Night this year. The Super Bowl is like the movie that you forgot you've seen.
And you're watching it again and everything's coming back to you. You're like,
oh crap,
yeah,
I've seen this one. No.
I know what happens next.
I
That's
hate
right.
the ending to this.
Oh, this is the part where the refs bail the Chiefs out.
Yeah. All right, it's Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl, Kreckman and Lindahl, Scott Friday rolling along. We're going to come back. We will start getting into a little more Nugs and Avs talk when we return here on Altitude. Oh, yeah. This might be battling for like the greatest ska song ever. Superman by Goldfinger. Now that he's got Tony Hawk singing, they got Tony Hawk singing it with him all the time because it was a big hit off Tony Hawk's Game. Hey, I'll tell you what. You know what else can be a good time? Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters wants to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. You know what big game we're talking about. They're like prop bets without risking the money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that entered first. So hurry, go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters and sign up today. And you know what? Get the hottest wings possible and see if DMac can handle them. There you go. Why not? See if he sweats. All right, we got breaking news in the NHL that some Avs fans may be interested in, but not for the right reason. Spring, what is it?
Yeah, I guess if you're an Avs fan that wanted them to trade for JT Miller, you can't anymore because the Canucks are trading JT Miller, I suppose, back to the New York Rangers because that's where he played before he was a Canuck. The Rangers are getting JT Miller, and the Canucks will get Philip Hedl, Victor Mancini, a protected first-rounder. I don't know anything about Victor Mancini, by the way. Philip Hedl's a pretty solid young player. A protected first-round pick and 2 prospects.
So there you go. No JT Miller in the mix anymore either. So, yeah, things are starting to happen. It was interesting. I'd said when I was watching the Sportsnet's clips from a week ago, when they made the Mikko trade, some people are asking, why wouldn't they go till the deadline? Matter of fact, even I think Mikko himself voiced that, saying, we got like a month. Why are all these trades? You know, we had time to work this out. Remember, the NBA trade deadline is next week. By this time next week, will be 24 hours past the thing, if not maybe a little more, 30 hours past this thing. And yet, it was said because of the chemistry concerns. Teams are deciding maybe they're going to make some moves earlier, like the Avs and now the Canucks have done, because you want to get the chemistry right. I guess in this case, this is more probably for the Rangers. But you got to get that chemistry right, Spring? So we may not see teams wait all the way until the deadline. Teams have needs. They're going to try to get this thing figured out now.
So a couple of things. One, I think that this does go to show, and I think you see this with the Avs sending Rantanen to Carolina, an Eastern Conference team. The Canucks probably wanted to send JT Miller to an Eastern Conference team as well. They probably wouldn't want to send him to the Avs unless the deal was like amazing.
No, I'm with you. Now, the Ducks, we had talked a little bit about Trevor Zegras earlier. The Ducks would probably be willing to deal anyone to anybody that they can right now. The Avs and Ducks have danced in the past. Josh Manson is proof of that. But, yeah, the Canucks aren't going to look to help teams that they're going to have to play too often. And, again, you know, it freaked me out because one of our buddies, Eric there, that's a good listener, who's a big Vegas Golden Knight fan, he was putting out there with the cap going up, he wants to see Mikko Rantanen become a Vegas Golden Knight. That would make me throw up. Or if he became an Oiler, that would make me throw up.
I think, and Carolina can offer him that extra year.
Hopefully he just stays there.
That's where I think I am well over 50% that Rantanen will re-sign a very big, lucrative long-term deal with the Hurricanes.
Well, you'd have to think the Hurricanes had some idea what the going rate was going to be right now.
Sure.
Again, they seem pretty hockey crazed down there, but it also depends on who knows what he feels about the region, right? I don't know. Maybe maybe Colorado reminded him of Finland. I don't know. Who knows?
Raleigh's not. I think Mikko's dad did an interview where he said he kind of likes those smaller, like not huge marketplaces. He's got Finns on the team, Sebastian Aho.
That's a big key. That's his best friend, as I understand it. Yeah, one of his best friends.
There's a few Finns on that team. Carolina really is kind of a perfect fit for Mikko. And Carolina, they're not paying anybody over $10 million, and they have more cap space now. Now the cap is going up. They liked Marty Necas. That was an asset. Like, he has another year of club control. And with this cap going up too, it makes it easier for the Avs to extend Necas now. And Mikko's with the cap news today of it going up, he very well now might get that $13, $14 million for sure. You could get Natchez for like 8, 9.
Yeah, I was about to say Natchez wouldn't cost you as much, and it would be a good time to do it because I know Jared Bednar has said there's more offense to unlock in Natchez, he thinks, there in their system and with their coaching and so on and so forth. But and that could happen. So maybe you try to get a deal done before he really pops too.
Sure. And I know, Andy, before the show you were like, Marty Natchez hasn't scored a goal for the Avs yet.
Now calm down. You
coming.
Walked in late on the conversation. I said the fans. I was talking about general enthusiasm because we've had a lot of I'm going to miss Nico. This guy hasn't scored yet texts early. I told you I'm not even worried. You brought up the perfect play. They don't get their first goal of the other night against who did they lose to the other day? Why am I
the Avs?
Yes, to the Islanders.
Yeah.
Won that goal against the Islanders where it went from Natchez to McKinnon over to Leckie and shot from his rear
on
end.
His butt. Yeah.
Those are two great passes to set that up.
The pass to Jack Drury, the Natchez pass to Jack Drury was awesome.
Right. But see, again, now the one thing I will continue to talk about is I would be intrigued to especially while you try to get chemistry figured out, and maybe you can't do it when you're not playing together. But I think there's nothing wrong with putting Leckie, McKinnon, and Drouin back together as a top line and letting Nate just get some things. Just let the guy get his bearings about him right now. He's a play creator. He could set up other guys for you. I don't think Natchez and McKinnon have to play together because I think they bring a lot of the same skill set at times. Great skating, great puck handling, and great at setting other guys up. Now, again, keep them on the top power play together. Keep all that stuff going. But I think if you wanted to even try to distribute your scoring a little bit, that might not be a bad thing. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as we start to, who do you think is realistic for the Avs? Let's start here. Everybody wanted to jump on, and maybe it's because Paul Bissonnette won't let the thought go. He's the leader of the Crosby to Denver train because he's just dying to see McKinnon and Crosby play together in the NHL. Do you think there's any realistic possibility of that at all?
Yes, I do. And so with possible targets for the Avs and tying it to JT Miller in this trade as well, like one reason that I think Avs fans wanted him was he's a center. And it's funny, we thought we had it solved with Casey Middlestat. Maybe not quite. And right now, Miller would be an upgrade. But Middlestat has been playing, I think, better over the past week or so. Maybe not so much in the Islanders game, but still. I think over the past week or so, Middlestat's been playing better, and he's $3 million cheaper than Miller. So if Middlestat can get it going, I think there's something there. But Crosby's a center, and I think that, man, if you are looking for that upgrade at 2C, the thing they've been looking for since Nas, for the same reasons they could have gone and gotten JT Miller, who has multiple years of club control left on his deal. Crosby has one more year left. It wouldn't be a cheap price. It wouldn't be an overly expensive price because it's just 1 year. The Avs have the ammo to go get it done. It would be centered around Casey Middlestat. I think Pittsburgh would accept him, from a money perspective to make it work, and Pittsburgh would then get younger, and all of a sudden Casey would lead a younger team. He's still somewhat young himself, but he's young enough where Pittsburgh would say, okay, that can be a guy who is one of our better players as we break this thing down and get bad and get draft picks. And the Avs have picks and prospects that Pittsburgh would be interested in, from Ilya Nabokov, the goaltender they just drafted. He's looking like one of the best goaltending prospects in the game. And the Avs just may have gotten a steal with Mackenzie Blackwood locked up for 5 years. Do you really need Nabokov? You got your Cal Ritchies, the D prospect Gulyayev. That's a fun name. He's intriguing, and they have a first-round pick in 26 and 27. Those are all assets that the Penguins would covet, because when they trade Sidney Crosby, it is start from scratch time.
No, I'm with you, but man, you're going to give me more. If I'm giving up Nabokov, you're going to give me more because, again, goalies are like quarterbacks. You can always trade them if they're good. You
want more than Sid if you're giving up Nabokov?
Sid is on the back end of things right now. Sid is not going to be around here for 10 years or something. You're hoping to get a Manson-type run out of Sid at this point.
Maybe, you probably extend Sid after that year.
How many years, though? 2?
2-ish. Maybe he's...
Okay.
And he loves his $8.7 million per. He insists on making $8.7 million per.
They're so lucky he wasn't 99 or something like that. Look, man, if you're giving, how about we put it this way? One trade for the Avs. What would be your one move?
I think they need a bigger, more defensive leaning, but can move defenseman.
Yeah, I'm not saying put a tree stump back there, but you need a physical presence on the blue line. Manson has been that, and I think Manson still can play that role, but you need someone else. Again, when you had Manson, you had Eric and Jack Johnson. All of those guys were in the mix once upon a time. You know, I know Keaton Middleton is a big presence. Keaton Middleton doesn't feel yet like a guy to me that's going to play in the playoffs. Maybe I'll be wrong. I don't know. But Keaton Middleton's out there to make sure nobody is being stupid on the ice that
I don't
night.
think they want to play him in the playoffs.
Right. So you need to get some defense, and that would be me. Do we have any idea? I feel like everyone's always looking for that type of defenseman. Defensemen are like relief pitching come the deadline in the NHL. Everybody wants it. I mean, is there going to be – I have not seen a lot of – all the rumors I see tend to swirl around the offensive players. Kyle keeps – I think this is the second day Kyle's hit us up with Seth Jones. Is Seth Jones someone – is he in Chicago? I'm trying to remember. He's back in Chicago. Are they thinking about moving him? Which would be funny because everybody thought the Avs were going to draft Seth Jones when they took McKinnon.
And then I remember Seth and Kale both signed their deals at around the same time. And Seth got like a little more than Kale. And we were kind of laughing about that at the time. But Seth still has a few more years left on that deal, and it's like $10 million-ish per.
Yeah, that's a pretty big move.
So, but Chicago could eat some of it.
There you go.
But how much? And to eat, and there's a few years left on that deal. Like teams will eat like if there's a
year's half a salary.
Yeah,
like they did with Taylor Hall.
But multiple years, I don't know if the Blackhawks would eat. But then again, Seth isn't really fitting into their window right now. They're young. Bedard is still very young. Seth is a win-now player. I don't know. It feels a little pie in the sky to me. It does.
No, I agree with you.
Love
Anything
it.
$10 million, I think, is a big deal. And what are you giving up to get him?
Yeah, you'd have to give up. You'd have to give up those. One of those prospects I mentioned. He wouldn't be cheap.
No, that's an Arturi Lehkonen type of deal with double the price tag.
And then I'm not sure what money you would send out because, for a center and JT Miller, you trade Middlestat because it's center for center. I'm not sure there's a defenseman that I'd really want.
You'd probably have to give him Girard.
Or I guess Girard.
Because Girard's half that money that you're talking about.
I'd say unlikely. Poor Girard. I don't want him to play for that team. It's hockey abyss right now.
I don't know, man. See, this is where this gets tough. We all want deals to get done. Let me ask you this. I'll ask you a real tough question. If you could go back, would you undo the Middlestat Byram deal? Because frankly, I'd kind of rather have Bo Byram right now. So,
kind of. I mean, and one other thing is that Ross Colton he could be your 2C if needed right now. He absolutely could be.
I wouldn't mind seeing Ross back up with. I thought Ross now was with Mikko and Nate early in the year, but I thought he was a real spark plug for them. I wouldn't mind seeing him up there. But again, you break up your Roaring 20s line, which just finally got back together, if that's a big deal or not. But that's a good deep line for you. That's a good deeper matchup for you with those three. I don't know. Here's the big thing when it comes to the Crosby conversations, which is always fun. Sid has got to say he wants out or they're not doing it. And everybody close to Pittsburgh, there was one of the insiders, and I'm forgetting his name, but he kept saying last week when everybody was trying to say Weeks and Biz and all those guys were like, oh, they're going to make the Crosby move next. This guy tweeted out, I have not heard anything that said that Sidney Crosby wants to move out of Pittsburgh right now. And so until Sidney Crosby decides that he wants to, you're stuck, man. You're not going to be able to get him.
That's fine. They don't it would be fun, but they don't need Sid.
No, you're right. They don't need Sid. I honestly, I would prioritize defense if I'm making one deal, but that's just me.
And to what you said though, if I'm Sid, I wouldn't you want to win? Wouldn't you? You're coming. Look at what Ovi's leading the freaking Metro division with the Cow. He's winning. Like, that's got to look fun, right?
Oh, you would think. You would think, but everybody keeps saying
there's nothing. Like, Tom Brady went to the Buccaneers. Like, it's over. You don't have to play with one team. You don't have to.
No, I'm with you, but he's got to say it. And all the Pittsburgh. Now, again, maybe he's being polite. You know, we've got the texter saying everybody does think Sid and Nate get together at the Four Nations. The next thing you know, sounds like there's going to be as much recruiting as hockey playing going on out there with some of these teams out there at Four Nations.
Sid's going to be playing with Nate. He's going to be playing with Kale. And
so maybe that changes
that
everything.
might be an eye-opener for him.
All right, we've got to take our final break of the hour. It is a Ska Friday on Altitude Sports Radio. All righty. Getting ready to wrap it up here on a Friday. We do have to tell you about Good Times Bambino Burgers. They're legendary here in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with the all-new Bambino Supremo. With bacon, melted white, American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef, the Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Get yourself a nice little turtle sundae while you're there, too, with their frozen custard. Good Times. You love them. Love the food. We do that read at dinner time. I feel like that's meant for you and me, Mark, just to kind of stir up a few thoughts before we go home. All right, wrapping it up here for you. Feel free to text in some of your thoughts. Here's what we're going to do. We've got, looks like Darren Rizzi's in line, according to Ian Rappaport, to become the Broncos special teams coach. No shock there. We'll see. It looks like Kellen Moore is going to be the Saints' new head coach. I don't think he'd be poaching anybody from the Broncos. That staff has been picked through enough, but we'll see. We got Ryan O'Reilly suggested to us by a few texters as a second perfect center for Colorado. Now, we talked about this last year. A few people wrote in and are still bitter about the way Ryan left and didn't want him there, but we'll see. Here's what the Avalanche have going, Spring, before we get to the Four Nations Cup. This is pretty nuts. So this is what the next week of games looks like, okay? They've got a lot of action. 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe it's 5 games here. Starting tonight with St. Louis. They're home to St. Louis, home to Philadelphia. Then they're back out on the road again, if you can believe it. They're home to Philadelphia on Sunday. Then it's Tuesday at Vancouver, Thursday at Calgary, Friday at Edmonton. So those are the 5 games that Jared Bednar says he's treating like playoff games because the Avs need to start stacking some points. Berto was on with us earlier. He talked about the fact that you don't want to be falling out of wild card contention and trying to chase teams this early. So Ryan O'Reilly is another center that maybe would be good in the mix. How much, do you have any idea how much Ryan O'Reilly makes at this point?
It's actually like super affordable. The rest of this year and then 2 more years, each year $4.5 million.
Are we dealing with any no movement clause?
I'd have to imagine if there was, whatever happened between O'Reilly and the Avs, like that was years ago.
Yeah, and I think I would hope that it would all be bygones, because frankly, I think for a couple of years, Ryan O'Reilly is exactly what you needed.
Sure.
But I still think you need to add some defense, though, somehow. I don't know how that would help you there, but O'Reilly's a great two-way player, a great face-off guy. Mm-hmm. You got to start winning more face-offs. We're all hoping Drury's going to help that. He should. So for those wondering, the Avs start their break on Friday, February 7th, and then it is 2 weeks, and they resume the season Saturday, February 22nd and 23rd with a back-to-back at Nashville and St. Louis. And then they finally get a nice long homestand to close out. It's a long homestand starting February 26th through March 10th before they hit the road again.
You know, it's funny, Jared Bednar talks about the next 5 games, but at that 5-game point, that Edmonton game, the 5th game of the next 5, they're still in the middle of a road trip, which is ironically a 5-game road trip. So the cutoff for Bednar was before the Nashville game at Nashville. Because he said, like, all the teams coming up are like borderline playoff teams or firmly playoff teams like Edmonton. Nashville doesn't make the cut. Nashville's terrible. That's why maybe Ryan O'Reilly could be on the move here. But also, and here's another thing, on this road trip, they're at Vancouver, and back to the JT Miller trade now. You know, Vancouver's still in the hunt a little bit. They probably aren't, maybe not trading JT Miller, if not for the rift between him and Elias Pettersson. And I bring that up because, you know, the Nuggets are in action right now. Nuggets lead the Sixers 12-6. And you were talking earlier in the show about, you know, possible
just what's off with the team.
What's off? Is it a locker room
with
thing?
The team? Yes.
I can tell you whatever's going on with the Nuggets isn't what was going on with the Canucks. Pettersson and Miller straight up hate each other, apparently.
Yeah, I don't
hate
think
each other.
I don't think the Nuggets have anything like that going on in their locker room. They're just, again, they're off. And we all know this. Winning solves people being off. If you just could start winning, that should help some stuff too, but you got to start winning again. It just has been a weird year for both these teams, frankly, Spring. You know, I just don't, like, again, when I felt like I could see great team chemistry. I've seen it on the 2015 Bronco defense, saw it on a 2013 Bronco offense. The Avs and the Nuggets have been the definition of great chemistry. The Nuggets for 5 years now, I feel like. You know, the Avs are trying to get over some losses. If you really think about this, I can't remember who was our big Finnish player that like Nate asked about Lutefish or something like that ended up going to the Kraken.
Was it Donskoy? I mean, he's not big, but yeah, it was Donskoy. Okay.
So, like, Donskoy leaves. That guy was kind of a healthy contributor. Burakovsky leaves. Kadri leaves. I mean, all these guys, when you really sit back and think about it, they've all left, right? And maybe that's why you're now down Bo Byram. Look, man, maybe Darcy Kemper was a little more important to things than we realized. I don't know. I thought Georgiev was a pretty good pickup. He had a pretty nice first year with Colorado. Last year was what last year was. But you just don't have that same. Eric Johnson's gone. Jack Johnson's now gone. You know, you've had a lot of losses to this Avs locker room. It takes a minute to replace that. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that sometimes, you know, the top people are the only people that seem to have the chemistry going sometimes. The Nuggets thing, I still can't. I don't know why they look so off. I wish they didn't look so off.
Well, I can tell you this, same starting lineup as in New York.
They've got to ride that for 5 or 6 games, though, don't they?
Yeah, Christian Brown coming off the bench, Russell Westbrook starting.
Well, there you go. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I'll tell you what, Spring, everybody loves the Guacamole song, so we might as well give it to them. Everybody's working.
Why is dude? Something's going on with. There we go.
There it is. That doesn't bode well for the Avs game.
This happened a week or two ago too.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Oh, there's plenty of games to watch. If you want to watch the Pro Bowl games, more of that's on tonight. I'll call it crap. I'm not going to bother with it. The flag football finale is on Sunday, even though I know some people are into that. You found a way to make me disinterested, but people will watch, especially although we're supposed to have a nice weekend. That'll get tested. As for the Avs, as we've told you, they're in action tonight, as are the Nuggets. They take on the Blues this evening. That game is 7 o'clock with a puck drop. Then Connor McGahey and friends are back with you 1 o'clock against Philadelphia at home on Sunday, another Ball Arena game. So check that out. The Nuggets have to go to Charlotte tomorrow to play a game tomorrow, and then they will have a full week next week as well. They come home for New Orleans, and then they play a couple against New Orleans after they get back. But, man, what a road trip it's been for the Nuggets. Hopefully they can kind of finish out strong. The Colorado Mammoth have the Ball Arena floor to themselves tomorrow night. That's a 7:30 game. It's Y2K night. Go on, get out there. They play the Toronto Rock. The Mammoth have been a very fun team to watch at their offense this week, and love to see you out there. It's an ESPN